The only thing I haven't got prepared, the microphone, I've pushed it up all the way over there for some reason. Good one. 1-2. Chuffy 1-2. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Genshin Kid. It's midnight. It's always midnight. We are playing Genshin Chuffing Impact, you chuffer. But I've got something to tell you first, and then we're going to do it. We're going to do Nilou story quest today. So the first thing I like to do always is just check my sound's working. Nilou story quest today. Okay, my sound is working. And I've got something quite big to tell you about before we start. So, Firefox. Let's tweet that we're playing. Tweet that. And what's my notifications here on my tweets? Hang on, what's going on with my notifications? 4 PM CET, what's that about? What's that? Can you see that on the screen there? 4 PM CET. What's that tweet that I'm replying to there? What time will the Forest Quartet be released? The Forest Quartet, you say? From Mads Vadshot? The Forest Quartet? Hell yeah. It's going to be on PlayStation, look. I'm going to probably get it on Steam, but I could get it on PlayStation. I mean, wow. Wow, this is somebody that I know, sort of like a mate of mine. Well, I don't see him that often. If you go to my channel, Genshin Kid on YouTube, the channel, the main hub channel, Gravekipper, Genshin Kid on YouTube, and you go to, I don't know, what, videos, and you search there over the search, you put indie, just put indie, and you'll get the indie games that we played, that we loaded up on the channel. And at the top here, Indie Game Development Paradise, full documentary draft. This is the documentary I made about indie development, indie game developers in Sweden. There's a project that goes on annually, and they invite
Something on your mind again?
young, not so young, they invite indie developers
Two heads are better than one.
go and create their indie games. The bloke that did Candy Crush, he was part of it. This is Mads.
Will they come back?
I think the games that have caught me the most and have influenced me the most have been games where you can feel that the art comes before the technical stuff, meaning that it's not a, hey, let's do a shooter. I know how to make a shooter. I tried this thing.
So there's Mads in the documentary making his game at this wonderful place. You can watch the whole thing, an hour and 47 on the channel there. Watch it all. Go and watch it all, you chuffer. There's Mads talking about it some years ago now, but these things take time. And his game is now going to be released. It's going to be released on December the 8th. So, in the middle of the day, about 4 p.m. Oh, I just knew exactly when, and they just notified me, didn't they, on my notifications. 4 PM CET. I'll probably start the stream an hour later. I'll probably give myself time to download it, make sure it's working and everything, and then start the stream an hour later. But on the 8th of December, which is a Thursday coming up, we're going to be playing that game, the Forest Quartet, and I'm going to be crying, frankly. I'm going to be crying throughout. It's going to make me emotional. I'm going to cry. So if you want to see me cry, and you want to see a fucking awesome indie game made by one of these, like, Mads is a wonderful, creative, inventive, artistic person, and I think his music that he makes is brilliant. I think his mind is fantastic. I love the ideas he presents, and he made this wonderful game that I only had a chance to see the starting, you know, the starting blocks, the bits and pieces. I only had a chance to see the vertical slice. I haven't seen the full game. But when we do, oh, I'm going to be excited, and it's going to make me emotional, I tell you. This is Mads here again in the film.
Like I've lost a few people within the few years, and that's a thing that keeps making me sad. Losing family, and it's something that doesn't really leave. I think it's not. I'm not trapped, and it's not necessarily problem. It's not a disturbance, but it's like it's sad.
So there's Mads talking about how, and just like me, I relate to him here. He's had tragedies in his life. He's talking his mum.
If you're not sure what to
I
do
didn't
next,
have such a close.
how
My
about I
granddad
take
and
you on a walk?
I'm not going to go through the things that made me upset when I was young, but you know, we all see difficulties in life, and I knew somebody else who lost a mother, their mother, and you know, it's heavy, that is. So this is me and him talking about that late at night, and he also works late through the night like I like to. I just think, I just see something in that. So this is a wonderful moment in my film. It's one of my favourite pieces of, like, it's, for my mind, one of the best things. You know, he's talking about his motivations for making this game, and for motivating himself in life, and he's reflecting on the death of his mother in a way, and you know, all these things come together, and like, you can see it makes, you know, it moves him, it moves me, and so I don't know if he's going to make a big deal out of this or not, but if you go on Google the Forest Quartet, I'll make a big deal out of it, because I think it's okay for me to make a big deal out of it. I don't care. His mum was a singer. let's get out Genshin Impact. This is an advert, right? So his mum was a singer, a jazz singer. His dad's a musician as well, and Mads has grown up in this with this music. And then, like, losing your mother must be so difficult. Like, I can't even begin to but creating this game, okay, so everything I've said, this game is about the spirit coming back to get the old band back together. Like, there's something beautiful in that. I'm already feeling emotional. Having told you those background stories, I don't think Mads is making much about the fact. I mean, it must be hard for him to say, right, I made a game and it's quite pertinent to me because I lost my mother and these are some of the things I was dealing with come through in art. But that, as a headline, wow, you know, there aren't many game developers who've made a game about the loss of their mother, are there? And there aren't many who have had the creative and artistic flair to process those feelings in this way. So let's have a look at the trailer.
Are you all right? Thank you all for coming, and thanks for your patience. Let's give Nina the goodbye she deserves.
See, it's already making me well up. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know how I'm going to get through it, to be honest. I don't know how he did. But we're humans, and we do, don't we?
It's become sloppy, or if you haven't done any proper work, you'll feel like you're the idiot. It's not your boss. It's not your job. That's the fault. It's you. So it's interesting, but it's also tough. No, I've had very few jobs, very few real jobs. I would never imagine starting to work, in McDonald's after doing this.
And that's it there on the computer. That's the game being produced there. And I'm getting an insight into the mind of the developer. Wonderful piece of media. I'm lucky that I was there to create it, I think I did a good job on that film. Whatever anyone else cares to think, I think I did a good job on that film. And it came out the way I wanted. It was a bit flabby over this end. Could probably cut out a couple of these sequences over here, but it's all right. An hour and 40. Investigation into indie game development and the people that create those games. And I am so looking forward to playing that game. So that's my little big announcement at the start of today's episode. Let's get on with Genshin Impact. Also, actually, I should say this. I'll do one more quick announcement. Is that if I open up a new window and we do I don't know what, calendar? Probably a calendar. Probably a Google Calendar. Thanks. And this is my Google Calendar. At the moment, I've outlined these days for Forest Quartet. That's the week we're about to come up next week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday will be Forest Quartet, probably. Saturday, Genshin Impact, isn't it? Friday's Genshin Impact. Well, the game comes out on Thursday, so I'm playing it on Thursday afternoon. I imagine I don't finish it overnight. Maybe I do. Maybe it's a short indie game. You don't know how long these indie games are, do you? Maybe I'll finish it. I'll allocate 2 days. Indie games aren't usually fucking hours and hours and hours and hours and 40 hours. So I'll allocate 2 days, and if it runs over and we end up spending the weekend on it, we spend the weekend on it. There won't be a thus on the 12th. There's no thus this Monday, and there won't be a thus on the 12th. I might get Steve in for one... let's delete that off. I might get Steve in for one more bonus episode sometime around this week. But we're planning the John Bennett Ramsey episode there on Monday, 19th of December. So put that in your diary, Monday, 19th of December, John Bennett Ramsey. I've got Steve, the forensic psychologist, and we've got the John Bennett Ramsey case. It's a cold case to him. He doesn't know much about it. So for the next couple of weeks, I've given him a load of videos to watch, and hopefully, you know, I think that's going to be a really interesting episode, isn't it? Forensic psychologist applies his mind to the John Bennett Ramsey case from cold and can go down whichever path he wants, whichever rabbit hole he wants, and we'll talk it all through. I've got my ideas. I've watched shitloads of videos about it too, so we'll talk through all our ideas, and that'll be our Christmas special of thus. And it is Christmassy because John Bennett Ramsey was murdered at Christmas, so I know it's not very Christmassy, but there is one other further Christmassy thing we're going to do, which is we're going to play Stray. Now, Stray's only supposed to last about, let's have a look. Google Stray game time. Google that, eh? About 5 hours if you focus on the main things. About 9.5 if you spend time messing about. Now, bear in mind, I spend a lot of time messing about, and then I go on a diversion and a tangent, and I do some talking and messing about. So you can add another 5 hours onto that. So I'm saying 3 good solid streams to complete it, give or take. I don't know, but I'm saying maybe we do the special of thus, and then 21st, 22nd, 23rd, that can be Stray. Gives me a day off in the middle. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're playing Stray for Christmas special. Hopefully, if we get any donations and stuff, we can put some towards a charity. And then it'll be Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day. I should be back on at some point over here to do some streaming, I suppose. Obviously, the family will be around. We'll do some Christmas. We might even do some Christmassy streams. Not planning, you know, not guaranteeing. But, you know, back around this sort of time. Don't know what we're doing for New Year. New Year's Eve is my sister's birthday all the time, every year. So even though I don't feel like doing big parties myself, really, it is her birthday, so we do what she wants. And then we're off into the new year. And the new year, we've got New Year, new start. We're going to be removing everything in this room and changing it all around and doing loads of interesting stuff. I'm going to be pushing hard from January. So it won't be in January that you see any difference, but from January. But yeah, so that's the sort of calendar at the moment. Like, we play Genshin at the weekends. That week there is a bit free. I'm quite busy at the moment behind the scenes, but obviously we'll do some more streaming in there. And then if you maybe we should put Stray there, you know, like 1, 2, 3. I could put Stray there, Christmas special, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days there, 12th to the 16th. Could put it there because it might take longer than 3 days, mightn't it? The rate I go at. So maybe I should start it on the Tuesday. You know, maybe we should pull it back a bit. I think we need to play it closer to Christmas, because if it's my Christmas special, then the Christmas week is the Christmas specials, isn't it? So I think maybe we start it on Tuesday just to be safe then. So Thursday we do John Bennett Ramsey. Sorry, Monday we do John Bennett Ramsey on this. And then Tuesday we start Stray. And I'll probably play it on YouTube, you know. Probably play it on YouTube and maybe just do a little bit of cheeky Genshin in the evenings on Twitch. If I feel like it. I don't know, where should we stream it? YouTube or Twitch? I don't know. Could stream it on Twitch and just upload it to YouTube, you see. So that covers both bases. Whereas if you just stream it on YouTube, Twitch miss out. So I think we might stream it on Twitch. Yeah, we'll stream it on Twitch and we'll upload it to YouTube. And that'll be the same for the Forest Quartet, I think, as well. You know, it makes sense, doesn't it? If I'm playing games, I'll stream them on YouTube. Sorry, stream them on Twitch and then upload them to the YouTube channel. And the lives over here are becoming much less game based, but I still want to keep popping up with the odd, you know, when we played I refer to this one, Prison Life Simulator, that was a funny one, or Sex, Respect and Waifus, Kira Star's Idol Project. I think those are good videos. I think, you know, doing a 3.5 hour game of an indie game, not forever becoming a Prison Life streamer, but, you know, doing a 3.5 hour of an indie game as a one-off is cool. But an indie game that might take 3 or 4 streams that I want to complete all the way and do everything, in that case, yeah, we'll play it on Twitch and we'll upload it here. I think that makes sense. I hope so anyway. The other channels, of course, make sure you subscribe to all them. Ganji Cuts, Ganji Arts. We don't do very many of these Ganji Arts edits these days. It's 6 months since I've done one. But I'm focusing on the things that, you know, I've got to prioritise, haven't I? And when we get more time and an editor, I can do more of them. But when I do more writing, they will come back. But Ganji Cuts at the moment, that gets a few views, you know, 400 there on the tier list. So keep trying to drop some Ganji Cuts. And I'm uploading all the Genshin Impact to Ganji Impact from now on. That's the Genshin Impact channel. Battery exhausted. The B-side will include sort of randomly uploads, maybe some vegan videos come back, and the lives here. I've been doing all my Dark Side Phil content over there on the B-side. So, there you go. Make sure to put these things in your calendar. By the time you watch this video on YouTube, it will be Christmas, and maybe even after Christmas you watch this, and it doesn't matter a shit. But bear in mind, they will all be on the YouTube channel then, and you can watch them then. Hello in chat. Hello in chat. Sorry, I've been doing my shilling and I've not been paying attention to chat. Hello in chat. Hello Bob. I'm hit the psychology. Is that a game? Is that a real thing? I thought that was like, you know, because we did Dark Side Field Psychology. I thought that was like a suggestion from you there that hang on. Yeah, we'll do that. I feel like we should do it now. We'll do it tomorrow. Hang on, today's Friday night. How long does the game take? I really want to. I think this is brilliant. Length, not time. Length. Oh, I'm in a Genshin Impact stream. And I promised Genshin Impact. I think we should something like this. Maybe we should, you know, big it up before I play it, because you might want to get people on board, because it sounds like a fucking cool game, a really fun game. I want to play it with. I'll tell you who I want to do it. I want to do it with Steve. The problem with that is I need to share my screen to Steve while we make a call. I currently use Discord, and I need to step that up. Talk about January. You know, in January I'm going to pay for another program on the computer. It's always something else to buy, isn't there? But you know, the podcast stuff. I'll just quickly show you this. We use Discord to talk, but we could be using Zoom, couldn't we? You know, we could be using Zoom. But if you want it properly, then you're going to spend £100 a year, which to me is a lot of money. You know, once you sign up to these things, or Business Plus, look, 185. I don't know which one I want. I don't want the expensive one, do I? But what I want to be able to do is, in Discord at the moment, if I say to Steve, oh, I'll just put a video on the screen, he doesn't see it at his end, you see it out in your world. Like, we could play that game together if he could see the game. I could do the moving and clicking, he could be up in the corner talking, and we could talk through it and we could play it together. But he needs to be able to see the game at the same time, doesn't he? So I don't know how to do that. I don't think we do it in Zoom. I don't know if we do. You know, so what I need to do is I need to learn about these, because we certainly don't do it just on the internet, do we, in Discord? Maybe we do. Maybe Discord's the best place to do it. But and also Discord last week, there was a slight delay on Steve's mic, and I thought it was okay, but in the edit it stands out. So 1.5 hours. That's a perfect episode. Like, me and Steve will turn that into like 7 hours. But that's a like, you know, sit down with a big cup of tea and a nice chiffer, and sit down with your nice chiffer and your big cup of tea, and we'll play this through and we'll talk it all through. That is fucking excellent. That is excellent. And the thing, I'll tell you why it's so excellent today, is because if you go on Twitch and you type, you look who's trending, look. Who's trending? Oh, Kanye. Oh, not her. Where's Kanye West gone? I shouldn't scroll down too much, because you'll see something rude any second, won't you? Something rude will come out. But Kanye West, you know. And Asmund.
So for now, he's just Nathan. I know some people call him BB. No, some people call him Yahoo. But we're gonna call him Nathan. What you want, Nathan? Hey, yeah, right after this, I'm gonna say you're crazy. I'm gonna take your family away from you. We're not done with you yet. You cannot cause free thought. We have to control the history books. We have to control the banks, and we have to go and kill people. Also,
yeah, so Kanye was talking about Hitler yesterday. Asmongold is covering it. He's, you know, watching it and talking about it. I don't think we need to. I don't want to. But I think the Heal Hitler thing would just play in so well at this moment, wouldn't it? It'd be the right stream. Because, Yeah, I can't be asked to watch Kanye West talking about stupid things and explain. I don't think I need to explain why they're stupid, do I? So, glad you like that, dude. I wasn't even thinking of Kanye. Should be. We all need to be thinking of Kanye. Poor Kanye. The poor multi-billion. I mean, to be fair, the thing with Kanye is his mom died and it sent him off the loop. And without his mom, he didn't have his rock. And people just got their claws in and started to fight. It always happens with these rich people who have mental health problems, is that vile schemers are there to steal all their money. Oh, is he suffering mentally? Oh, good. That's a weakness. We can use him. So what's happening at the moment is they're filtering his money away into their pockets while he's doing what he's doing. And then eventually he'll be broke and they won't want to care anymore. And then that'll be that. But as long as he can produce them some money, they'll be, fucking him over and wringing him out. So that's what's happening to Kanye. Sad thing, because his mom died. He lost his marbles and he lost his rock. But, you lose your marbles, you lose your rock is one thing, but you go on about fucking Hitler was a chuffing. Hitler did nothing wrong on the internet. I mean, it's a meme. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm talking about it now. Hitler obviously had some redeeming features, didn't he? No, not really. Not really, actually. Not really. See, the thing is, Kanye West is talking. I don't know if Kanye knows his history that well. Do you know what I mean? Kanye West hasn't spent... Bearing in mind, he hasn't spent the last sort of 10, 15 years learning about Hitler. He's not grown up in an environment where Hitler's on the talking point. We grow up in the UK. I don't know if you do, but we grow up in the UK and we learn about Hitler because it's like constant barrage. The History Channel, maybe you do. Like in America, it's different. In America, you've got the History Channel and Hitler, and they're like, Hitler's an alien. Right, there's fucking loads of Hitler stuff, isn't there? Like they're all talking about the war and Hitler, and it's different in America. They're not so interested as we are in the UK, because he tried to come over here and kick our heads in, and we had to go and kick his head in. So in the UK, we know all about Hitler. Big talking point. So I don't think Kanye West is that informed to say, oh, he's got redeeming qualities, or he invented this thing, he invented that thing. He doesn't really know, and he hasn't hung out with the guy. And for all the redeeming qualities Hitler may have had, the fact that he was off his fucking head on crack, like when you hung around with him, he would have been aggressive and overbearing, prone to schism. You wouldn't have enjoyed it. Oh, yeah, but he was a good inventor, he invented it. No, you'd be well fucked off with him. He'd do your nut in. I don't care what he invented. That's not, you don't like have a, I don't need to explain it to anyone, do I? You don't have a tableau of like, these are my rights, these are my wrongs. I invented something, so that's redeeming. It's not that, it doesn't work like that. Kanye's confused, but we know he's confused, so you have to be confused to be dressed like that. The end. Yeah. So that is a really good suggestion. I really like that. He or Hitler. What I'm gonna have to do is we'll play Genshin Impact now tonight, and I want to hurry that along. Then I want to find a way of getting Steve on my stream so that he can see the game as we play it live, so to speak. Another option is we both get the game, we both play it, live, but like he's at my end, he's with me on the screen. I say, okay, we're going to click this now, and he clicks it now, and we both click it. So we both have the game in front of us. That's an option, but I would absolutely love to get that on the go. Yeah, I'm not going to do it now because I've advertised this is Genshin Impact, and I think this is one that's worth letting people know. Maybe we throw it in as an extra thus before Christmas. Because of Christmas being where it is in the year, we plan to just do one episode this month, but I could happily do this as an extra. Okay, I think that's a really good idea. I hate it when I've got too many ideas. I like it, but I've got too many ideas up in the air as well. Second camera arrived today. The second camera. So now I've got a 4K camera upstairs, and I have fixed it all up, and it is actually doing the proper 4K upstairs. And I've got the second camera for down here. We're all stepping closer, ever closer to these things. Let's get through Christmas. And you'll start seeing big changes around here.
Don't blink.
I shouldn't egg it up too much, I'll still be doing my normal streams. It's just that I have further facilities to do special streams. And I won't be doing a special stream. Every day won't be a belly dancer, I'll tell you that. But the camera looks nice. It's should be okay. That's a £300 cheap A7S. The lens is already had that. I just bought the body. It's not an A7S, sorry. It's an A6000. So it's like the cheapest Sony one you can get. Because I'm buying second cameras here. I'm not upgrading my kit. You know, in the same money budget, I was able to buy 2 instead of buying 1. Do you know what I mean? So I think I've done a good thing.
In adventuring, as in
And
business,
you can't see it
always
yet,
have
but-
to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Let's do this. You can't see it yet, but you can see me now. And if I do my filters, hang on. If I do my, why has it got the filters on? Filters. Oh, that's for chat, right? Close. Come on, brain. Filters. Chroma. Close. There's the rest of the room. Look, there's a little sofa. That's a light there. Ooh, hang on. You can see a bit of it. What's that on the wall? You'll see now. You'll like this. Look, I should be able to, in theory, I'm going to move this whole computer desk that is all here that way more. I'm going to free up some more space. I should be in this room, shouldn't I? I should be able to operate a stream from in the room. Hi, you're with Scotty Hottie and welcome to the show. And I'm in the room and it's not like, you won't have the radiator, you won't see that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Ooh. Ooh. Look at that. On guard, pray. Allez. It's a bit wobbly. Oh, I hit the lights. Right, so I've got a room. I've got a whole room. Hiding my light behind a bushel. Right, that won't go on the wall again. That's fucked. Fuck that up totally. There we go. Oosh. Stop it. You messing. Oosh. So the idea is that the current camera that I've got now is pointing at me, isn't it? And you can see the computer there in the shot here, and the lights, and you know, it's pointing at me, and I'm sitting here talking to you. I'm going to move this desk slightly away, and then what will have to happen is that when I'm sat over there, I'll need to be able to see the telly, the monitor, you, the chat, the what's going on. I'll be able to control it, keyboard, mouse, whatever. Also have the desk. I like the Stream Deck. I think the Stream Deck's really useful for this. This has been one of the best bits of kit that I've actually got in a... Like, all the kit's important, but this is so functional. Like, being able to just do things like, you know, change the camera angle, you know, just press the button. So I'll have a button for my guest close-up, me close-up, 2 cameras. Yeah, I'll have a third one, probably a cheap webcam for wide angle, see the whole thing all at once. Don't need a big expensive camera for that. Just see the whole thing all at once, wide angle. Close up on my guest, close up on me. Like the whole room so you can see us. Like I've got choices. I've got a camera upstairs, which is probably going to stay upstairs. But if I want to bring it down, I can have the third, you know, the wide on the 4K. The 4K means you can punch in. There's lots of options now. There's lots of options. So I get a reasonable looking set, which I've had for ages. Just haven't really had the facility or the people. And now I've got ideas on the kind of people we can bring in and what we can be doing. I thought I would like to do a podcast every week where I hire a guest, but I don't think I've got the money for that at the moment. You know, weekly guests would run quite a bill. You have to pay for their travel and possibly some, you know, if they're big chuffers, possibly they come for quite a price. But, and like, for example, Steve, he'd much rather do this, I'm sure. I haven't asked him, but I'm sure he'd much rather do this. Like, he's got a bit of a bad back, hasn't he? So that's putting it mildly. He'd much rather do this over the internet webs than come to my house every week. But I'd have to pay him the train ticket to get here and there, or you know, whatever. It's a bit of a hassle, isn't it? And you know, who am I, little chuffer? So I'm not going to be filling this room full of interesting guests quickly. We might get 1 or 2 specials here and there, like 1 or 2 a month. I might be able to finally hire a guest booker, somebody who, when you book me a good guest, I give you 20-30 quid or something. Not major, just, you know, you got a bit of time on your hands, you want to do a little bit of helpful, you know, $5 an hour sort of thing, before eventually, if we can get the regular routine, you know, if we can get the regular income, the stability of maybe a sponsor, then we can get maybe an editor and a guest booker that, then we're on to that Joe Rogan-y end of things where I sit in the room, the guests turn up, they get paid, I do the podcasts. We can do a few more of them then, but I'm not going to be Joe Rogan. I'm not going to do podcast every day. That's not the plan. But having that facility is really important to me. And we're there now. We're basically there now. I just have to move everything out of the way, tidy it up, reorganise the whole room, because I've set this up as a streaming room. There's you can't really see this, but where the camera that you're looking at me is on is a desk, but it's just full of crap now. I can move things, I can reorganise, and we're going to, and that's going to be a huge improvement. And then upstairs, similar sort of jig. Little space, it's smaller space, so it's not a studio for other people and guests, it's a studio for me sitting in a comfy chair or sitting up to the computer, but similar sort of jig upstairs, like the second stream setup. That thing, the whole upstairs kit is going to be portable. So, we're really, I've driven this forward this year in terms of behind the scenes, acquiring of bits and pieces and polishing up my act, so to speak. Let's go back to, let's turn that off now, and let's put the let's put the filters back on. The chroma key, color correction, red, close, thanks. So I'm feeling like really at the moment like I've got lots of ideas and lots of there's lots of potential in it, but I've got to make sure it happens. I've got to realise it. We'll be running for 2 years come January, and will it be 2 years? I need to check that. It's got to be 2 years, hasn't it? It's got to be more than a year. Your channel.
As I was going through my...
I didn't start with lives, did I? Started uploading from Twitch, so all the way down, because you can't go to the oldest first these days. Yeah, a year ago, right, 5 years ago, that doesn't count. Maybe I should have started a whole new channel for this, because 5 years ago I had Mario Maker levels just on here, but this was my first stream, and it was, well, I didn't even have my face on it, it was just gameplay, so it doesn't count. This was my first stream with my face, and me talking was a year ago. It says just...
We're going to pop off the embiggen now.
January the 20th. There's problems with the mic on that, of course. I hadn't got all the settings right. My camera looks shit. I'm in the different room. But that was January the 20th, 2021. So we've had January the 2022, haven't we? We've had that. So that was a year, and we're coming up to year number 2. 2 years of working on it. And what we've got up to in 2 years is now we've got a regular podcast. We've got a live YouTube space. We upload to YouTube still from Twitch, but we do it on different channels now. Genshin Impact has found its own place. Mental Health Monday still exists. We did it for a year. Battery Exhaust has now been resurrected as the B-side channel. We've got the lives on there, which are maybe a bit more about the lolcows at the moment. I think that's where they're going to live. I've got some plans for doing some edits, some vegan conversational edits, which we can still upload here on the video side of things. We've got new DSP songs, which are taking a little bit more time than they should, but can go up there. Well, we've got loads, yeah. In 2 years, now's not, I've spent so much of this episode already not playing Genshin Impact yet, but I feel we've come such a long way in those 2 years. The quality of the stream, the quality of what we're doing, all of it, not just the having a nice camera. In fact, I waited till I'd got the content going before I decided to buy the kit. Do you know what I mean? Like, I waited till I was actually streaming for a year before I bought a nice computer, a nicer computer than the one I had. I waited till I was running a podcast now of 4 episodes before I said, okay, yeah, we are. Let's commit to these cameras and these next steps. So I'm not jumping the gun. I'm making sure the content is there to be filmed, and now I've got the kit to produce it. We're really stepping forward. So 2 years of building to get me where I feel it's not an overnight thing, is it? And in those 2 years, 380 subs. So I think that's quite big. Because I know how hard it is to go from 0. On the binaural channel, it was a bit easier. Early, niche. Mental health, not so easy. Ganji cuts, a lot more popular than I imagined, actually. But, you know, Genshin Impact says 3 subscribers. We should have more than that, you fucker. It says 3. I think I've got about 10. I don't know why it says 3. But in general, I know how hard it is to produce this stuff and to get it moving. But once it's moving, it should move quicker and quicker, ever quicker, as we produce ever better content. And me talking about content is not content, so I will shut up now about it. But I do want to say, the main thing that I want to say is that this at the top here, it says chuffers, Twitch video. Like, these things happened. Chuffers is a plural. Like, that's all you chuffers. Like, Twitch affiliate happened because Capital K dropped the sub bomb on me and I got 50 Twitch subs all at once and I could open up affiliate. Like, it's not just me that's doing this. This is a team effort, and the other people that are coming along for the ride, you in chat today, like everyone that helps. It doesn't matter if you contribute or share or comment or whatever, you know, click like and subscribe, all of that shit does help. Anything along the way. But there are also some really, what I'd call core supporters who are like producers in my mind. It used to be that we had a patron. Now we've got more varied, diverse ways of tipping me. But you know, the producers. I haven't brought this stuff on my own. I haven't bought. You know, I didn't buy the camera out of my own, sitting on my arse money, did I? So, like, these things are all a team effort. So I'm really grateful. Is the main thing to say about that. 2 years of hard work and a lot of fun times and a lot of. It's all about the friends we made along the way. And so
I'm all for work-life balance, but
we are playing Genshin Impact. And today, what I'm doing is, get this, you'll be amazed at this.
this is
My quest list, look. I've got the Archon quest for the Chasm. That's for a rainy day. It's not raining today. And that's it. Look, story quests, world quests. Oh yeah, I've still got some of them. Absolutely. But I'm basically clear. And in terms of story quests, we've only got these 5. So in the next couple of weeks up to Christmas, I think we clear off the available main stuff. And like, I'm not worried about the Chasm. That's always there. I'll show you on the map. Over here, the Chasm. Ooh, look at it. Ooh, the Chasm. It is interesting. And you can actually go down it. Underground into the Chasm. And I started unlocking it and I realised it was a bit bigger than I thought. I thought it was just like a little cave. But actually, it's quite a bit of a place. And before I started on the main juicy bits of that quest, I stopped. And I said, this should go on stream. So the Chasm is there, ready for a rainy day. All lined up with a bit of a boss fight at the end, I think. Discovering the last bit, you know, having a bit of a fight. We've gone under there. We've had a look at the safety technician and what's going on. They've explained it's an old mine. We've unlocked it, essentially, and we're poised there. So that's for a rainy day. That's main quest, but sort of side main quest, isn't it? It doesn't really drive the game forward. Hello. You want to offer promotion of my channel? Viewers, followers, chatbots. I don't know. Chatbots is probably not a positive for me. They're low and only the quality is guaranteed to be best. And you want me to go to I don't.
come on,
Problem
enough
with this, right?
procrastinating. Let's go.
You can't see it so well on the top of the screen there. The problem with this, though, in chat there, is that there's an issue, though, is that if I did that and you've advertised it on my actual stream, then aren't people going to notice when I get in trouble? Chatbots. I do wonder, you know, if I should just, you know, as part of the New Year push, just say, right, I'm going to spend, like, because we look at Darkside, I'm doing another tangent, but we look at Darkside and he's got like 274 people in his stream and 4 of them are chatting, so 270 of them are bots. You know, like, I just wonder, should I have 200 bots every stream? Every stream. Soak that up as a business cost. Say that's part of the business. You know, I pay for the electricity, I pay for the computer, I pay for this and that. There are some sunk costs, there are some fixed costs, there are some variable costs. That could be a variable cost. It could be an elastic variable cost, couldn't it? You know, if we're doing a stream and I want people to be there, and I think it's going to be a good one, maybe I pay for a few more bots, and then we're top of the list, and everyone watches because we're top of the list. I don't know, I do wonder, but the problem you've got there, posting it in my chat, is that if I were then to do that, wouldn't it look really obvious because you posted it in my chat? Oh no. Probably not the best method of... and also, you probably think I'm desperate, and I'm not. I think the way we're going to do it is we're going to make good content, and the better the content, the more people want to watch it. And it lives and dies by that at the end of the day. And some people think I'm a bit of a cunt, and that's fine. Over the years, I've done a lot of stuff on the internet. Nothing horrible, nothing terrible, but you know, I state my case. I stand my ground. I did the ASMR stuff and, you know, said what I thought about things. And sometimes people don't like it, and sometimes people resonate with it, whatever. But it shouldn't live and die by people thinking I'm a cunt. It should live and die, because Keemstar's a cunt and he gets on with it. I think it should live or die by the content and the quality of the, you know, the effort that I can put in. So, not really too worried about bots, unless, of course, bots is the only way to succeed. In which case, I would feel like a right chutney. Ow! Stop hurting me. I would feel like a right chutney spending 3 years working hard at building a media product, and instead I could have just bought the bots and been successful from day one. Mind you, if you've been watching my day one stream, it wouldn't be good enough. And if you watch my, you know, if you watch our podcast now, it's good. Yeah, it's good, but imagine what it's going to be like in 2 years. Like, if you're in a band and you're lucky enough to just be, where all these fuckers come from?
Bet you can't keep up with me.
What? Ow!
Speed of
That's
light.
hurt me if anything.
I'll go.
It's painful. If you're in a band and like you get together on the first practice, I think we're pretty good. Yeah, you might be. You might get lucky, but usually it takes some time to hone these things.
I'll race you there. Incoming.
So imagine that you get together on your first practice. You think, oh, we're quite good. We've been gigging for a couple of years now. Is it time to buy the audience to pay for that huge exposure?
I didn't feel that.
Is it? Is it?
This may turn a
Maybe
little.
it is. You know, in music, they do literally that. The record companies, the pub, what you call them, you know, the companies that work behind the management companies, they get you the exposure, don't they? And it's that exposure.
Speed of light.
It's funny. This is a really interesting conversation, actually. Give me a second. Let me just melt these. Right, so I know a little bit about this from music and from reflection now as a grown-up.
Don't blink.
I'm just going to collect this stuff. Can't help it. I can't help it. I'm sorry. It is like a compulsion now. I need a big chopper. Oh god. Now they're. Why are you attacking me? I'm trying to. I haven't even. Look. Right. Fuck all this. Fuck this. I'm not collecting that. You've ruined it. I'm going over here. I'm going all the way over here so they can't talk to me. All the way over there. They can't mess with me now. Importantly, right? So let's say you're in the music. I was in the music when I was a kid. I'm going to go on a tangent again. I don't care. It's my stream. Fuck it. It makes sense to do this though. So there's me, and it's funny actually. These are pictures of me. There's a picture of me. That's me. Might recognise me, but here's a picture of me that you won't recognise. That's me when I was 16 years old. So, and that other picture there, I'm cut off on the. In this picture, I'm lying down on the floor in Reading Festival. I'm in a tent, but this is just like someone's cut two pictures and put them together. But that's me when I'm 16 years old, with my green Mohican that's just flopping down and my pierced lip. Yeah. That's me when I'm about 18 years old. No, 17 or 18. Drinking beer from the bottle. Probably 17 then. With my green Mohican. Maybe even 16. 17, 18, maybe 19. I don't know. It's me when I'm younger. And I was into the old music. And so, why not play one of those songs? For example, this one. I wrote this. This is an acoustic version. I wrote this. This is not me singing, but I wrote this. The guitar. I wrote it all. Anyway. Really, we're a bit more of an aggressive punk band, but, you know, this is like this. So, I hope I could be heard talking over it. the concept I was talking about is we're a young bunch of lads and we're in a band, and what we thought we should do is to play together, do loads of gigs, get really good, and then write our own CDs, write our own albums, record them, pay for them to be recorded, like demos, get them out there, try and build up a bit of a buzz. This was before Facebook and MySpace and anything, so build up a bit of buzz, handing out tapes, and then hopefully someone would take notice in the music industry. So that for us, well, for me, didn't really work. I got kicked out of the band. We did go on a bit of a little mini tour with a punk band, and we did some gigs and we won a battle of the bands, and we recorded a couple of CDs, but I got kicked out of the band for being too rock and roll. One of the lads that was in the band went on to work in the music industry and publishing in some way. And the most talented member became a lifeguard, and the drummer actually teaches drums and plays in a band still, and his band gigs and tours, so the drummer still doing it. Interestingly, from our own local area, the next generation, like literally the next year down from me in school, what are they called, the Claxons. So in the Claxons, that boy there in the Claxons that's there with that makeup on his face, with the adamant makeup on his face, he went to our school, was in the year below me. I didn't really talk to him much, but his band, same setup, bunch of local lads playing gigs, you know, trying to get interest in them, everything. They went to London. They did, I think they finished school and went to London and spent like a year in London playing gigs, and that was critical to it. If they hadn't done that, they wouldn't have made it, I would suggest. It's not that they weren't good enough, it's not that their music wasn't interesting, it's that if you're not being heard, that's the end. So I didn't realise it at the time. I thought that if we can just get good enough, then the opportunities will arise. Like the thing we need to be doing is to be good enough, write interesting songs, produce 2 or 3 albums, do as many gigs. Like if there's an opportunity to gig, I'm there. And along the way, you know, like in the movies, someone will be in the audience and their ears will pick up and go, hey, these guys have got it, and like we'll be invited to more. That was naive, I think. And I think what the Claxons did, this is before MySpace, bear in mind, you know, before all that shit, by going to London, they did the same thing as I was describing, but they did it in the clubs where people were watching. They did it in the places where you could build a vibe. So us in our small town gigs, in our, like, you know, village hall shows, it was never going to cut it. And you need to be in a scene to be able to rise like that, I think. And that was back in the day. Nowadays, I think it's different. Nowadays, I think that with MySpace and YouTube and Facebook and all that, it's the same job as any other person on the internet. I think it's even hard with music these days, but it's about personality, it's about likes, it's about numbers. And if you've got those numbers, then somebody will take notice. And it's not really about so much, for me, my understanding of it these days. Like you can be self-made, you know, you can do your own thing and get the numbers. But if you've got a little bit of a team behind you, the same, like it's very similar to what's going on with the ASMR, isn't it, or went on with the ASMR when it got popular on that third wave, was the idea that you could get an agency, like a streamer agency, you know, influencer agency, and they can put you everywhere and get you more likes and get you more, like this person in chat that said, you know, chatbots lower than any competitor. You do that and you have a team doing it for you, and then it all plays out in numbers, doesn't it? And once you've got numbers, then you're on the way. Like, so I think these days, if you were to do music like I do, in fact, why play you the song when I can play you the video? And it's not something I do all the time, is it? But when you do music these days, I think it's actually the jig, the trick is to get those numbers up. Get the numbers up. So what they're saying in chat, you know, I totally understand that now with less naivety. If I was doing a band now, if I was 16 years old, if I was managing a band now in my local area, I'd get them together and I'd say, right, first thing we have to work on is your social media presence. And they'd be like, what about the songs? And I'd say, we'll get to that. Do you know what I mean? Do you know? You must know what I mean. You know what I mean, don't you? I'm looking on the wrong thing here. Channels. I think I put it on True Binaural in the end, didn't I, as well? Search for, what, Big Valley? Yeah, I put it on here, look. Not this, you chuffer, that's an advert for chocolates and shit. And also Genshin Impact is playing some flute music in the background, so you just have to deal with that. What am I supposed to do about it? Look, this is a proper advert for me.
And it's a massive problem.
It's, I'm already up with Amnesty, I don't need to be advertised to, but... So now I've done music, you know, I just do music and art because I like doing it. Like, I don't imagine this will do what the thing that I described. It's not going to turn big, but like...
Like you don't mind the murder, and I heard you follow your farmers like their leaders. I come to set you free from all that you believe. You've been deceived, and I can see that you're not ready to be released. Before I was a glitter chip prince, I was a writer, but now I'm fire that ignites the fire lighters. You come hard, but you can't find your razor. Well, in the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer. Stand outside because you can't keep your boy in line. When he calls it, you come up on your phone like. Come hard, but you can't hide your razors. In the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer. Stand outside because you can't keep your boy in line. Up on your phone like, but you can't hide your razor. Well, in the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer. I'm in a line up to leave him. You come hard, but you can't keep deceiving me. I'm a fashion, a state of art, a season. A lesson learned, blind blood, come believe in me. Well, I'm the crucial from New York to Roman settlements. Well, I'm intelligence that needs to be leaked to be believed. Born denizen, I say release your children. I call calm while you're teaching them to kill them. Stand outside because you can't keep your boy in line. When he calls it, you come up on your phone like, come on, but you can't hide your razor. Well, in the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer. Stand outside because you can't keep your boy in line. When he calls it, you come up on your phone like, come hard, but you can't hide your razor. Well, in the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer.
That's that room that we're in. That's that room that we're in. It used to look like that. It doesn't look like that anymore. Nor do I. So, yeah, that was just some music. I told you I was going to take us on a tangent there. But in relation to what was being said in the chat there by Lavera Giol or whatever, like if I buy 1 million followers to that, maybe that could go somewhere because someone might take notice and say, oh, look, you've got a lot of numbers. We could, you're popular, ergo, we could platform you, you know, we could get some money out of you because you're popular. You make your own popularity these days and then they take notice, I suppose, and then you don't need them. I don't know, but for me it's never been about that. Like I did that, you might notice, I did that like in my house, like on my stairs, like just playing with my camera and my music stuff. I guess playing is a good word, isn't it? Just like, you know, creating, just being artistic. Just for me, for the sake of it, because I had the urge. That's all. Just I had the urge. Not like I want to be popular or I want to be on the telly or I wish I was the famous one or I should be in the VIP room. It's not that. It's not a million pictures of my fucking face. It's not me talking about me, although this is. It's just like, you know, that's what art's about, isn't it? So I'm going to keep doing that. I have got lots more to give. But yeah, I think in conclusion, Laveria Adol, I thought it was similar to the music thing. You know, I thought it was similar to the music thing, buying these subscribers, by paying for promotion of my channel, views and all that. I actually will advertise our work. I don't think there's much point in me advertising my music, like, unless I'm prepared to commit to it like David Bowie did. Like, I think with things like that, actually with music especially, you really, like when I was younger, I was all about the music. And then I decided through the fact it didn't succeed to diversify and do other things. But I think that if you, how do I put this? And why am I a little bit quiet? Oh, it's too late to change the volume on that. I am the volume I'm at. How do I put this? If you're going to like if I was to do that and someone was to say, oh, I like that music, let's do something with it, then they'd expect you to still be making music, still be practicing, still be turning up to gigs, like go on the tour, turn up to the interview. I'll be like, hang on, I'm doing streams and I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I only do the music sort of once every couple of days a month. Like, you need to be on it, you need to be in it and pushing it hard, I believe, to be able to get that result. I think it's a bit rich for me to be saying, oh, I've done a few tracks here and there. I should be, why aren't they looking at me in the same way as they do Madonna? You know, I banged up a few things on my 4 track. Why aren't I fucking Eminem? You know, I do all the rapping as well, but it's just, again, same thing. I'm much more consistent on the media production, and should I buy the success or the promotion of it? The promotion of it, yeah. You know, when we did, and I would tell you what, there's a video straight off on the top there, the sleep guided meditation. That is a fucking banger. Like, if you want to go to sleep and you're looking at ASMR or things on the internet to try and help you sleep, that's the video. It's not a good video, that is the video. 8 out of 10 cats prefer that video, right? That I could advertise. Maybe not the fact it's got an advert on the front. That's not going to help. But this video, right, it's a hypnosis. I do the thing, you do the thing, and if you do it and follow it, it will send you to sleep. So, you know, you can't just say I'm doing it while I'm driving. Like, that's a bad idea. And you can't just say I'm doing it with techno music on. That's a bad idea. You need to do it, you know, you need to actually follow it. Be bedtime, be in bed, be cozy, follow the video, do your arms, follow it. You'll go to sleep, right? And look what they say. Look what they say. Probably the most effective ASMR video I've ever watched. The problem is here, the ones that have fallen asleep aren't commenting, I guess. Videos usually wear off after watching more than once. This video puts me to sleep every time I need assistance. Assistance is a key word there as well, isn't it? Puts me to sleep every time I need assistance. So this is actually like, you know, lots of positive comments, lots of like feedback saying it works. You need to go to sleep. There's a video. I'd learned about hypnosis. I performed one. Now you can watch it, and it sends you to sleep. I would advertise that. You know, I actually would, knowing that the money would be well spent, because those who would want to go to sleep could watch it. And look how clean those headphones are. Look how spongy the ear bits are. I need to bin off these headphones and get some new ones. But they're part of the look. They're the iconic look. Anyway, that I could, you know, I'd advertise that. The chuku chuku sounds, or like, you know, fucking. I'm trying to, maybe that ASMRT one, maybe not, you know, maybe I don't advertise those, maybe I don't think everyone gets them, maybe they're a bit niche. So it's about value for money for me. I'm spending a bit on the stream, but you have to try that and use that. So yeah, if it is what it says on the tin. It is what, you know, lots of people have different feelings about ASMR, and that's a soft spoken one, it's not whispers. It's a hypnosis sleep video, and if you're trying to get to sleep, if you're in bed and you're like working on it, then follow that, relax, just let it go, and it works. 80% of the time, 100% of the time, you know. I can't guarantee it always works, obviously, but I think it works. So do other people. Anyway, I would advertise that one, and that's what I'm driving at now here, is that when it comes to our work that we're doing today, like today, we're playing Genshin Impact, but I'm streaming and I'm putting all this stuff together, and you hear about it on the stream all the time because it's going on in my brain. And when I've got it all settled and we're in the run, I won't be talking about what I'm about to make content like in the future. But this comment came in and I want to just point this out. Lives, I would advertise this. Like they're saying promotion of the channel, followers, view bots. I don't want view bots. I don't want fake followers, but I would put money into YouTube AdSense or whatever it is, and put that in front of people and say, there's a good episode. Target the people who are into gaming, mobile gaming, and there's a good episode. Like, now that I'm confident about the content, like, and not just my streams day to day, I'm confident about them from day to day. You know, I come on stream, I'm going to do a good show. But should I advertise the McCann's on film body language analysis? Probably not, even though it gets a lot of views. But that is like it's like a show, isn't it? It's like an episode. It's like a 3-hour, it's a podcast. So I can advertise that. It's more like a content product than just me switching on the stream and talking for 3 hours about something I find interesting. Like, even though I do my best to make these other streams, you know, consistently good, and I think they stand up to that critique. You know, can you watch them as an episode? Yes, But yeah, so I might consider advertising in the future, but I certainly, like, I don't think it helps really to have fake engagement. What a strange thing to be asked. We're now an hour into the stream. I think it's about time we actually play the fucking Genshin Impact game. Otherwise, what the hell am I doing? Why do I do it to you? I'm sorry that I punish you by making you listen to all this constant jibber jabber. I'm excited. I've got new cameras. I'm doing this stuff. I'm made loads of content. That's where it's coming from. But and I'm grateful as well. I am absolutely grateful. Right, Nilou, show cancelled. Navigate. I am totally grateful because I wouldn't be doing this like sat in a room on my own. It all stemmed. I tell you what, I gave up hairdressing and left quite a vibrant community feel. You know, my salon had people that worked there and people that came to get their hair cut. And I went and sat in a room on my own and gave up alcohol. And thought, oh god, this is tough. And I started watching these ASMR videos at night to sort of help me sleep. And then I thought, oh hang on, I've got a camera, because I had an old DSLR camera which I don't use these days, but my dad bought it me to take photos with as a present, and I was very grateful. And I used it to make little videos and photographs of things. I thought, hang on, they're making ASMR, I've got a camera, and I've got a nice microphone because I do my music. That's all you need, isn't it? I did my first scuff video. So he's not doing a tangent again. He's not. He's just going to show you what he's talking about because, you know, he's talking about it. And there it is right there. Look, if you go to the, not the lives, I've never done a live there. I will do though. Videos and scroll down. Very first one, 8 years ago, Scuss Sound. It's just me in the downstairs toilet with my camera and my microphone doing the Scuss Sound. It's good, innit? It's good. That's where I got started on YouTube's. That's how I got started
For
here.
painful sore throat relief, take Strepsils
Streaming,
Extra
anything.
to help numb your throat pain in 5 minutes.
Media production. Shut up, you. I let the Strepsils one go because I was lost in thought. But you're not gonna like this. Isn't it's me whispering? So you're not gonna get much out of this today. Now live on stream, but like, that's where I got my start on YouTube. Yeah. 50,000 views for that. Me in the downstairs toilet whispering the word "ska." So we've gone on a journey. You know, we've gone together. It's been big. It's been epic. It continues. That's what I'm basically going on about. Tangents are great. That's all my show is just tangent. But when I get into, I promised Genshin Impact gameplay. We're on Twitch. That's the name of the stream. So when we get into it, I should now do a good long chunk of Genshin Impact, unabridged, so to speak. But yeah, tangents are what it's all about. I noticed that Asmongold seems to get all this shit out of his system in the first 2 hours of his stream. Like, puts on all the reacts, does all that, and then he gets into the World of Warcraft. And once he's in the world, he's in the world. You know, like, maybe I should do a bit more organisation in that front, but I just like to call them Genshin Impact streams, and you know what's going down. It all hangs off this. This is what we're doing. Look at her face. She's cross. Right, gather everybody and get the situation straight is my task. So I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing. This is Nilou's story quest. Bear in mind. Gather everybody and get this. Well, I mean, here we are, aren't we? Who is everybody? I can't do anything to gather them. There's no. Shall I talk to this one? Oh, they gather.
Trying to best the academia in a debate is attempting the impossible.
Right. Okay. We're into this. All of a sudden, we've gone from my jibber jabber onto this now. We're in the serious business of trying to best the academia in a debate. Bear in mind it's story mode, story quest, so I'm not to expect loads of combat. I've already done my commissions. I don't have to get eggy about combat. We can just chill and we can talk, and if we want to go on tangents, that's fine. Look at this fountain. Doesn't it look like kind of like a jelly? I just wish I could put my hand in it. Oh, I can. My hand's disappearing into it though. I thought I'd see my hand. Ooh, that's not jelly. God, that's not jelly. Ugh, what is that? Do you think I can get in it? Can I? Do you think I can? Yeah, that's not jelly. I'm waterboarding myself. If anything, I'm just waterboarding myself. I should stop. They'll have me for Guantanamo Bay. The academia debate. The debate. We're in a debate with the academia, so no one noticed me waterboarding myself in the fountain.
If you really want to try, I won't stop you. It's not like our situation can get any worse.
You can chuff off, you big chuffer. I already remember who you are. You're a bad chuffer. You're a bad chuffer.
I don't think it's entirely hopeless. To Sharif, Nilou's approach will come off as naive, but that kind of frankness is exactly what they lack the most.
I never understand this, right? Here's a portly character. Slightly more portly. Or is she pregnant? I don't know. But, I made that mistake once. He's not going on another tangent again! So I worked at this place for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, and there was a lady, and she was quite rotund. When I say rotund, I mean in the truest sense of the word. Her tummy was roundy. It wasn't just like she was hefty. She wasn't like she didn't have a big saggy face or any of that. She ain't got the floppy arms. Every other part of her physique, in my mind, seemed I wasn't paying a lot of attention to her physique. Okay, I wasn't paying a lot of attention to her physique, but it did, in my mind, seemed relatively natural, normal, and toned. But then she had quite a portly belly on her. Quite a portly tum-tum. Quite a portly tum-tum. I mean, not being rude, it's just a fact, okay? And it was portly to the shape of spherical, even. Rotund, spherical. It was a roundy. And I thought to myself, she must be pregnant. I did. I'll be honest. I'll tell you the truth. I didn't tell her the truth. I'll tell you the truth. I thought to myself, she must be pregnant. I wasn't running my own salon at this point. So anyone who's ever worked with me when I've run my own salon, they're all thinking, oh no, it's not me, is it? It's not me. No, it's not you. But this lady, portly and rotund. So it's not a big it's not a big deal to me. It's just like there was another lady there who was actually, more what are the right words for it? More healthy, Anna. There was another lady who was bigger than her, so she wasn't. So I didn't. So anyway, let me get to the point because this is a tangent again. Is that she was getting these boxes. There was a delivery in. And you know what I did, didn't I? You know what I did? I went over and I said, "Don't you move those boxes. Not in your condition." And she went, "Oh, I'm not pregnant. What, do you think I'm fat? I'm not pregnant." I went, "No." And I tried to make it into a joke, and I went, "Being a woman." And then that actually angered everyone, because everyone else was a woman. So it angered everyone. No, well, women can do the boxes too, you fucking sexist. And I was like, shit, I can't win this one. Yeah, I do think you're pregnant, yeah. I did. I told you I didn't though, because I wanted to be polite, but I did. Oh, I hated that. I think she knew. I mean, I said it, didn't I? You shouldn't do that in your condition. What condition? I'm not pregnant. Ooh, bad. So, anyway, in Genshin Impact, they can make more rotund character models, look. But they choose to give us all of our main characters, all of our running and jumping chuffers, all of them. They choose to make them all pretty much all skinny as a rake, don't they? So, I mean, athletic you could call it, but I do think there should be more realistic body shapes throughout Genshin Impact. It's not just in the... Obviously, you can do it for the NPCs. You can do it. Just do it. It seems bizarre that they should be so... Like, everyone's skinny, everyone's white, everyone's good looking. I'm not suggesting we need ugly ones. I'm happy with good looking. I mean, for good looking for anime puppets, not good looking for real women in the real world. I don't have one of those pillows. It's not one of those sort of tangents, but oh god, as well, I'll tell you something else. Did you see Todd Howard did an interview with Lex Friedman this week, and Todd Howard is revealed that he's just like Darkseid Phil. He prefers to play his games with a controller on a sofa. He said the word unique at one point, and he described a game as Doom style. So I thought I'd make a little edit of that, but instead I've just told you it, so now I don't have to. Great. Carry on.
Things might turn out differently from what you expect.
I can't remember what you were talking about.
I am in favor of such a romantic feat. No playwright will turn down a compelling underdog story.
What?
Sure, in fiction, but I'm not sure how well that will translate to reality.
He's got a teapot on his head. Flower pot on his head. That guy's got a flower pot on his head, so he's the juggler. When you've gone, I'll open the door, so it doesn't matter. Right. Do you need me to do your bag or anything? Okay. Drive careful. See you Sunday. Up for the dog on Sunday, or no? Okay. Okay. Right, bye. Oosh. Where is my headphone wire? I think it is about time, isn't it? It's about time. All the money we spent on the fucking stream, it's about time I upgrade the headphones to Bluetooth. I don't want to let these headphones go, you know, but anyway. In fiction.
I'm not saying that I don't support you, Nilou. If you need my help, just say the word. Anything is better than just standing aside and watching the theater get demolished.
Anything's better than that.
I'm also pitching in. Let's show the academia that we have some fight in us.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I feel a lot less nervous with your support.
Not to rain on your parade, but my father is a real hard guy to deal with. He's erudite, meticulous, demanding, and exceedingly familiar with rigorous logic. It'll be extremely difficult to beat him in a debate. You all already knew that. But you just didn't want to hurt Nilou's feelings. But when all's said and done, aren't you hurting her just the same?
I don't really know what's going on.
That's enough, Inaya.
Sorry, I've ruined the mood.
They're all having a row, aren't they?
I just can't force myself to expect a positive outcome. Nilou shouldn't have to push herself for the sake of an impossible goal.
Success comes from hard work.
Yeah, it's way too early to give up. You're right, Inaya. We're up against the academia. Everyone knows that they're very powerful.
Are we still up against the academia?
Being skeptical might actually be the more normal response.
I thought they might have come over to our side of things now because we've kicked their heads in a number of times.
But I still want to try. I'm reluctant to just let Zubair Theater go.
Oh yeah, we're not having the theatre go down the pan, no.
And it's not just me. I think everyone else here feels the same way. If we're unhappy, we should speak up and let our voices be heard. Say what's on your mind, and do what you think should be done. If we fail after that, then at least we won't have any regrets. I mean, after all, the only thing we can control right now is our choice at this very moment.
I understand what you're trying to say.
Then, could I trouble you to tell your father about our plan for a debate? You can still get in touch with your family, right?
Yes, I can.
Then, please help us pass on my request. I've never participated in a debate, and truth be told, I'm still not really confident in myself. But since we've decided on a debate, I'll do my best to prepare for it. I'll gather everyone's thoughts and let them be known to all during the debate.
Good.
I, by myself, definitely don't have enough wisdom to beat your father. But what about the entire theater combined? Then we should have a chance, right?
I don't think it works like that.
Right.
I don't think everyone's allowed to pipe up, are they, in the debate?
That's right, Miss Nilou! Beat the bad guy! Justice will prevail! Make him eat dirt! You two. We aren't getting into a fight.
Just having a chit-chat.
But thank you for your encouraging words. Well said back there, Nilou. I felt that I might have said a bit too much.
Collect
Anyway,
the thoughts
We better start preparing now.
of theatre
First,
members.
Let's see what everyone thinks about the situation.
Okay, I'll do that, but I'll do it by magic, look.
Time to pull everyone's thoughts.
Please? No? I mean, I've got this magic that makes me read their brains.
I see everything.
Surely this is the perfect moment. She's thinking nothing. Look, Rekart, nothing. But if I ask her, she's going to tell me something.
I didn't expect you all to challenge the academia.
That's a miss. They should have let me use my magic brain reader.
That reminded me of my younger years. Back then, I feared nothing and no one, and I was always charging into the most dangerous of places.
Sounds like you.
I can't do things like that anymore, but those were some of the best times of my life.
Yep.
Sorry. If the theater really ends up getting demolished, then you, Soren, and Abi will all...
Ooh.
It's all right. There's no need to think such heavy thoughts. Even if the building gets demolished, its people will still all be here.
I don't know why it would be a fucking demolition site. I don't know what you'd all be hanging around there for.
Have faith in the resilience of an adventurer. We can always figure something out.
Yep.
But won't you have regrets if things just come to an abrupt end? It'd be like when you were forced to stop adventuring.
Ah, so that's what you were worrying about. Relax. I've had a lot of experience with regret. Things are painful at first, but as they say, time heals all wounds.
Or you might just regret things until you die. I mean, it's better to regret something you did than something you didn't do. That's what the Butthole Surfers said, according to Anthony Kiedis. But, the Butthole Surfers said, it's better to regret something you did than something you didn't do. But... I don't know what they're going on about. We're saving the theatre and she's going on like, I don't give a shit really, let it burn.
Look at us now. Soren and Abi are happy. And Soren is also just passed his theatre exam. He can start acting soon.
No, he can't. The theatre's going to be closed down. He hasn't even got any proper socks on.
He was thrilled because he can soon perform on the same stage as you.
Well, we're going to be burning that down. We're going to be pulling it apart nail by plank.
We wouldn't be here if it weren't for our past struggles.
What's she on about?
And would Soren have become a happier person? That's hard to say.
Are you trying to make us feel better?
Yes, but I truly do mean what I say. Being here at the theater has taught me an important lesson. The most important thing about an experience is how you choose to interpret it.
Kind of. I don't know if I agree with that, but yes. I mean, I do think that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, so to speak. Except for, as Norm MacDonald said, except for some cancers which just weaken you. And then kill you again later. Which isn't funny in a way, because he died of that exact thing. But he was making a joke out of it. Look, what I'm saying is, yes, you know, you've got to be resilient and you've got to move on and reflect on things and say, that made me who I am, and I'm going to take the lessons, I'm going to take the anything good I can and move forward with it. You know, it's made me stronger. So yeah, I understand that. It's about how you interpret things. Things might not be good or bad, they might just be things, and you might just have to deal with them, and how you choose to interpret it helps you to deal with it. So I do agree, but at the same time, I'm supposed to be fighting to save the theatre, so what's your point?
I can choose to believe that my life ended with my husband's death. Or I can choose to believe that it was a blessing in disguise for Soren and Abi.
I don't know about a blessing, that's a bit heavy. You know, I can choose to be sad about my husband dying, or I can think, well, actually, it was quite a good thing, really. I'm glad he's gone, the bastard. Like, I mean...
Similarly, even if this theater disappears, a new beginning might just be around the corner.
You're right, actually. They might put in a Woolworths, mightn't they? They might put in a Costco. So it's all win-win, really, isn't it?
Good and bad are all human-made concepts.
Yes.
It all depends on how we choose to see things.
But no. Good and bad are human-made concepts, but you are a human. And, you know, saying, well, it's all relative. Yeah, but it's relative to you. So if it was your husband, you should feel sad. It's okay to feel bad and unhappy. It's probably not going to benefit you in the long run to feel like that your whole life. And you're always going to have a part of you that feels like that. So you're going to, at some point, have to say, I'm going to look in a different direction. I'm going to distract myself, and these feelings will subside. And sometimes they'll bubble up, and you know, it becomes like something that's part of you, I guess. But to just be like, oh, actually, I'm going to decide it was good. I think maybe your dead husband would be a bit sad about that. What did you say to our kids? Oh, it's good your dad's dead. Right, no. What, Mom? What? No, honestly, kids, it's good your dad's dead, so shut up and go to bed. No. What? Oh, there's the dog chuffing. And it's me now, isn't it? It's just me, so... Come on, you chuffer. It's Daddy, the doggy, and an axe. Come on. It's going to be good. Well, it's going to be indifferent. The blade of an axe is indifferent to the life of a dog. I'm only joking. I wouldn't kill you with an axe. Only an intruder. And I wouldn't feel good or bad about it. I'd just feel nothing as I bludgeoned them to death. That's what I've learned today.
You have a point.
Nilou, I know how important Zubair Theater is to you. But you don't have to be so nervous. We're all here with you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Raykar.
No need to thank me. If anything, you inspired me with your bravery. You might have what it takes to become an excellent adventurer.
Yep, she's already a first-rate adventurer.
You're too kind. All right, I gotta cheer up. I can't waste everyone's words of encouragement. I feel a lot better.
Good. My children and I will be cheering you on at the debate.
Good one. Collect the thoughts of the theatre members, 1 of 3.
Everyone hold hands.
So, is it a specific 3, like the juggler, the props engineer, isn't it? It is, isn't it?
I've gained a whole new level of respect for you. Inaya was right. It's true that I couldn't bear to bring down Nilou. It wasn't out of pity or anything, though. I just felt like I didn't have the right to say anything. After all, Nilou was the one who bravely stepped up and proposed to fight back. I didn't have that kind of courage or initiative. I'd be a terrible person if I spoke badly of Nilou without doing anything to help. She knows better than any of us how difficult this path will be.
Not as impressive as the last one, was it? Not as thought-provoking. Right, you with the flower pot on your head, you can't have anything to say. You're just
When
going to
the
be
day
like...
comes, I'll get my friends and the theater's customers to come and support Nilou.
Yeah, alright, thanks. I don't care you've got a flower pot on your head. I mean, that really just rules you out of every conversation. Should we listen to the flower pot man? Maybe not. Maybe not. Ooh, I need some wisdom and common sense. Let's listen to the man with the flower pot on his head.
If anything goes wrong, I'll have them scream and shout and drown out whatever Sharif says.
Good one. That's a good one, isn't it? Have them scream and drown out what the other man said. Idiot.
I can't do that? Fine, I'll think of something else.
Don't hurt yourself. Well, that's them. What? No, wait, what? Collect the thoughts of the theatre members, 1 of 3. Now, I've just spoken to 3 people, I'll have you know. Only 1 of 3 is checked off. So that's not right, is it? That's not fair at all. I've spoken to the fuckers. The props engineer, the juggler, and the props engineer. She had a proper thing going off. She's sad. Okay, I'll talk to this guy, but I can't think that it's fair. Like, who else am I talking to? I'll try this chuffer just in case. Oh, this one. Yeah, it's this one.
Paimon doesn't really want to talk to him.
No, I can't remember why not.
So, you've already developed some prejudices against me. And to think, I was just about to put forward a suggestion.
Oh, Paimon will listen to that.
Although, I know not if you have a new answer to my previous question. Now seems like an appropriate time to revisit it.
Wearing a weird monocle.
What do you think is the meaning of art?
The meaning of art is that. Thanks. So, next question. What do you mean, next question? The meaning of art is that. Is what? That. What? That. What that? Exactly. You think about that, Kasani.
Oh, this again?
We probably do need to tackle this question if we want to prove the value of the arts.
Oh, right, okay. In that... What? Prove the value? I don't think we can prove the value. I mean, to prove the value of the arts, you would have to question the heart of the... Depends who you're proving the value to. I mean, everyone's got a different value to different arts. Like, some people love Pokemon, some people love Rembrandt. Like, you can't... Some people love all of those things. Most of us.
I don't know how to explain it, but all I know is that when my performance makes the audience happy, I also become very happy. Does that count as a meaning?
No.
You answered him so seriously. Careful, Nilou. This guy's ramblings never make any sense.
No. Nilou's answer far surpasses yours.
What?
And it is close to my own.
Fuck off.
The meaning of art comes not from its creators, but from its audience.
Yeah, it's in between. It's the space in between the creators and the audience and what happens in that space. It goes on in their minds, and they're more in their minds than anywhere else. But things don't happen in your mind by mistake with art, from good art, in my opinion. And there are levels. There are, qualities of art, good art and bad art. But a good art, that's like a good prompt, isn't it? It's like a good start place for your mind. Whether you're looking at it, standing within it, listening to it, then your mind does the rest. But the mind of the artist created that first thing, the prompt. And that's the way I feel about it anyway.
In other words, only art that can be appreciated by others will impart its essence and value upon the minds of its audience.
No and yes. For example, I mean, I go back to... because my favourite art is the conceptual art movement and the sort of anti-art, anti-aesthetic. It kind of informed punk, which is what was like my first, I suppose, fashion and music passion. Maybe not the first, actually, I don't know. I liked rave music as well, which was going off while I was growing up. But what I was going to say was that if art can't be appreciated by others, that doesn't mean it can't have a value and impact on the mind of its audience. Like, it can have a huge impact even if it can't be appreciated. In fact, some art that is unappreciated has extraordinary impact. So I don't agree with what he said.
This is something that the academia can never understand.
Because it's rubbish, mate, so
I once pursued the mastery of art, much like how a researcher would chase wisdom and knowledge. However, the more of a connoisseur I became, the less I felt I understood. I began to question what it truly meant for art to be understood at all.
That's like, it's a stupid thing to say in a way for someone who's purportedly wise, because like art, yeah, can art be understood? Well, like art's so broad. Like art is a child drawing a picture of a house and then their parents sticking it on the fridge. Art is art is the pile of manure that was dumped on the front of, was it in New York or was that in London? Front of the art gallery. Art is so many things, isn't it? It's music, it's dance, it's poetry, it's games. Like we're playing a piece of art here. We're ingratiated within an artwork at the moment. So for you to say you can understand it, it's pretty broad. That definition is pretty broad. So there are some things that can be easily understood, and there are others that might seem ever more ephemeral. That your grasp on them might seem ever more ephemeral. It's too vague. It's too wide, you know. So I don't think even if that is, I mean, that is the case. So what? Because to be understood is not necessarily. Again, we go back to that purpose of art. To be understood, is it? Is that the purpose? To be understood? That's the purpose of signage, mate. That's the purpose of a fucking, road sign. That's a piece of art. Someone had to design it. Design. It's more like design, isn't it? Is design art? Is craft art? Is illustration art? Or is it just like pretty pictures? Like, we're talking about the ability to be understood. And I critique that and say no. Don't worry about whether you understand all of it. You're a human, you react to it. And if you're finding more understand, like, I don't think art is a process of, like, in terms of like the universe and all creation and everything. Theology is a process of trying to understand God and our ideas about and surrounding it. You would say. You would probably say biology, science, chemistry, physics, biology, the traditional science. That's a pursuit of understanding, isn't it? That's a pursuit of understanding our world and everything within it. Art is a pursuit of expressing our feelings and helping others to understand, if anything. I'm choosing the word understand, understood. Helping others to understand our feelings, maybe. But then it's not that, is it? It might not be that. It doesn't have to be that. You don't have to feel those things to create and for someone else to feel. And they don't have to understand you. It can be something else. So, again, I don't know about art and understanding. I know there are humanities where we pursue understanding of maybe economics or sociology or psychology. Economics being the social science of scarce resource, and understanding how we share or choose not to, or put a value on our sharing of commodity, how we commodify things. It's nice to be able to draw these boxes and lines around things, isn't it? But art, it's not that, is it? And again, I'm talking in that broad context, art. What goes in the art bucket? Someone wrote a song, someone drew a picture. What's your understanding of the song and of the picture? What do you take away from it? What does it give you? Yeah, I don't know if like being a connoisseur means that you understand it. Like the deeper you go as well, what's beautiful about it is it's like these rabbit holes that we do on the internet with some of these other chuffers. The deeper you go, the more there is. Like it's like an ever unfolding fractal or layers to an onion. I don't think you ever get to the nucleus and the kernel. Some of art is quite exposed and crystalline. You know, it's quite obvious what that kernel is, and some of it is not. You know, some of it is to never, like the smile of the what is making the Mona Lisa smile is never to be understood, can never be understood, is an open-ended question that is the reason the art is so interesting to people.
I found that I could comprehend even the most complex and sophisticated of works, and yet somehow that provided me with little solace. I remained even perplexed about this conundrum until I visited this theater and watched one of Nilou's performances.
It was that life-changing?
Everyone here had a joyous part in the overall experience. The actors upon the stage basked in the love of their audience, while those in the house immersed themselves in the wondrous ambiance.
Do you know what's really weird is that only just now, him mentioning this, I've always felt a moving artistic experience has been one that's made me feel so, like sad, or that's made me resonate, or has resonated with my feelings in a negative, not a negative, but you know, nothing's good or nothing's bad, but in a emotional way that makes me feel sad, not depressed or down, but that I can explore those feelings. And like you know, like a film that makes you cry to me is a powerful piece of art. A painting that captivates me can be about so many other things. Like maybe I'm not going to stand in front of a painting and cry, but the music that I've listened to, the bands I've gone to see, like going to see Green Day, for example, the overall experience where everyone on the stage basked in the love of their audience, while those in the house immersed themselves in the wondrous ambience and fucking blew the place apart and jumped around. And like when I went to see Foo Fighters on that first tour of the UK that they did, like that was something else. And it was art, wasn't it? It was art. It was them creating and me enjoying, and everyone had this reaction. So I never put that in that ballpark before. I never put it in the same box. I never realised that all my love of music, all the times I've been to a rave and danced for 6 hours, all the times I've blown my horn, all the times I've crowd surfed, you know, it's all part of the art. It was all born of the art, and it was all joy and wonder. And I always thought that art was about some expression of pain. Like even in the music, you know, the sad songs that I resonate with the most, some expression of pain. But I didn't realise until he said that in this game that I'd somehow put the expressions of joy in a different place, in a different box. Like, I didn't realise that my love of those things, like the times that I'm feeling a little bit emotional talking about it, but not emotional sad now. It's weird. Like those times that I've really loved and really enjoyed myself, and it's because of music, isn't it? It's like, what's going on here? We're talking about they're going to burn down this theatre, and they're going to burn down this theatre, and this guy's discussing the value of the theatre. And he's saying that he didn't understand art until he watched Nilou's performance, and Nilou's performance was so joyous, and everyone had such a great time that he understood art at that moment. That before he hadn't really understood it. And I was reflecting before about art and the arts, and like I just said, I think that I didn't realise. So, like, if you think about like what's the most powerful piece of art you've ever experienced, I think you would probably say a film that made you cry, or a song that makes you cry, or takes you back to a certain time, whatever. But I wouldn't put like if like, that's my sister in chat there, so she'll understand what I'm saying here. But like, I would probably put Long Dark Tunnel in there over the Helicopter tune or something. But like, you know, like a jump up drum and bass tracks like Nicky Black Market or something, like, you know, they're also pieces of art, and they also move me, don't they? And they have a very powerful effect on me. But because it's positive and because I'm enjoying it, and I'm like, yes. It's like when like a football team score a goal, like when your DJ drops the track that you love, or when the band is like says, okay, this next song is off our third album, and you think, I know what that one is. Like, you know, you're excited and you're in, like, yes, it's like, yes, isn't it? That's an art feeling. Like before, I'd maybe because of sport, maybe because of watching football, and like I said just then, associating it with scoring a goal, or, you know, winning a lottery, or something good happens. You go, yes. Like that's a universal feeling, response to something good. Yes, we all feel like that. And it could be not art. It could be like someone just gave you some car keys and said, that's yours now. Yes, like that's not art. But I got the similar sort of like positive feelings from being at a gig or being at a rave, and their artworks. Like the rave is a place to like the theatre is that on the stage the artists are doing their art. Nilou did a dance, but on the stage at a gig, like Billy Joe was playing his guitar. That's the art. And like, so yeah, obviously music is art, yeah. So like the totem pole you made, right? But what I'm saying is that, like, for some reason, if I were to, I'm pretty sure this maybe is, most people would say this as well. What's the most powerful piece of art, or what's art that means something? What's meaningful? Like they go to the darker world. Like immediately, I'm again. This is, maybe it's just me or maybe it's not, but immediately I'm thinking of Guernica now. Guernica. Hello. What was his name? Am I spelling right? Oh, Guernica. Guernica, of course, obviously. Guernica. I didn't know Guernica. Is that going to be a big one? Tiny little picture that no one can see, thanks. Tools, size, probably large. No one's going to want a tiny icon of Guernica. Britannica, they'll do a big large one, won't they? Big large chuffer. So that's Picasso. He's famous. You've heard of him. And that's probably one of his most famous works. And it is of, it's like a war battlefield thing, scene. There's bad things happening to all the people, the animals. It's sad, bad, like dark. It's art, and that's like powerful. One of his most powerful works, isn't it? From Picasso. But if you just do Picasso, then you're going to get a lot more colourful and vibrant and nice. Like that isn't remembered. I mean, people know it's a Picasso. Like you talk about Picasso, don't you? And people know, like, oh, he did all these shapes and funny stuff. But like, you're less likely to remember and know the story of this painting, which is quite vibrant and positive. But Guernica, which is like death and tragedy and, like, you know, bad stuff, that's his masterpiece. That's the masterwork that, like, maybe it's just me. Maybe Goya. You wanted me to write. You wanted to write Goya. Yeah, look, that's horrible. Look. That's proper art, look, isn't it? He's eating a chuffer. That's terms of service. But it's art, so it's fine. But, like, isn't it interesting, then, that the negative aspects, or the things that make you feel the negative feelings, the sad feelings, the bad feelings, they're the pieces of art that, like, you would naturally say are the most powerful. Like, even songs, like the sad songs, like, which is your favourite Bush song? Glycerine. Or, like, even though the other ones actually make me feel more... like, you can't put it, like, if you put it on a graph, the other ones probably make me feel more. Like, Glycerine can make me feel a bit sad and a bit reflective and this and that, but when I hear, like, I don't know, like, something more upbeat and aggressive. Like, I actually get more feel, like, you know, there's more, like, you could probably, if you were to fill up the glass of water with how much feelings it gave me, the good feelings one's probably more full. So it's like, it's weird though, isn't it? That art has both sides of the coin as well. So we'll go back to Genshin Impact, but art has both sides of that coin as well, doesn't it? And here in Genshin Impact, we are being told, and bear in mind, this is a work of art that I am playing, that artists work on. Like, they call them artists, not because they draw the pictures, but because, like, and developers themselves are artistic. So they're all in a big team making this art, and they get a chance to talk about art in their creation, and they're mentioning about how it's about the joys and the wonders, and we have a lot of joy and wonder in Genshin Impact. We have a lot of fun, don't we? So,
in all honesty, from a purely critical point of view, the performances here are exceedingly average.
All right, turns out it's average shit. It turns out it's shit, so I'll take that back.
Hey, don't say something like that.
Yeah, not to her. She did the performances as well. That's the rudest thing you could say.
But what bewildered me was how, despite the performance's middling quality...
Middling?
They captivated their whole audience. They captivated even me.
Oh, I see. He's just saying it in a rude way. What he's saying is, they're rustic, they're rudimentary. You know, they're not the most sophisticated performers, but their heart and soul is in it, and everyone can see that. And that's fine, because, like, when people go and watch, I don't know, like, amateur hour actors, or even their own kids. I suppose their own kids is different because they care about their kids regardless of whether they're good or bad actors, but like, you can go and watch some, I guess unsigned bands is a better place to put this. You know, you go and watch some people playing their music in the local pub or whatever, and it can be really fucking good. They captivated me. They didn't have to be the Beatles.
I realized then that I had walked the wrong road. The mastery of art was never what I truly wanted.
Yeah, okay, I've got the point here. We've discussed it as well. What the other point he's making here is that it's not about your skill in execution sometimes. Punk music makes the point very clearly. You know, it's about something else, something something on a different, from a different place. You know, you might not even be able to play the guitar, but you can still be a rock star, can't you, if you're the Sex Pistols, and you can still produce interesting art. You might not be a very good painter in terms of your skill and execution, but the things that you paint can be very good.
I left the so-called frontiers of artistic research and came to this theater, for this is where I can finally find what I seek.
Right.
Art will no longer be a castle in the sky.
Okay.
Whether it be inspiring or entertaining, art must be appreciated by others to confer value.
I don't understand what his purpose is in this, because he's here as an interesting conversation point, but, like, who gives a shit what you... Oh, you're going to allow art to exist now, are you, Mr. Monocle? Fuck off. Like, we'll just put you outside and then we'll carry on doing the play. Like, we'll carry on with the dancing and you can just go outside. We don't have to have your authoritative blessing to carry on. Like, we're going to draw some pictures and you can fuck off.
If art cannot accomplish that, then it is meaningless.
You're meaningless.
When you put it that way...
Don't listen to him, Nilou.
Mr. Zubair and I refused to follow the Academia's orders to change our shows for a similar reason.
Did you?
To put it simply, we were afraid that our shows would lose their meaning if people couldn't understand them.
I'm holding a hand, look. I'm holding a hand.
I once stood in the spotlight, but I relinquished fame and acclaim for the freedom I enjoy today.
Fame and acclaim. Look at your monocle. Don't you tell me that you were famous. Well, they would have spotted you in a crowd with the monocle on.
I care not for where my feet may take me next. But Nilou,
you need to remember
one thing. You already stand upon the finest stage there is. And that is a rare gift that should never be taken for granted.
Well, you already stand on the finest stage there is, and that's a rare gift that can never be... Yes, but if you're... There is, up in the air at the moment, as part of this quest, is the conversation that they're going to take away the actual stage. So I think we should worry less about the rare gift and actually worry more about the actual stage that they're going to take apart and burn down. They firewood or something they're doing. I don't know why they're so eggy about this stage. It seems quite nice in this environment, but fucking foundational city planning or something. They want to tear it apart.
You cannot give it up, not even to the Academia.
Don't give it up. Not even to the Academia. Don't give it up.
understand. Thank you for your words of encouragement,
I'm wearing the
Mr. Kasane.
Cheetos coloured. She's got the Cheetos coloured. Just forget
Dust the cobwebs away from the eyes of those scholars.
All right, monocle.
He really seemed to care a lot about the
He's
theater.
got his turned his back to me now.
Once you get to know him, you'll realize that he's actually a big softy at heart. He'll even help out with furniture repair and painting the stage.
Seems like a bell end to me.
Wow. Paimon didn't think he had that in him at all.
Right, so I've already talked to Portly over here, yeah, and she was sad about art, and she was like, I don't give a shit. I've got so many regrets in life that you can burn it to the ground, and I'll deal with it. I'm tough like that. And then we talked to him, and he was like, I thought art was a pile of dog shit, but then I came and smelled some of it, and I realised how fucking smelly it is, and now I'm all about the smell. Look at me, I'm getting wet. I mean, ooh, that caught up my dress. Look, I'm in the middle of the fountain. I'm in the fountain. Look at that! Get the camera out. Wait, get the camera out. Where's the camera? Special camera, this one. I've got two cameras. I've got normal camera and special camera. Special camera moment, this. You ready? No, that's the chat. I always do that. Are you ready? There you go. She's in a blancmange. She's in her own jelly. That's brilliant. Saved. That one's going in the folder. And the specialness is around the edge here. You can see there's some sort of like orange light bokeh thing. That's the special element. So pretty special though.
Something on your mind again?
No.
Let's work through it together.
Obviously there's nothing on my mind, is there?
mine.
Because this is entertaining me. Like, wee! I'm in the fountain. Now look, I'm going to do this one more time, but I'll do it with an adult because I think it's a bit rude to be doing it with a child. Whoop! Oh no, it's not going up her skirt, look. Look, it's not lifting up high enough to give her a wash. You have to do it with the Lesser Lord Kustanali. Whoop! It's washing her bum. Right, jump off quick. Okay, now look. We spoke to him, and we spoke to her. He wants us to speak to one more theatre member. Okay? I did speak to the juggler, but he didn't have anything good to say because he's wearing a flower pot on his head. So, he's a waste of everyone's time. I don't know who the other one's going to be. I think it might be Sheikh Zubar, but he's a chuffer and I don't want to hear from him. So anyone but him, but there's no one else around, so come on then. Sheikh Zubar, what do you have to say? What are your thoughts on the... bear in mind, right, the proposal is the academia who run the show round here. They're big chuffers around here. They run the whole district or whatever. But I've already been in there and kicked their head in. They were building a god. It was a bad egg. They had her trapped in an egg. And I smashed them all up. Went overboard with it. Killed their god. Tore all his pipes off. Something happened with a gnosis. The doctor was here and then he was gone. It's all kicked off. Right? I'm a pretty big cheese around these parts. This is God. She's an Archon. She's a god. This woman is just a character. She just goes around being like human. Oop, she's wet. Ah, get her out of there. No, she's... All her nice clothes are wet. Anyway, look. She's just a normal human being, like with pointy ears or some shit. Amber's a real human being, okay? She goes around doing... Well, not human, because we're on a different world, aren't we? But, you know... Anyway, Nahida is an Archon god. She's their god. Right? So if the Academia want to do anything... The proposal is, for some reason... I don't know about this writing. The proposal is, for some reason, this whole stage is getting torn down. This has got to go. I mean, it looks pretty nice. I don't know why it has to go. No one's explained that. This is the bazaar. They come down here. It's like they've got market stalls. No one's minding this one at the moment. Look, quick, have a kebab. They come down here, look, selling their wares. If anything, this is good for them. They don't need the extra space. They're not running out of space, are they? Look. If anything, this is good. Gets all the people down. Come to see the theatre. I don't know. It's a bit weird having a fountain in the way of the stage. Could you imagine going to a gig and there was a fountain? Right? Up there, they're playing the guitars, but you can't see them properly because of the fountain and stuff. That would be bad. So I suppose most people come up this way. Over here, this is the carpet shop. Yusuf and Sula, I don't know where their parents are, but these kids run this carpet shop and they seem to like it. There's a doggy. Hello, doggy. And then this would be where the carpets are in the way, but this would be where you get to see the main stage. There's a tree. If anything, the Academia should cut down this tree here. Yeah? I know we're protecting the trees in this game, aren't we, in a way, but cut down these trees and build this up a bit here. Build this up a bit here. Maybe you have to keep this tree because it's holding the fucking place up, but you know, make more of this area so that you can see the stage better. You could have some tables and chairs or something. Be nice. Down here's the mosh pit. No one can access. They've got a ramp up the side of the stage if you want to go up it. You need security for that. But then you're in the water. Oh no! Ah! Splash! And there'd be loads of people in the water. Wouldn't there? It'd be a real security hazard issue. You'd have to have all security along here. It's a big issue. Get rid of the Okay, we'll get rid of the fountain. I can see why they want to redesign it now, actually. Look, if you're on the stage and you're acting, oh, I'm in the stage doing my thing. Oh, none of those people down there can see you. None of them can see you. If anything, they want to lower the stage a bit, don't they? Probably take it down about 3 courses on those breeze blocks. Take it down about 3 courses. So I can see why they want to remodel it now. If anything, I'm on the side of the academia after all that. I've changed my mind to tear it down.
Mr. Zubair, we're trying to put together a list of arguments that might be useful.
Or we're going to have a debate
Any
with them.
ideas?
It won't be difficult to explain our position. They're in the wrong, and they know it.
Okay, I'm glad we got your help then for the debate. Good. Are you ready for the debate? Right, you're in the wrong and you know it. Counter that, you fuckers. You can't.
I have meticulously managed this theater's affairs for years,
Have you?
and I have abided by every procedure and obtained every permit.
Good on you. Procedural.
I did all of that to protect ourselves if something like this were to occur.
I got it in the
didn't
bag.
expect them to disregard the rules altogether.
Alright, they're not playing by the rules of the permits, so...
Yes, I know. But anyone who's staying at the theater is one of us.
Something to do with that woman Anaya, who is her dad's a baddie.
If I can't even protect the members of the theater from outside pressure, then I have failed in my duty as a manager.
You don't want to fail in your duty.
In summary, you need sufficient confidence and strict adherence to the rules. At least for now, they don't have the authority to demolish the theater.
Good.
As long as you double down on that point and force them to concede it, you'll gain an advantage.
All right, got it.
Okay, advantage gained.
I've seen many situations like this before. The academia sure likes to get its nose into everyone's business.
That stinky academia with their smelly nose smelling everyone's business.
While you prepare for the debate, I will also prepare the theater for the potential aftermath. It's best to prepare for the worst outcome.
So while we prepare for the debate, he's going to prepare the theatre for the worst potential aftermath. So while we prepare for the debate, he's going to be pouring petrol around, like putting loads of ignitables, boarding up the doors. Like, what are you up to, mate? Don't prepare for the worst. You said we were going to win.
Chatting, do me a favor and tell our customers that we're cancelling all of our shows.
We're cancelling all of our shows, right. That's where the name of the quest comes from.
Do we really have to?
Right now, no one's in the right frame of mind to perform. I have to consider both our staff and our customers. This is the only way.
Total rubbish. We just mentioned, we talked to that other chuffer, and he said that the reason he didn't want to close it down was because he came to the theatre and he was so moved by the performance, even though it was rudimentary. We have to keep, at this moment more than ever, we have to keep the idea alive that the theatre is good, and the best way to do that is to put on free shows.
Nilou, you are incredible.
Shut up, you look tired. Someone push him in the fountain.
With your talent and youth, you had the least to lose out of all of us. And yet you were still the first to take a stand.
She was good, wasn't she? In the main Archon quest, she was good. She went up there and, like, I can't remember exactly what she did, but it was good.
I've never thought about leaving your theater, Mr. Zubair. I truly love this place, and I want to keep dancing here. I also want to keep dancing with everyone else.
You're becoming more and more like her. Do your best. We'll do all that we can, and leave the rest to fate.
You might want to get yourself some proper shoes. You can't see them, but he's wearing those sandals like everyone else. If we're going to getting in a barn...
Hey!
There they are, look.
My
Horrible
teacher.
sandals.
She was an excellent dancer, but she's retired now.
Inform
If we
customers...
have time later, I'd be happy to tell you more about her.
Inform customers of the shows being cancelled. Now look, hello Crawl, if you're watching this and you think this is standard Genshin Impact, bear in mind, normal Genshin Impact has a lot more combat, but this is a story quest, and I have done my combat earlier to get it out of my system. I'm happy just jumping, look. Just jumping for a little bit before I do the next thing. Just to get it out of my system that I feel like I'll do a couple of moves. Pow! Have that, you fucker. Rah! Shoot your bows and arrows. Ah, have that, you fuckers. Ah, you... Get you... Okay, now we're back in the quest. So I can calm down again now. She danced to trigger the false order to the guards.
Here.
She did, didn't she? She was there were all the guards.
Closing?
And she went up there and she did all the dancing. And it was like I thought she was going to fight them all. That's why I can't really remember. Did she get a sword out and fight them, or did she just run off at the end? I think she might have run off at the end, but she did. She sort of took a stand, didn't she? And there was all the guards, and it was just one little Nilou, and she said, "Right, fuck this." No, yeah, she was impressive. Is the theatre actually closing? No, we should. Again, this is the worst thing we can do. If you go around and tell everyone it's closing, get them used to the idea. Yeah, they're all on the side of the academia, really. You want. Maybe you could drum up some support. The theatre might close if you don't support it. We're doing a special show today. Everyone, we want to see it packed to the rafters. It's important to show the academia how well supported the theatre is. Not, it's going to close, we're going to cancel the shows. You're probably better off not turning up, because then we are fucked, aren't we? Then there's no appetite for the theatre, because everyone's just like, oh, we heard it was closing, so I went and got myself a fucking... got myself a ticket for the old... trying to think of some other... In my town we have a theatre, but we don't have any other entertainment venues. So I went to they haven't got a cinema. I got myself a ticket for the crocodile baiting.
He's been worried sick for a while.
We don't have that
now.
in my town, but they
he
might
wouldn't
have it
stop talking the whole way back.
Hey, you two.
Farhad.
What exactly happened?
Jut.
There's so much...
Yes. He told us that we have to shut down the theater within 30 days.
Oh,
and that it's going to be demolished.
What the heck? That came with no warning.
We're doing a debate to try and save it.
They're messing with us again.
Don't tell me you'll have to listen to him.
Come on. You know the answer to that.
Yeah, it is a direct order from the academia.
Oh my god, fuck the academia.
There's no need to worry, though. I'm preparing for a public debate with the academia.
Exactly, that's the news you want to tell them.
If I win, we might be able to overturn things and change their minds.
Exactly.
Really? That's terrific. You have my full support, no doubt about that.
So I'll see you at the debate then.
Mine too. So what was their excuse anyway? They still not a fan of the theater's programs?
I don't remember anyone directly talking to you, Ash. No, it's alright, you can just pipe up with your questions, it's fine. Nilou's a pretty important chuffer though, you know, she's a pretty big star, so... But Afshin,
yeah.
Something like that. Yeah,
Good
good
thing they have
answer.
the power to make rash decisions about things they don't even understand, huh?
Yeah, they need to
Sarky.
touch more grass, not books.
Touch more grass? What the fuck? That's modern lingo of the current gamer generation. That's a modern meme if ever I've heard one.
Exactly. They want to look down on us?
Ha!
We'll look down on them
first. Doesn't make sense.
Don't worry. Everyone here has your back. The academia's recklessness won't get them any praise.
Right. They might think that some forms of knowledge are more valuable than others, but everyone can equally appreciate art.
Fine. I think we've got the point here. I hope you don't have to say anything else to me.
If they don't
oh,
believe
God.
that, send them my way. I got them beat on this subject.
Maybe you can prepare some questions on the details of dance performance to make things harder for them at the debate.
Maybe you can just shut up.
Sounds like a good idea. Maybe that's something I should do.
Maybe it is. I mean, I'm not doing it, so can we just move on?
Ignore him. He's joking. Just do things your way. No matter what,
Ignore him.
we will always support you.
I was up for ignoring him from the start. Look at his big hand. Look at his hand. Look at his big old hand there. You don't get many of them to the pound, do you? Look at his hand.
Thank you all so much. Your understanding and support make me feel a lot better.
There are always more solutions than problems. If you need help during the debate, just shout and the entire Grand Bazaar will be at your beck and call.
Yeah. Strange belt. Very strange belt. It looks like a curtain sash. No one else is wearing one like that. Oh no, this guy's got one on. It's just different colour. Must be a trend.
Gotta show them who has the people's support.
Afshin just slightly getting the tone wrong every time.
I feel like the pieces are starting to fall into place.
Good. Go back to the theatre.
Let's head back to the theater
It's
and
only
organize
there.
our thoughts.
It's only there, isn't it?
Sounds good. Inaya should also be back soon.
I'm not getting to do much. I might go this way. Off the rails now, aren't I? They didn't expect that, did they? Game developers. They didn't expect me to go over here and hide in this bush, did they? Let's go back to the theatre and wait for Anaya to arrive. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm going to wait for her in this bush, and when she arrives, I'm going to run out and trip her over. Boosh, she's going to go on the floor. And then I'm going to run out, like, she's going to come through this door. I'm going to run out from behind here. She hasn't seen me. She hasn't seen me. I've seen her come through this door. She's coming out. Right, I've run out. She hasn't seen me, right? Grab one of those melons, or whatever they are. That's a melon. You can't tell me it's not. That's a wolf hook. That's a sunsetia. That's a Harris fruit. But that is a melon. You can't tell me it's not. Grab that. Bang on the back of her head. Fuck you, Anaya. You're fucking closing down my oosh. Give her a couple of kicks. Boosh. Boosh. You're not having my fucking theatre. Boosh, you fucking chuffer. Send that back to your fucking dad. Get another melon. Here's one for your dad. Boosh. Yeah, fuck off. That's my plan. Although Anaya is on our side. She's on our team. But it's her dad that's the trouble. So, you know,
Abby?
the message will get back.
Have you seen Miss Inaya?
No, Miss Nilou. Miss Inaya isn't back yet.
I know. She seems to be having some trouble with some fruit at the entrance. God's kicking her head in.
Wasn't she just passing on a message? Does she really need this much time?
She could have started arguing with her father again. She's a mole. She's a mole. She's grassing us up. Let's have it. Come on.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Traveler, Paimon, I think I've messed up big time.
She thinks she's messed up big time.
What if Inaya never planned to come back?
Which goes with that. I mean, obviously you knew that, but I just thought I'd reiterate. She thinks she's messed up big time. You know, you can buy it. Look, this is a tangent. Just gotta have it. Gotta have it. You can buy those headdresses. You can. Genshin Impact. Is it a crown or like a headdress? Oh look, there's Klee. She don't look like Klee. Hang on, that doesn't look like Klee to me. Klee's not that. That's a bit of a saucy. That's not right. What? Klee's not. Klee doesn't wear little. Well, she does, but not like that. It doesn't quite ring right to me. That sexy Klee. That is. Klee's an 8-year-old girl in the game, so shouldn't have sexy Klee. I'm glad they've changed it. When I went back, they've changed it. Thanks, they heard me. Now this interests me. That interests me because I press that button, the F key, and it goes clunk, 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 and I think, oh, that's nice. I'm collecting things. Yeah, so, right, if I could buy that, yeah, and when I press it, it goes clunk, brilliant. If I press it and nothing happens, not so good. Click, click, fidget toy pendant. It's just one computer key. Does it go clunk, 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 clunk when you press it? Brilliant. If not, no. Not so good. But interesting. This interests me. Oh, look at this. That interests me. Oh. Look at these. That looks more like Zelda to me, that one. I mean, I haven't used any of these swords in game. Maybe I've used that one, but £100 is way too much money. Look at that though, £129 for a... Oh, you chuffer. And I bet that's not worth £129 when you actually get it out and look at it. Like, it's made of fucking foam in places. Spongy foam. It want to be made of metal for me for £129. But they do all the different kinds, look. They're all £129, which seems like a lot of money to me. That, £129. That's £89. Yeah? That's fucking way too much money. But, if you're Scotty Hottie and you've got your head screwed on, look, you can find one down here. Look at that. That's £30. That's not even... That's okay. That's £30. It's not even a lot of money, is it really? Not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money! You chuffers, you can't see it because of the green screen. Look, you chuffers. What's this? I'm such a naughty chuffer. I'm such a bad chuffer. Wait. I'm such a bad chuffer. Wait, where's the... Wait. Ooh. Ooh. Look at that. Ooh. Ooh. That's nice, isn't it? No, that's nice. It is a little bit wobbly. You couldn't use this as a proper weapon, I'll tell you that. And if you want my actual fine detail rating, you can't see so much fine detail, but it's just printed plastic, and you can see in the emblem here, the gold overlaps. It just like bleeds out a little bit onto the pink. It's not perfect, Doesn't have to be perfect from a distance. If you were fighting with it, you got a bit of a wobble. You can bend it, look. It's not like made of metal or anything. You don't want to be smashing people around with it because it probably will break. But for cosplay purposes and just for looking fucking cool, that lives on my wall now. In the gaming room. Chuff! Look at it! Ah! It is a bit good, isn't it? It is a bit good. I mean, it is a bit good. It's the dog! Don't hurt the dog with the sword. Don't hurt the sword with the dog. He's a good boy. Probably put that back as well. It's my own stuff. So just put that on the wall. Just keep that there. It's over there now. That was worth the money. Definitely worth the money there, yeah. What the fuck was that on my hand? Oh, that was a weird one. I felt like something was tickling my hand. Like it was a spider. I hope it wasn't a spider that came off the sword. It was probably nothing. More likely nothing. And I think, what am I doing now? What am I doing now? I'm trying to put my filter back on chroma key. Close. Thank you. Yeah, so I thought that was well worth it. I don't know what there is a question I've got though. You've got no space. I mean, it only take up a little space, doesn't it? I just couldn't. I couldn't not buy that. I wanted one of the £100 ones, but for £30 I don't, that's a good deal to me. I'm not spending £100 on it, am I? But that was okay, yeah? And like, the thing I've got a question though, right? Should I have bought that one? I don't know what that is. I don't recognise it from the game. And then this one's called the Reforged Manure Splitter. Now, I don't know if you noticed there, you can see it's only little, it says Reforged Manure Splitter. I don't think this is the Manure Splitter, is it? I just copy and paste into Google. Let's just have a look at manure. Like, manure is like horse shit, yeah? Cow poo, like, that's manure. So, Reforged Manure Splitter. It's not the Manure Splitter, is it? It's Eula weapon. It's one of the signature weapons. Look, there it is. I don't have Eula. I didn't have many options. I had 2 options, so I got the sword that looked the coolest. But they've got other ones on AliExpress, look. I don't buy off AliExpress. But that's $20 on AliExpress. Maybe I should get that. I'm quite prepared to get that as well. That's Raiden's sword. Look, you see it comes in 2 parts. It's made of actual plastic. Like more solid plastic, I think. Quite prepared to buy that, frankly, very much. But £18, look. They do, oh wait, 52 centimetres, 110 centimetres. 110 centimetres, £27. It's not a bad deal. I don't know what I'm ever going to do with it, like you say, about, space. But they do make more, so I'm only at the start of my, oh, God help me if I end up having a collection of swords. I did used to fight with swords. It is a thing that I like. I was in the British fencing team, so I've got a reason for having it, but now I've got it. It's on the wall. But it's fucking cool, yeah? But is it the Manure Splitter? Why is it called the Manure Splitter? Why is it called the Manure... That was Heel Hitler. We're going to do that sometime. Why is it called the Manure Splitter? It can't be the Manure Splitter, can it? Spreading manure. Separating manure. No. Reforged Splitter, yes. Not manure. They've got that wrong, haven't they? Eula's Song of Broken Pines. Oh, that's the Song of Broken Pines is Eula's. All right, okay, and I don't have that. So what's the Reforged Splitters? Whose is that? Reforged Splitter. Mist Splitter. Not manure, mist. So they've got that wrong, haven't they? Mist Splitter. I think they might have mistranslated Mud Splitter. Manure Splitter anyway. Oh, it says Mist Splitter there. It says Mist Splitter on the main thing, but when you choose it and it comes in the post, it says Reforged Manure Splitter, and I thought, what have they done here? I have not ordered a Manure Splitter, but thankfully it arrived fine, just the right thing. You can buy other little pieces of Genshin tat as well. A fan. I don't have any use for a fan. But that, oh, it's on Amazon as well, so you can't, it's easy to buy it. It's not like you have to go on another website and type in your details. You're already signed up to Amazon, so there you go. Bang, that's in your basket. Fuck. Are you really buying it? Yeah, go on then. Ooh, go on then. You can actually see there in the detail of that where the gold bleeds, the paint bleeds. So you can actually see that. It's all fair. It's all above board. It's all fair around here, mate. 32 notes. What was I even here for? The crown. The crown. There's 60. Oh, that's a foam again. £60 for foam, though. I mean, that's quite nice, isn't it? Is that how long is it? 11-inch blade length, 29 inches. That's not bad. 60 quid, though. I'd buy it for 20, 30 max. I can't, we can't start spending £60 on swords, the foam swords, but hello. And it has nothing to do with Shogun. They just add random Genshin words on it because it also mentions Shogun and has nothing to do with Shogun. I bet they don't know anything about the game, do they? They just like make it like... Imagine you work in a factory making polyurethane toys and someone says to you, there's quite a popular game called Genshin Impact. And you say, yeah, is there? Yeah, I want you to make me a harp. This is the style and design. And you ain't got a fucking clue, have you? Like, if you work in the polyurethane toy factory, you're very unlikely to know what the... You just get given the design and you do your best to turn it out the way you hope it looks. And who wants that? Who wants to pay £52 for a fucking harp? I mean, if you're doing the cosplay, you probably go through all the rigmarole of making your own anyway, but... a harp, doesn't make sense to me, a harp. That fucking rocks. If it fitted and was made of nice... I bet it... for 60 quid, I think that's probably made out of cheap plastic. But that rocks. Like, Hu Tao's costume. Again, I'd buy that coat. If that coat was made out of actual fabric, like stitched like a piece of material, like not a cosplay cheap, like actually a coat, I'd pay 100 and something for that, and I'd wear the fucker, like my Genshin Impact coat. Yeah, that's cool as fuck. But like some papery plastic, wear it once and it tears to pieces, and that was lots of money. But there we are. Look, told you, didn't I? Nilou's headwear. Finally. There she is. She's wearing the fucker. There. There it is. 60 quid. You can have your very own hat. And look who they got. They got Nilou to present it for you. Strangely though, this Nilou, hers is that colour. Black and whatever. And this one is like yellow. So they're different. She's not modelling the one you get, I'm telling you. Quite an interesting cosplay though. She actually looks quite a lot like her, doesn't she? I don't think they're her real eyes, are they? She's probably got someone else's eyes. Some shit. Maybe it's artificial intelligence. It's all pinned in with hairpins, look. She's pinned it in with hairpins and you can see the clips. So that's not particularly good. Anyway, you could have that. Or if you... The other old... I mean, look at this. Ooh, look at... The cosplay sells it, doesn't it? But look at the sword. Ooh, 80 quid now. Bit too much money for me again, but 80 quid and foam. So. And then there's a staff. Oh, pole arm. The pole arm. No. Yeah. Oh, look at that. This is like sword porn now. Look at that. I don't even know what kind of quality it would come. 80 quid. I'm prepared to buy it if I was a millionaire. Not at my end of the scale. 80 quid on a sword that I'm going to put on the wall and occasionally show people and go, look, isn't it cool? That ain't too much money. I mean, I'm a streamer. I'm a professional streamer. So I could get these weapons and do an episode and be like, oh, today's episode is about these Genshin weapons, so I had to buy them. I put them on the business. Very close to buying that, but not quite. Not quite, but oh, look at it. And it's good when you get it in the game, but imagine this. If when you win it in the game... Genshin Impact sends you an email and says, congratulations. Imagine that. I would pay a proper subscription, right? Here's an idea that I just came up with that can change the world. I would pay a proper subscription for a game like Genshin Impact, and if I win a sword in the game, they post it to me in the fucking post. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? That would be absolute. Imagine a great room set full of... Yeah. Now, if you get sponsored by Genshin, like you said, they could fill my room with it, yeah. But they're very unlikely to sponsor me because I'm not spending any money on their game, and I'm not suggesting you do either. In fact, I'm showing that you can play the game for fun with no money, and all the money I could have spent on Genshin Impact I'm considering buying a sword with. So I'm like the worst advert. Money spent 0. Hardly even playing the game on the streams. Doing lots of shopping on Amazon, but this is fucking cool. And like, if they were prepared to throw me stuff like this, I think this is not even, I think this is unofficial. Look at the lamp, it's awful. I bet it's quite big. It's unofficial, I think this is, but if anyone wanted to send me a Genshin Impact sword, yes, lovely, I would fill my room with them. But then I would have, like, I said I didn't want a streamer room full of all bits from games. Everyone's got one of them. But I would end up just doing it because I absolutely love them. The other ones that I put in the basket but took out, frankly, I put them in and took them out, was... This is cool as fuck though, but... I mean, it is cool as fuck, no doubt. But... So the £125 jobs, you're not getting them. 125, you're off your nut. But we're talking 40 quid. We're talking foam swords. They come in silver as well. That's just the example in black. We're talking Attack on Titan. You know, there's nothing wrong with picking up a pair of Attack on Titan. That's a letter opener, so don't get excited. That looks the shit, but it's a letter opener. But there's nothing wrong with picking up a pair of Attack on Titan. No, she's cross. They're just made up, like, they're cheap moulded plastic things, aren't they? Moulded rubber. Not too special. There's the silver one. That's the one I'd like. The silver ones. And they've got this bit of string hanging off the edge because they're supposed to be plugged into your gas pack, aren't they? But so they just got the bit of string. That's why I put them. I decided to take them out of the basket because I think the string looks scruffy, just hanging around on them. You'd cut that string off, wouldn't you? You just bin that off. Although you need it to plug into your gas pack if you're doing a proper cosplay. But the swords themselves are cool as fuck, but they're a little more niche. I don't know if everyone knows what Attack on Titan swords look like. What I could do, I don't know about all just Genshin Impact stuff, but I would buy all the swords from the games and line them up on the wall behind me. I've got one now, so now I've got an excuse. That would be acceptable to me, swords from games, because then we could open it up to they must make one, mustn't they? Zelda sword. I just put Zelda sword. Nintendo sword, The Legend of Zelda, Link sword, official, original. This must be the one then. Official, original. Double official. 25 notes. I wonder how big it is. But she's got it. She's only little, bear in mind. So it's little. I'm not a Kokiri, for fuck's sake. I want a proper full wonger. All it'll mean, though, is that I start buying, like, here we are, foam, master. I want the master sword, don't I? Like, here I buy a foam sword. I'm happy with it. It's good. It's not perfect. It's a foam sword. It's for fun. Yeah, goes up on the wall. And then after a few years, I start thinking to myself that I want, and I bet they make them. I bet it's Etsy. Etsy master sword. And I bet it comes £600 plus. Oh, we're not talking £600 plus. No. Are we talking real metal? Like, I want the actual functioning swords now. We're talking £80 there. That's not too bad. It's not too impressive looking. It's plastic, isn't it? It is plastic. That's a plastic handle and pommel. So I'm not going to fight anyone with plastic. It could be metal, but now, you know, you're going to start, you're getting a hobby like that and you start stepping up, don't you? And you ordered myself a small, you've got a vision. A vision, that's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. Because you can wear that and everything else. I thought it's still niche. Still niche. I thought Amazon would just bring it up if I type vision. No, it's brought all this other stuff up. This is, I don't want a fucking birdcage. Do I? That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a Genshin Impact vision. That's a really good idea though, because you can wear it and anything that you're... Oh, they do it in little jewellery as well. That's nice. I'm sure they do a variety then, don't they? Look. Yeah, and you can have that, and it's your vision, isn't it? So you've got it on you, and you don't have to have all the other kit like that's the core. Everyone's got a different style, but they all have a vision. So if you've got a vision, then you are a cosplay Genshin Impact. Everything else is your own style. So I think that's quite cool. Yeah, it's quite a clever idea. For those in the know as well, like it's a small. Like, if I carry that sword around in the street, people are going to think I'm an idiot, and then people that see Genshin Impact are going to go, "Oh, he's got a Genshin Impact sword." But like, if I had a vision, no one's going to think I'm an idiot. They're just going to think it's just a keyring or something or whatever it is. And then when someone knows about it, they're going to go, "Oh, you got your vision." And that's quite cool, isn't it? It's like a little secret signal. I think wearing a Tignari jumper is a bit different. But having a vision is quite a secret signal. That's quite cool, actually. Now I've seen that as well, right? That, I assume that's small. Garden ornament, I assume that's small. And what it made me think of, right, if that's like little, then I can get some hamsters and I can dress them up. I'm vegan, I can't do this, but I could get some hamsters and dress them up as the Genshin Impact characters and use tiny Genshin Impact props to make Teviat come to life. Teviat come to life, but with hamsters. But obviously that's terrible, bad. Don't do that. Go back to swords. Yeah, I reckon I could go high end though with swords. Like there's a shield, Etsy. Is it made of metal? You know, we're talking about 350 quid now. But that's where I'd end up. If I'm not careful, if I start buying and displaying armaments from video games, I'll get well eggy about it and just want like the full blown. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know about that. Maybe that's a bad idea. Because it'd never end as well, would it? Look, it would never end. That's cool as fuck. You'd have to be right in the know for that, but that is still cool. But maybe, yeah, I'd display armaments from video games in the room. I'd be prepared to do that. That's a bit better than having a little shelf with some, you know, a statue of Mario on it or whatever. Armaments, yeah. I suppose there must be guns as well, mustn't there? Like, didn't really play Halo, but there must be some famous guns from games. I don't really want them sending me I don't really want guns being sent to me in the post, because then, you know, the police might turn up at my house. But look at that. That's nice as well, isn't it? Steel, wood and leather. Like, these people actually go all out on it, don't they? Like, if you could actually use it as an actual shield, that's what I'm talking about. You know, I want an armament that I could actually use as an armament. Which is even worse, isn't it? It's even worse. I'm very tempted to click this one. What the fuck, dude? Dude, what the fuck, dude? I never saw Zelda wearing that, dude. What the fuck? Bows are quite interesting as well. Hand-carved wood. Again, you probably wouldn't recognise it as being a Zelda bow, but it probably is quite accurate. You're a great advocate of DIY, but doing resin epoxy in your current house is impossible. I've never even tried. You did D&D tiles. Oh yeah, stuff like that. I'd do little miniature stuff, yeah, but not like anything big like a bow. It might be quite interesting as a project. I think I'd just make a mess of it. I think I'd end up spending more than £400 in materials and end up with a shit bow. But there's a lot to be said for some of this stuff. Like, you know, I mean, that's quite cool, isn't it? But I bet you have to plug it in, and then you have a wire hanging down, and you don't, like, they've managed to mask it quite nicely in the image, but when you actually put it on the wall, you have a wire hanging down, and extra neon in my sets is an option. But I quite like the rustic reality of the weaponry. Anyway, I've talked long and hard about this now. I've bought a sword, you've seen the fucker. I'll get it out every now and then. I'll get it out for different reasons. But I'm going to stay at this end of the scale for now. £22 on a sword every now and then if I feel like it's... I mean, that one isn't necessarily that standout, is it? You couldn't... You know, if you saw that in the street, you wouldn't run over and go, that's the Master Sword. Like, whereas the Genshin Impact ones, they definitely... I see them as Genshin Impact weaponry. Look at that. It's like a dagger that you put on your Wii remote. So if you're playing, you can stab people at the same time. Like, that's a bit hectic. Choose a life, not a knife. Put down the knife. Choose your life. Or teach your kids to stab each other when they're playing on the Nintendo. Oh. Don't start showing me these. 46 ain't too bad, is it? Anime fan, the special knife of Black Katana knife, Skyward Blade. I don't even know whether it's a game or something. I don't know what it is, but it looks fucking cool. I'm happy with that. 40 quid's a lot of money. I think it's made of wood. Who's buying that for their kids? Look at these. Katanas. Are they out of a particular... Oh, it's used by Kamado Shin in the comic Demon Slayer blade. Okay. If you like the trick is do the most cheap possible design. Yeah, because everything's practice. Even before thinking to use real good wood, use sponge or clay. If you see people practicing sword technique with a wooden sword, not an iron one, maybe. Although I will tell you, having been a professional, I was in the British fencing team. I was a sword fighter. So the balance and weight of the sword is important. So you can't really practice with a non-real weapon. And like I could wield a sword. If we were in a sword fight and you'd had no training, and I've been to the British fencing team, then I'm going to win. I went to the World Championships at fencing, so I'm probably going to win. And they're all different. Okay, yeah, big heavy sword, little rapier. Yeah, they're all different, but I know a little bit in advance. So I would practice sword technique with the sword I was going to use, and that's why that's what I'm saying. I want these to actually be functional, not wood. I would rather have a real sword, like not maybe a real sharp one. Yeah, fuck it. But that's dangerous and is an offensive weapon, and the police can come in and say, "What's that on your wall?" So maybe just playing with the toys is better. But you'd find it difficult to translate your skills when you pick up the real sword because the weight would be very different. Unless, I suppose, you could weight the wooden sword in some way, but that must be quite hard because weighting it, like you could add weight at the top end and that would make it feel heavier. But yeah, I'd probably go with the actual, even if it's just made of like cheap metal and it's not sharp and shiny. You're better off practicing with something that's properly weighted. Practice makes permanent. Look at that. I should watch this Demon Slayer thing. Demon Slayer Blade, it's a comic. And then I'll be really into it and I'll really want that. We've got to get on with Nilou. We've got to carry on with what Nilou's doing. I've left Nilou. But, Demon Slayer Blade, there's loads of them in the shops, so it's not just those. Oh, there's 136.99. That's going to be a good one. Where's the comic? Can I have a look at the comic? Oh, look at this chuffer. See, now I'm getting welded. Oh, what's this? Etsy. I'm on Etsy looking at swords. No, don't take me here because I'll never leave. There are some cool swords, aren't there? I don't really need any of them. And to be honest, it would look a bit... Let's be honest, let's be real. If someone came in my house and I had fucking loads of Dungeons & Dragons swords on the wall, like loads of Lords of the Rings swords, they'd think I was a bit of a geek. And it's a little bit over the top. Like, it's a little bit boy's bedroom rather than grown man, isn't it? But, you know, I never understood this when I was growing up as well. Like, I'd be like, oh, look at that, that's cool. And my dad would be like, I'll put that down, you're naughty. But doesn't my dad also think swords are cool? Like, why doesn't everyone think swords are cool? Do you know what I mean? Like, the adults are always like, oh, put it down, stop messing. But don't all the adults, why don't the adults think they're cool as well? I can see why America's got a problem with guns now. We've got a problem with knife crime in our country, and they're selling these sort of things. Look, they're selling these sort of things on Etsy. Fucking hell. Combat sword, Damascus sword with leather sheath. Damascus is the type of forging of the blade. It's you use like loads of cheap offcuts and then smash them all together to make a blade. I think that's what Damascus steel is. I might be wrong. And also, going back to what I was saying about me having experience with a sword, I would definitely rather use a lighter sword than a heavier sword because of all my training. Like, there'd be some swords that I would find much easier and much more... I'd be much more used to wielding. Like, an infantry saber, I would absolutely rip it. I'd be good with that. I'd like more of a guard on it. Oh, look at that. Sabre. Sabre drinking bottles. Dunder Mifflin. Someone's got some cheap water bottles and put a sticker on them. They're selling them for 20 quid on Etsy. Man, they get away with anything on Etsy. Not even associated with the It's not even official. Yep, that's a letter opener, but if it was a real sword, I'd do you with it. I'd win. A little bit of experience. Only a little bit, though. A little bit, quite a lot. It's all about footwork, distance, and timing. Blade work's important, but I'd probably be able to win most sword fights against amateurs based on footwork, distance, and timing. Same with boxing. Like, if I got in a ring with an amateur boxer, and neither of us had ever done any boxing training, like we just step into the ring, but I've got a background in a martial art that's taught me distance, timing, and footwork, I've got a huge advantage. So, I'm not blowing my own trumpet too much. I am a bit, though. I don't know if you heard me counting, I did over 1,000. And there goes my tummy rumble. So I have actually got food in the other room that I can bring into this room and eat. So I might just go and get a little... Oh, I don't know if I should. We're back to the game, though. We're seeing what's going on here. I know, we've all forgotten now. But Inaya's supposed to be coming back.
What?
Explain.
It's just a gut feeling, but knowing her, she probably feels like she's completely responsible for what happened. She probably thinks that all of this happened because she was staying here.
Oh, right. As soon as her father showed up, she said that her father was targeting her. So she's felt like that this whole time.
She has a long-standing conflict with her father. That's why she ran away from home. She doesn't think that we can win the debate, and she doesn't want to implicate us, so she thought leaving was the best thing to do.
They stopped talking, the choppers. Oosh! Got my little fuddle up. What I'm going to do, while I eat crisps, I'm going to turn the mic down. The doggy wants them. The doggy can have some as well. And we'll listen to them talking, and I'll just, you know, I'll just turn the mic down. Because I think you're not going to want to hear me... If you want to hear me chomping crisps, then we'll have to wait till we can get, like, memberships, and that can be like a... We'll do it on Patreon or something as a... listen to me eating crisps. So we'll carry on with this.
Mm-hmm. And then she just quietly left afterward.
Exactly. She's being too pessimistic. How will you know if you don't try? Anyway, first things first. We have to get her back.
But where should we start? Sumeru is huge!
I think I might know. Let's start by looking outside the city. Before I brought her to Zubair Theater, she was staying at a remote campsite. She got a fever from drinking unclean water, so I carried her back. If she has nowhere else to go after leaving the theater, she might go back and strike out on her own again.
Then let's go take a look.
Yes, let's hurry.
Usually they talk for fucking ages, don't they? And this one time when I want to eat some crisps, they're like, oh, no fucking no, I've got nothing to say, let's get out of it quick. The cheek of them. Like this one time when I want to eat some crisps, they're like, yeah, I haven't got anything else to say, let's go. Straight out into the... Oh, she's out there, we better hurry. I'm eating my crisps. Dickheads. Right, where are we going next? Over here. Been everywhere in Sumeru, so there's nowhere we don't. No, you're not having this. This is cake. This is daddy cake. That's not for dogs. Daddy ate that. Where can I put that? Oh, there we go. Oh, good boy.
What they say is true. You have to see them. Hey!
what you see is true. You have to see the hay. Traditional picking up of things like that. Find Anaya outside the city.
There are signs that someone had stayed here very recently.
But we can't confirm if it was Inaya or not. Let's take a look around first.
Good thinking, Batman. Oh, there she is.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. It's Anaya.
I heard it too. Let's investigate.
Do you think? I mean, maybe not. Maybe we should sit here and wait for her. They're gone. Oh my God, I'm on a timer. I'm on a timer. Fuck off. I'm not doing it on a timer. You can fuck off. Not putting me on a timer in my enjoyment time. This is my enjoyment time. Not putting me on a deadline. I'm going to pick the crisps out of my teeth and smoke this at the same time. Real horrible combo that is. Why have I done that on stream? Why have I eaten crisps? I've got them stuck in my teeth now. Bad chuffer. I did this before, didn't I? I should have one of these things just over here, shouldn't I? Shouldn't I? Didn't I? Shouldn't I? Oh, he's going all the way in the other room again. He's not. Oosh! Sorted it. Not doing that on camera, thank you very much. Picking my teeth on camera is not very attractive. And I'm eating the chocolate cake. I'll have all that in my mouth as well, won't I? I forgot what I'm doing. I'm on a timer. Reach and settle the emergency. Oh, it's like distance from target. Over this way. Oh, I'm Nilou! Wait, I'm Nilou!
Coming from over there.
Look, I'm Nilou! Whee!
We're almost there.
We're almost there. It sounds like a crocodile or a tiger. And we've got 3 minutes, and it's 30 meters away, so I think we're okay. I'm just going to collect. The stuff. Go back to being Nilou. Look, here she is. Whee! With the pom poms. Whee! What's happening? That sounds like pig. Sounds like growling. There's some piggies. Oh look, it's these. Now you chuff off.
Stay
Ow!
back.
Stay back, exactly.
It's Inaya! She's being attacked by wild animals!
Come on, let's go.
Inaya, don't be scared. We're coming to help.
I mean, we're shouting at us. We're right here. Come on. They're not attacking. Let's go. Oh, you chuffer. Look, they're trying to attack now. Come on, let's go. Do you want to go? Do you want to be attacked? Fuck that. Stay back, she says. Alright, I'll stay back. How about that? What next? Bit of a situation. Ow! Bad chuffer. Ow! I mean, I don't want to attack them. They're animals. I just think we could leave them to exist, but if you want me to.
Rise. Speed of light.
Just give them a little hit there. So that should scare them off. You should discourage them. Just see if that works. No! What? Well, it's that one's with the one we discouraged. This one. Right, I've done that now. I've frozen that one. That should really put it off. No.
Dance with the waves. The Temple of Wisdom.
Not gonna enjoy that, are you?
Don't blink. Hey! With sword comes shadow.
How about that? Fucking killed it now. Ow! What the fuck?
Speed of light.
I'm not having that.
Committed to memory.
I don't like the fact that we're on like a sort of tiger death run now. Why should we have to kill all these animals? Why should we have to kill all these animals? I like those emojis in chat, they're quite cool. I really have to put my finger out. January, don't I? We're gonna have to get some. I'm waiting till we get YouTube. Like, because when we need them on YouTube as well, then we need them. So. I really should. We should have emojis around here. It's literally the case of choosing an artist, commissioning them. It's not big.
Thank
Just
you.
get on with it. We can get more later as well,
There
can't
weren't so
we?
many big animals in this area before. They chased after me for a long time.
I get it, Inaya.
Sorry. I'm causing trouble for you again.
Not really. I can eat my crisps.
Why did you leave by yourself? You really don't think we have a chance at winning the debate?
No. I just thought it would take too much effort. Everything happened because of me. If I'm gone, then the situation will resolve itself.
Yeah, everyone's working together towards a happier ending. No one should be singled out for blame.
It's all right if it's me. As long as the theater won't get demolished. You guys are the
It will.
kindest people I've ever met.
It will get demolished.
You shouldn't suffer so much because of me.
Listen to me, Inaya. Even if you were the reason that all of this happened, no one would blame you. Mr. Zubair said that you're one of us, so that means we will protect you. No matter what happens, we'll stand as one.
Nilou, there will always be a victim, whether it's me or the theater. You can't eat your cake and have it too. You can't win a debate against the academia. Especially since your opponent will be my father. My father is an extremely demanding man. He's always wanted me to become an exceptional researcher and his academic successor. I tried my best to meet his expectations and did everything I could. But he still wasn't satisfied. Or rather, he had just never been satisfied with me. I'm no genius. But whenever he berated me, it was always as if he was asking me, "Why aren't you a genius?" Yeah, like I'd know.
Because you wouldn't know, because you're not a genius, and nor am I. I just, yeah, exactly muted. Nobody's a genius around here, mate. I'm not Alfred Einstein. But isn't it sad that her dad really wanted her to be a genius, and then when she wasn't, he wanted her to work out why she wasn't. Something that she's unequipped to do, not being a genius. Only geniuses know where their genius comes from, apparently. This cake looks nice. I made the bucker. It's got bananas in it. That looks nice.
So that's why you ran away from home?
At first, I thought the father would slowly come to terms with reality. But he just wouldn't stop berating me.
When that card game comes out, you're going to be a genius. The cards get golden animations. Do they, though? No, that would be nice. Do I want to... There's one place in my mouth where things get stuck. I don't know if it's the same with everyone. Probably everyone's got different teeth, but... There's always one hard to reach bit that's the difficult bit. Alright, turning my head's not going to help, is it? Anyway, look. The card game. I'm not going to take us on the full tangent, but Hearthstone have just brought out... I don't know why. I bought the value bundle for the expansion before I even looked at it. I would have actually stepped away again. They're bringing out Death Knights. So we're adding cards. And we're now adding... each expansion is going to have more cards in it, which makes it harder to get all the cards. It's more expensive. Death Knights. And that is a separate class. And we're having signature cards. So you can have standard cards, gold cards. Happy with that. Now you've got platinum cards as well, or whatever they are. Diamond cards. I'm not happy with that. And now you've got signature cards. So you can have one card 4 times over. I don't want 4 versions of the same card. I don't want signature cards at all. You can just throw them in the bin. Gold cards are good because sometimes you complete the collection and then you can start upgrading to gold cards. And sometimes you get a gold card in a pack and you're like, oh, that's quite cool. You know, I'm not the sort of player that wants all gold cards. Now you can have that though. They've opened the floodgates and said you can buy gold packs. So now they've opened the floodgates to gold packs. Like, oh, it's just... they've said, hang on. Unlike most other mobile games where monetization is the priority, we're just, running our normal card game here. We could be opening a bottomless pit of money. Right, we could be doing that. How do you do that? Well, you first of all let them buy the gold cards. They're waiting to open them in packs. Just let them buy them. Next, make another level of gold card, like a platinum card on top. Okay. Next, make a signature card. If you start giving them any more money, if you keep giving them money, you're just egging them on. You're just making it worse for yourself. It's like arming your bullies. It's just fucking ridiculous. There's no way I should be paying for any more Hearthstone cards. So, in Genshin Impact, all cards will be basic static. The more you play, you'll get coins. You use those coins to turn cards gold. Fine. That's good. That's actually good. Play the game, get the reward. Brilliant. Not spend loads of money, get super stuff that everyone else hasn't got, but it's the same, but just looks different. Oh, just leave me alone. Stop doing it to it. Hearthstone's going to absolutely... Death Knights, I predict, you'll watch this, come back to this one, it's in the middle of a Genshin Impact episode, no one's going to hear it. Hearthstone is going to... Death Knights are going to be OP, they're going to need to balance things, they're going to have balance issues, that's going to happen. Death Knight class is going to be OP, and it's going to be ridiculous, it's going to annoy people, they're going to have to do balance changes, they won't do them quick enough. When they do them, other things will go out of whack, and it will be even worse than before. Not better, but worse than before. And then... by the time they've even got a handle on the meta, it'll be time for the next release of some stuff that breaks it again. It will never, ever, ever, I predict this from Death Knights onward, never be the balanced game it ever will. Like, the introduction of this new class and their, desire to add more... there's only so much limit the game can take, I imagine. So I just think, not just on... aesthetics, but on gameplay, I think the game will never be in such a healthy state as it was maybe 2 years ago. A year ago. I think it's getting worse, and I think there'll be a break point. I think it will make people so angry. Like, they already had a bit of an exodus. When did quests come back in? Which one was that? It was before Alterac Valley. United in Stormwind around then, or maybe the one before. There was a bit of an exodus around then. I predict it will cripple the game. But it won't matter to them because the player base will die out, but they'll have the whales. That's what they're going to do. They're just going to tilt it that direction. There'll be fewer and fewer players spending more and more money. And so, shit Hearthstone. But in this game, we're going to be able to earn them. So, a lot of people left when the Battle Pass was implemented. Yeah, they changed that, and I went with it. There were pros and cons. Less rewards for extra work. Yeah, I agree. Different work as well, though. Like, some of the quests you used to get your daily quests and your gold, and the old system, the change in the ladder as well made Legend easier to achieve, but seemed more fair in some ways. So I was there before and after. I think they've made some that wasn't so egregious to me, but it was some ways a step in the wrong direction and some ways a step in the right direction. Some ways. In both, but as it's gone on, it's just got worse, hasn't it? So yeah, I didn't want to go on the full tangent. I'm still here. Let's carry on with Anaya. But yeah, thank God. Well, Genshin Impact card game will be good. Todd Howard, he plays Hearthstone. Todd, he did an interview with Lex Fridman. I will show it you. It's not a full tangent. I'm just going to show it you. I'm not going to play the interview. I'm just going to show it you. Lex Fridman and Todd Howard. He did an episode with Lex Fridman. It's fucking cool. I am playing it now. What are you doing? No, I just want to show it you. It's fucking cool. And it will play after the ad. Why does it do that? Why does it do 2 ads at me? Fuck Christmas. Fuck O2. I'm never buying one of your phones, just out of principle, because I've seen this advert now. That's gone on my list of fuck yous. You've angered me. So I don't care about you woman in the snow. SIM card. Alright, Lex Fridman podcast. Here he is, there's Todd, he's talking. And he asked him to name his favourite games. Greatest games of all time.
Across that world.
Well, I'm playing it.
Well,
What kind of game is it?
It's a role-playing game. You know, circa 1992, 93, 94, and Ultima Online first. You know,
and he says Ultima Online, right? But he actually mentions Hearthstone in that. I'm not showing you, like, you know, he talks for a full 15 minutes about his favourite game. So you can watch the whole podcast, Lex Fridman, after you've watched this, or after you've watched this and more of my content, and then you can watch that. Thank you. But no, like, this was a good podcast from Lex Fridman there. Todd Howard, obviously, it's a good one. It made me feel for Todd a little bit in some ways, you know, because we give him a lot of shit on the internet, don't we? But he's got kids, and, you know, he's made choices in his life, and, like, we give him some shit when some of the games, like Fallout 76, we gave him a load of shit. But let's be fair, we had Fallout 3, 4, we had Skyrim, you know, we had Redguard and Daggerfall he's talking about there. Did make Redguard as well, didn't he? Yeah, Redguard. You know, we had a lot out of them, and there were some, you know, bits we weren't so happy with. But Todd gave us a lot. So Todd and his teams. So yeah, it's a really interesting, ranging interview there. But he mentions Hearthstone, and I thought to myself when I heard him say it, cheap ad blockers only block one. So all right, okay, I can't be asked with the ad blocker. It's an extra expense, but the concept there that he would mention Hearthstone, like, Todd has quite a lot of money, doesn't he? Like, he does have quite a lot of money. So I wonder what his Hearthstone experience is compared to mine, because on day one of an expansion, I wonder whether he plays free to play like we do, you know, Genshin Impact, money spent 0-0, and feels like a real gamer, or if he goes in as a millionaire and says, right, I enjoy Hearthstone, so I'm going to buy all the cards. Oh, look, they're bringing them out in Diamond. I'll buy all the Diamond cards. Oh, look, they're bringing them out in Signature. I'll have the entire Signature set, thanks. Like, it must be nice. If I had millions like he did, I would do that. It's a game I enjoy. It's a bit pay to win, it's a bit scummy in places, but I've got loads of fucking money, so you know, I'd have the full, it would look lovely, wouldn't it, the full collection. He even mentioned, he said in that interview, you get achievements on the Xbox, and it's nice to look back maybe at your old achievements and see when you started playing this game and when you played that game, and Lex said kids today, in the future, kids will be able to, from, you know, they'll be able to see their entire game, and it's not in the future, it's now, Lex, it's now, but yeah, kids can see their entire, like, I couldn't, because my first achievements were on a NES and it wasn't recorded, but there are kids today that their first achievement, their first game, length played, all that, it will all be recorded. Their entire gaming career, history, whatever, will be recorded. So that's really interesting as a concept, isn't it? It's really nice to think about in a way. And he was saying that we're talking about games and boxes, and having games in a box, and like having a collection. And he was saying, but still, with digital stuff, it's still nice to see them on your computer in your collection. It's still nice to have all the artwork all next to each other, have the full collection, he said. And I thought to myself, yeah, I bet you collect every fucking Hearthstone card, you fucker, with your billions and billions. I bet you're the reason they keep, like, people keep paying for this stuff. We better make more expensive stuff. Like, there's not that many people paying for it. And it will get fewer and fewer and fewer people will pay for it until you're down to just Todd. You know, Todd bankrolling every expansion. Anyway, look, Todd should just buy Hearthstone. At first I thought, hang on, Activision, Blizzard, and Bethesda are owned by Microsoft now. Microsoft bought, or did they make an offer? I don't know, anyway, look.
For one exam, I earned the 3rd highest score.
Good on you.
I thought that all my hard work had finally paid off, and that I could finally make Father feel some modicum of joy. I even used the embroidery skills I learned at school to make a commemorative gift for him. I thought, even this daughter can make her father happy sometimes. Right?
Oh, it's a sad story about, you know, not feeling good enough, isn't it? But
I see. When we were embroidering your gift before, I didn't feel like you were new at it.
Tonally, we're a bit out here now, aren't we?
Yeah. Sorry for not bringing it up. These are not pleasant memories for me.
All right, no, I think we need to stop complaining and get on with the debate, because
I was tired of him yelling at me every day. All I wanted was to see him smile at me.
All right, fine. We'll talk about you and your feelings in Naya, but I think that we're trying to just sort of build up this bad character now, aren't we? How mean he's been to his daughter.
But He was more angry than ever before once I'd given him my embroidery and told him my score. He flung my present to the side.
My dad used to do this. Like, if you said I got 98 in the test, he'd say, well, which one did you get wrong? How come there were 2 marks off? Like, there would always be something more. Like, yeah.
You think you should be proud of 3rd place? Reflect on why you weren't first.
Exactly, like, you know, there was that attitude. I remember, it's funny actually to say that. My very first fencing competition, I came 3rd, and a girl beat me. And my dad's response was, "A girl beat you? How, like, surely you should have beaten that girl and like maybe won the competition or at least come 2nd." Like, I was proud of my bronze medal, and you know, it was critiqued, sort of thing. So I understand her feelings, but at the same time, I'm laughing about them now because, like, it became irrelevant.
I forgot how long I'd cried for. I only remember my parents arguing. My mother also thought he went overboard.
Yep, we'll have the debate, we'll put him in his place, and you can feel better about it. We'll all move on. All right, Inaya?
They argued for such a long time.
She's still going.
My father eventually stormed out and slammed the door behind him. I didn't get a single sentence of apology.
You're
any words of comfort.
Parents' trauma always. So it does in a way, like, all this stuff is like serious business, but because our stream has been a jolly ride thus far, and we were talking about the demolition. This is what Genshin Impact can do to you, isn't it? But I'll tell you what, it doesn't work on me, this one, because I've got no investment in her as a character. She's just some random NPC, like, that has got a problem. Like, if it was Nilou being upset, or if it was Paimon, like, you know, I'd be well into it. Oh no, but like, she's a sub character, isn't she? She's not one of the main ones. So, and it's interesting the way the whole story thus far was anchored around this theatre and the concept of the arts and expressions of joy. And now we've gone out into the woods, and she's opened up about how she's had a difficult childhood, and it feels a bit tonally. I mean, I've been jollying us along, so I've been creating that tone, but it feels a bit tonally like of a sideways move. I don't know. I get it, but
I've completely given up.
Oh God.
We're destined to never understand each other.
Maybe, yeah. Like, maybe that's it. I don't know. You can only do your half, can't you, Inaya?
How horrible.
I don't think you can beat him in a debate. Because he doesn't even understand what kind of place the theater is.
Alright, getting very emotional there. I think maybe we filter... Again, I think this is going outside the... Like, what are we doing in the woods? Why don't we all get in the theatre and do a really good bit of theatre about, you know, all these feelings. Do a really good bit of art with it. And then we'll show all those chuffers by producing the best theatre show ever. And they'll come to it and they'll go, oh, I really like this one. Now, when I went to see The Phantom of the Opera, I wasn't so into it. But you've taken me to see Cats, and now I get it. Musical theatre is the place. Like, it almost feels a bit like we should start the very first Genshin Impact musical. I suggested this as an idea before, didn't I? When we were talking about the music in the game. I'm not going to do the tangent, but the music in the game is brilliant. They do it on stage. They do it with lots of drama and excitement, playing their songs. They should also have people dressed up as Genshin Impact characters running on, doing songs and fucking, like, the whole shebang. Like Genshin Impact, the musical. Please, thank you. Like, where's that? Why haven't they done that? Like, and it could totally work, couldn't it, Crawl? And not on top of that, now we've got Nilou, now we've got the Sumeru, we've got the stage. Like, for fuck's sake, like, here's the story. They did the cooking show with cosplay. They did not. And the food looked... What? Genshin Impact cooking show. Oh, it's not vegan, but hello.
The much-loved, slow-cooked bamboo shoot soup is a classic Liyue dish passed down by our ancestors. The traditional method insists on using the highest quality ingredients and cooking them slowly and patiently to bring out that signature taste.
The piggins.
This
Just
dish
bamboo
comes
shoots.
with thousands of years of culinary culture behind it.
Alright, look, I don't need to see this.
I'm
It's
sure
the animation.
even
Hurry
Rex
up.
Lapis himself must have been very fond of it.
He must have been. 4 minutes of this, come on. There's some... That's a book. It looks quite like a Genshin Impact book in-game. They look... Now that is... They do look like the bamboo shoots that we pick. Ours are bigger, but they do look right. That's about how big they are. Spring bamboo shoots. Fair fucks. I don't know about that. That looks like the meat that we do have in Genshin Impact, but why is he pouring that hot water on it? I'm not a big fan of cured pork belly. I'm vegan, but, you know. Ginger, yeah. Look, that's the cosplay, is it? We can't see his face. Why haven't we got, like, why isn't it chuffing Yaimiko or someone? Is it just some chuffer? It's a recreation of the one Shuin cooking. I'll tell you what, you can do it as a set for a little video, fine. But what I really want to see, is I want Leeway, the theme park. I want to be able to walk through Leeway. I want to go to the docks and see the boats. I want to go up and down that little... I want to sit down and have my dinner in the little restaurant there. I want to go to the blacksmith and have him... That blacksmith, he'll be forever hammering, won't he? He'll be hammering all day. That'll be a tough job. You know, I want to see these things in real life. It's the chef of the one Shuin, so it's actually a character in the game. Yeah, fair enough. I'm really not digging all these like animal. Like, he's got his head on. I'm not digging that at all. It's disgusting, if anything. That looks disgusting to me. It's just boiled animals. So I get the cosplay bit, but they've ruined it with the boiled animals for me. It's simple cooking. He's not doing anything. He's just like boiling and frying things, but he's in cosplay. And we're seeing too much of the food for my liking. I want to see more of the Genshin Impact cosplay. I'm seeing a bowl. Like, the reason they're keeping his head cut off is because he don't look like him. But we're close. It's one step closer to what I want, which is the actual real... I've closed that. I didn't need to close that. It's my window that I'm using, you fucking dickhead. Close that. Now you've got to open it up again. YouTube. Right, that's YouTube. I've opened it up again. Right. Let's go back to Genshin Impact.
He can never understand the relationship performers have with their audience. His life is devoid of camaraderie or friendship.
Good one. Get him in the theatre. Get him enjoying himself. It'll all work out okay. I see the arc here. Let's go.
He just wants everything to happen according to his wishes. As if the world revolves around him.
And it'll turn out he always thought you were brilliant, and he just pushed you harder because he thought you could do so much more than anyone around you. He thought you were so special. He thought you should have, you know, shot for the moon because in his eyes you were the star.
What we cherish, our little place in this world, means nothing to him.
Hurry up now.
Sounds like your past has had a huge impact on you.
Genshin Impact on you, you fucker.
I understand now, Inaya. But when we were preparing for the debate, I heard something quite wise. Maybe it'll help you.
Oh, fuck. So we talked to these fuckers earlier. Oh, God. God in heaven, I've got to get this right now. So... she's talking about her dad doesn't get it in the theatre. It's got to be Kasani. He was the guy who was like, I didn't get art, I had a monocle. And I didn't get art, I didn't understand it. And now I understand it. Because it doesn't matter if you're not very good, it's from the heart.
Art must first be appreciated by others to confer value.
That's not what I thought he said. I can interpret everyone's thing first and find out which one I should choose.
Mr. Zubair has been meticulously managing the theater. Everything checks out.
That's not what I got from that either. I thought Zubair, right, his opinion was that he was going to stay behind and burn the place down just in case. The bizarre crowd, they said art's for the masses. That's what they said. That was the takeaway I got from that.
Everyone is free to appreciate art. No form of art is inherently superior.
That's right. And Rekar's opinion, I cannot remember. She was the big lady at the start, and she said that she she basically went through a whole rigmarole telling me about how she got used to regret and things going wrong, and she just got over it and moved on. That's what she said. So her opinion was, fuck it, burn it down, we can just move on, build something better from the ashes. In fact, like she was the one who told her kids it was good their dad was dead. Like, look for the silver lining.
The most important thing about an experience is how you choose to interpret it.
Yeah. So that could go, couldn't it? We could say that, or we could say that. Was it that one? Art's for everyone. She said, oh, my dad was always cross because he didn't think I was good enough. And we could say everyone's good enough, art's for everyone. Or we could say...
The most important thing about an experience is how you choose to interpret it.
That, it was good that your dad was mean to you because it's turned you into the person you are now. Like, I think I'm going to go with that, but could be wrong.
Miss Raykar has gone through a lot in her life, but she told us that she's very happy to live at the theater now. Although she ran into misfortune, it led her down a new path in life. She sees that as a blessing. She told me that the most important thing about an experience is how you choose to interpret it.
And it's great that I'm getting to hear it for a fourth time, but I can see this is going to drag for me.
Interpret it?
Interpret it. It sounds like the beginning of a song, doesn't it? Sounds like this could be a interpret it, interpret it, interpret it, interpret it, interpret it. She's going to interpret it, she's going to interpret it, she's going to interpret it. I interpret my life, and they're testing idea bubbles. I believe an idea will be a mechanic in Fontaine. Oh God, not more of this. How much trials and stuff are part of their culture? Oh God, yeah. We're going to be on a debate more than one time, finding holes in arguments. Oh my God. Are we going to carry on? Is there going to be more of this in the rest of this quest even? If there is, I'm going to be cross. Fontaine, bloody hell.
I can sympathize with your unhappiness at home, but after you ran away, you ended up at the theater and became one of us.
One of us.
Those unhappy experiences allowed you to really cherish your bonds with everyone, and also gave you the opportunity to become friends with us.
One of us.
Don't let your past suffering keep you from the new life that you've worked so hard to find.
You chuffer.
Oh.
Let the past stay in the past.
That's right, Paimon. Fucking forget it and move on. This is your new beginning.
When I ran away from home, I swore that I would leave my family conflicts behind. But you're right. All I'm doing now is falling right back into it.
I mean, it's a bit facile, it's like sometimes when someone says, just cheer up. But we learned on Mental Health Monday that distraction was key in your thoughts, your feelings, and your behaviour all play into each other. So if you're feeling down and you're thinking these things, and then the thing you're doing is going out in the woods and thinking about them, then you're going to end up thinking about them more, and then you're going to feel even worse. So if you do something like get in the play and start learning your lines and talking to the people at the theatre, then you're not thinking about those things anymore that would make you unhappy. There might still be, your feelings might still be bad. It might take some time for your feelings to sort of come around, but after a while of doing things that make you think differently, literally, you can't. It's hard to be thinking about something that, quite often, if you're really the problem with the biggest. This is a general thing I'm talking about, but the biggest, say, tragedies or difficulties in life, that's all you can think about when it's happening. So you distract yourself. I can't even watch Coronation Street. I keep thinking about this thing. But the more and more you can distract yourself, the more you drag yourself away from thinking about it. And it might sound almost like I'm advising ignorance. It's not ignorance. It's just giving yourself thought breaks and extending the period of those thought breaks, and then deciding to think about and deal with things in other times. So maybe there are times where you want to go out to the woods and have a bit of a think, but you actually say to yourself, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to, at 6 o'clock when the sun's gone down and it's time to go home, I'm going to leave everything at the woods and I'm going to go home, and I'm going to that's my worry time in the woods, that's my think time, and then when I go back, I'm going to go back to trying to distract myself. I might feel bad, so I'm going to make sure I've got a treat lined up for when I get back, because I'll be doing my thinking time. You might plan it out a bit like that, and then you might be better equipped to deal with it. So I kind of agree, and I know it sounds like a facile thing, just don't think about it, but it's not just don't think about it, it's let's find something else to think about that requires your attention in some way that can be more beneficial, like the whole art and joy thing. So
maybe you'll disappoint him, but that doesn't matter. You have a new future waiting for you. Don't let go of the answer you've worked so hard to find.
Hopefully they find us streamline it or something. I mean, the thing is, if this scores highly and people enjoy doing it, because actually I think what's interesting about Genshin Impact more than any other game is it's got a wider demographic. Like, just being obtuse about it, there's more girls playing Genshin Impact than World of Warcraft has, or most other games of any stature and size. So I think maybe Animal Crossing. I might be wrong. You know, I might be just making. Am I a bit quiet? I'm just leaning back on. 1, 2 check. I'm not too quiet. Maybe other games like Animal Crossing are, you know, quite popular amongst ladies as well. You know, maybe the Barbie game. I'm talking amongst the big games, like, you know, not fucking Horse Rider, My First Pony trial horse rider game, which is probably predominantly female player base. I'm talking about big games. Genshin Impact's huge and it's got a very wide and diverse demographic. So it might be that some of the things that, you know, I've got a sword over there that I felt compelled to buy. Like, I'm particularly fond of combat in games, but there is a wide-ranging player base out there. I still like strategy and skill. I still like other stuff, and I'm sure a wider-ranging player base will be interested in other stuff too. So maybe there's more stuff in Genshin Impact than like maybe they'll go for this thing because it ticks some boxes with other people and not maybe me or you. But you know, maybe that's okay for a bit, as long as there's enough combat in there as well, woven in. You know, we've built up this chuffing character now. Maybe we have to go and kick his head in or something. I bet when we get there, he's got the fatui, and then we have to.
That's right. If we put our heads together, there's bound to be a way.
You're right. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Thought she was going to do that then. She didn't.
I'm not trying to meet his expectations. So why should I give up because of him? I can't afford to lose anything more. We have to win.
Can we get back and do it then?
The debate will not only protect Zubair Theater, but also allow me to settle things with Father.
There, she did it then. That's right.
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit, apparently.
Let's go. I'll tell my father about the debate.
Well, that was your job.
I know him very well. Even if he looks down on us, I know how to make him accept.
That was her one job. She didn't do it.
All right, let's go.
She's supposed to have already gone. Oh, what? Go back to Sumeru. Right? Why did she go? It says together, but I'm not together, am I? I'm on my own. She's gone and I'm on my own. Cheeky chuffer. I don't like it when they do that. I don't know why I didn't pick that one. I've been here before. I need to kill that Samachurl for his scroll, so I'm just going to quickly kill a Samachurl.
Hey!
Using the wrong thing there.
Go, Baron Bunny!
That'll alert them to my presence before I'm ready.
Incoming! Hey!
There we go. Don't care about you, Hilly Charles. But you can die anyway.
Cut to the chase!
Die. They thought they were going to get away with it then. Thought they were going to get away with it. Fucked them up big time. A few extra masks. There's nothing wrong with a few extra stained masks, is there? But I'm actually in need of Samachurl scrolls at the moment for character ascensions. You wouldn't credit it. Don't even ask. Why am I running? Why am I doing that? Let's just magic my way. Magic. You liked it, you just don't have that great of a memory because you paused a bit on the festival when you got lost linking ideas. I believe probably they'll add this on those trials, but I hope they do it better, like the zap points, yeah. If they can improve on it, okay, but also what's interesting, in a way, I suppose.
I'm off to meet with him.
Don't get me
Please
going.
wait here for me.
But what's interesting is that we're giving a choice, like, quite often in the game, we go through these stories and the choices we get given that you can't see that are underneath me because I'm a chuffer and I sit in front of them is two options of dialogue that basically say the same thing in a different way, and you choose the same. It's two options of dialogue that lead to the same answer, so you don't really make any choices. Like, there are no meaningful choices, and meaningful choices in role-playing games are quite important to players. Like, meaningful choices about character development. They make you feel that you're making those choices in this game, but you're not really making them. And I think this might be part of that as well, is they're trying to find a way of engaging you with relationships, and like going back to that interview that I just recently watched with Lex Friedman and Todd. Todd said some fucking awful things about the new game. He said a couple of really worrying things about the new game, like, you know, basically Fallout in space, and about procedurally generated planets, and about how lonely it's going to feel. But one of the other things he talks about was about relationships, and he said he wasn't over-egging this, he wasn't over-inflating it, but he said something about the relationships between you and your companions. In Bethesda games, you have a companion. Usually you can have a relationship with them insofar as they like the things you do, they get happy with you to the point of romantic happy, and then you can marry them if you want. And it's a simple sliding scale, happy or sad. If you do something bad they don't like, it goes down. If you do something good they do like, it goes up. And so in a strange way, you could be with them for the entire game, and they could be your marriage companion or whatever, and then you might just decide to go on a little spree in Whiterun, and then they don't like you anymore because you like pushed over this person, or like took these wheels of cheese from a house, and that's weird because you think they'd forgive you for that and you could talk it through, but you can't. They hate you now, and that's weird. So what they do in the new game in Starfield is that your character is going to be able to go on a sort of timeout. Oh, I didn't like your follower is going to say, I didn't like what you did there, but I'll let it go in a few minutes when I've stopped being angry. Like, at least they're creating some more interaction in that personality that's not just do good equals good, do bad equals bad. It's not very sophisticated, but I think the more sophisticated you can be in the complexity of the relationships between the character you are, the role-playing game, your character, there's questions that need answering in that. You don't have so many of them here because you are the traveller, but on the way you would normally in most RPGs, create your character, your backstory, your style. You know, here you play these different characters, so they've got that going for them, but the other thing you would do is you would engage with the world. Like going back to Dungeons & Dragons, like you were saying about making those tiles earlier, like the whole point of Dungeons & Dragons is you engage with the world in a unique way. The world engages back with you. Like you shape it through your choices. You decide whether you check for traps or go through this door, or, you know, do you want to X, Y, like, it's all on you. The whole love for Dungeons, like the reason Dungeons and Dragons works is because when you remove all this complexity of computer modelling and you've just got human imaginations, the choices are infinite. And as long as your dungeon master can say to you, okay, we'll do that then. I haven't got this in my script, but they would say this, and why don't we have a dice roll? You know, as long as you can just ad-lib it, which humans can, computers can't so much, you've got an infinite complexity of choices, and that really makes the game rich, doesn't it? So in some way, in Genshin Impact, I feel that one of the layers that's lacking in this, because it's an RPG, they've given us separate characters they've already determined. The characters don't necessarily go on such a wide arc. They are themselves. They stay themselves. Like, the events of the game might progress, but Amber is going to be an outrider. Noelle is, unlike, I hope they do, I've talked about this before, I hope Noelle does become a Knight of Favonius, but her story is that she wants to be a knight, and she's forever in that position, locked. There's no character arc. So you level them up and you make them stronger, but there's no arc. Like, they have their story modes, we're doing one now, this is Nilou's arc, but her as a character went into this with the same skills as she comes out with it. So there's no, like, change to her as a character, and leveling up is one thing, but making developmental choices, having the player become an agent in the world so that they can affect the workings of the world, not just on rails like you're in Disneyland, but actually because you've got choices, is big in role-playing games, and it lacks it. So maybe this idea of the debate and these choices, and, you know, maybe it's something to do with that, you know, a thought tree, an ideas tree. Ultimately we have to make the right choices, sadly, or maybe we don't. Maybe we just go through it and make whatever choices, and then we get a result and it's all different. Maybe they're trying to work towards something like that, maybe. I don't know if it's a good idea. I don't know if it's a good idea. You've got hours of prep on to trash because my players won't even know that. Yeah, if you're the dungeon master, then you're like, oh, please, no. I think you probably want to go over to that cupboard. I think you probably, I don't know why you brought it. I don't know. Did you want to roll for secrets in this area? Did you want to roll for by this cupboard? There's a little. You don't want to go in the cupboard. Are you sure you don't want to go in the cupboard? It smells a bit like there might be a door behind the cupboard. No, you want to go out. You want to go out into in the swamp. The swamp. Well, there's nothing. There's no. Oh, we could go there if you want. Yeah, like trying to focus them in on the things you've written. But yeah, it's their story. It's more powerful for them. That's the whole point, isn't it? So trying to give us some feeling like we're engaged in this here, maybe. For me, not. I mean, it is a story mode, so they're experimenting with it within story mode, so that's okay.
Good news.
But,
that should be everything. The only thing left to do now is to wait until the debate.
Like, at some point with games like this, World of Warcraft's done it as well, and Final Fantasy. Chocobo Racing is a great example within Final Fantasy, is that you can do something that is not of the game. Like, it is of the game world, but it's not the game. Like, the main gameplay loop of leveling up your characters, going on quests, doing it, and then you've got Chocobo Racing or pet handling in World of Warcraft. Or like we did a Pokemon thing here, didn't we? Like, you have all these side content things, and they're good, and there's nothing wrong with it, and add them in. But when you're talking about mainline, like, don't forget what you are and who you are and why it's good. Don't confuse or muddy the soup in that way. You know, make sure it's nice and clear and crisp. Make sure you're doing the main thing that you're supposed to be good at, and it's supposed to be good. Make sure you're doing that real hard and real solid all the time. Do you know what I mean? Make sure that doesn't slip. I'm worried, like you say, about Fontaine, that, like, because they've been quite, what's the word? They've been quite creative with some of the main quests in this area in Sumeru. I think we should go back to basics. There's some bad chuffers. They're quite hard to kill. You're going to need to fucking go X, Y, Z and go on a big killing spree. And then you're going to need to, these bosses are quite impressive. Oh, look at them. You're going to want to kill them. Yes. Here's a new sword. Like, that's what I really want. So, having a debate.
I'm not sure why, but I'm getting nervous again.
You were great, Nilou. Your words won over Inaya. Talk like that during the debate, and you'll get an easy win.
Let's get her in there.
Thanks for that, Paimon.
She's like our Pokemon now, isn't she? Get her in there.
I still feel like it'll be an uphill battle.
Shut up.
Yeah. I'm acting as everyone's representative.
So shut up.
Huh? What's left?
Nothing. Just get in there.
Huh? What a strange question.
I didn't ask a question.
Isn't a theater just a theater? Why would it need to be anything else?
Wait. You're not asking what the theater does, but what it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, wow.
Let me think. How can I put this?
It's a big hollowed out space down underground with a big stage. Right. Oh God, no. Oh. At least I can listen to them. Some of these seem a bit ridiculous. There's 6 now, was 5.
The most important thing about an experience
is not that.
How you choose to interpret it.
Okay.
Art must first be appreciated by others to confer value.
It's not that.
Mr. Zubair has been meticulously managing the theater. Everything checks out.
It's not that. I remember, now you reminded me of, this is how we did that fucking quest, isn't it? With Kusanali. Like, this is what we did. And I remember actually doing it, and instead of knowing instinctively, having to click through them and go, yeah, it's that one. And I feel a little bit like I'm a child with strange shapes and different coloured holes, and like, I've got to put the right shape through the right hole, and like, it's only through a process of trial and error that I'm going to discover it, because I can't remember what the Grand Bazaar crowd's opinion was. That was, art is for everyone.
Everyone is free to appreciate art. No form of art is inherently superior.
So I think it's that one. But what did Inaya say?
Inaya really wants to win.
No, it's not that. It's got to be the crowd's opinion. Art's for everyone. That's what the theatre is. Not what it is or what it does. It is. It is for everyone. It's what everyone wants it to be. In some ways, ASMR is whatever you want it to be. But in other ways, it's not. In other ways, it's an autonomous sensory meridian response trigger. So, like, sucking ears is not ASMR, not even if you want it to be. Anyway, look, submit conclusion.
Not quite right.
Oh.
But it's close. I almost have it.
So it would just tell me I'm wrong, and then I can just choose a different one. So, value of theatre's existence. What's that?
Ah, got it.
It's that one. I missed that there. Fontaine looks to be spectacles and justice, so I expect rivers of dialogue until we have action, but it would be performance-like combats. Maybe. For pure raw combat, nation would be a different place, right? A different one. Natlan. So we have to beat armies of enemies and stuff on Natlan. Yeah, but you can still have it going on. I don't know. Like, Judge Dredd was a judge.
When we were trying to find a way to save the theater, we heard many stories not of the theater, but of the people whose lives have been touched by it.
Now she's telling me again. We know. Don't tell me.
Zubair Theater is our
I just
reason
told
for
you, you
coming
fucking
together.
dick. Get in there.
It connects us all in unique ways.
What's happening now is I'm being emotionally pulled, and it's okay to a certain extent because I love games, I buy them and I want them to be emotional at times, but this one I haven't bought. The more emotional they make me about it, the more I go out and do stupid things like buy fucking foam swords. So I think maybe you should tone down the emotion a little bit because, you know, there's a slot machine attached to this one. But yeah.
In other words, it's like a bond.
A bond that we all share. It's Genshin Impact. That's what they're saying. Don't forget it. The theatre represents Genshin Impact. They were going to take it away. You were sad. Don't forget it.
A bond?
A bond?
The theater provides money for Miss Raykar and her children, inspiration for Mr. Kasani,
It does whatever.
and enjoyment for the people of the Great Bazaar.
I just said that. It does whatever anyone wants. It's all the different things for everyone. That's what I fucking said. Fucking madam. If anything, I said that. So I don't know where she got fucking ideas of her station from.
It also gives Inaya shelter from her family.
Yeah.
It has brought us together after taking care of every single one of us.
Good old theatre. Good old theatre. Loving that theatre.
And its story won't end here.
No, it won't.
In the future, many more people will come to the theater and receive its blessing.
That's right. Well, depending on if we burn it down or not, depending on the result of this debate, if you could just go in there and fucking have the debate now, because it's getting dark.
And we'll all be there for them. Our warm, welcoming community will show them the same kindness we were shown in the past.
It's funny, we've got a theatre in our town, and you'd think it'd be a warm... You wouldn't. It's not a warm welcoming. It's quite posh. And Prince Charles goes there and things. And if you're in with that sort of group, you know, if you're a bit of an actor's lovey sort of thing, it can be quite welcoming. But if you're not, if you're seen as a bit of an outsider to that sort of group, it can be quite feel like quite, I don't know, nose sneery a little bit in a way. It can be quite posh. It can be quite posh. Although, saying that, I used to go there once a year for the, whatever they did at Christmas. They'd put on like Peter Pan or, like, it sounds ridiculous, it wasn't a pantomime. They do like live action interesting something. Like once they did Matilda. Like, yeah. No, I go and watch shit like that.
Aside from the delivery of performances, isn't this another reason for Zubair Theater's continued existence?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I go and watch...
We definitely felt that warmth during the preparations for the event.
I've been to watch Shakespeare as well.
But Paimon doesn't see how this will help in the debate.
Inaya said that her father doesn't care for interpersonal relationships.
Oh, gotcha! No matter how strong an opponent is, they'll have to go on the defensive if pressed on a weak point.
Should we just hurry this along?
I feel like that's another prong in our attack. Thank you so much.
Paimon also feels a lot more relieved. Let's show him what we got.
Sorry for the wait. I'm back.
No one wants to hear
Things
from
went
you.
a lot more smoothly than I expected. It didn't take long for him to accept the debate. And is set for 2 days from now.
Oh god, I thought we were going in there
Why are you all
now.
smiling so much? Did something good happen?
Yeah, we're all friends. Everyone's having a good time. Look,
We
come on.
realized that your dad might not be as scary as we had thought.
We just finished our prep. Rest easy. It will all turn out well.
Well, it's 2 days.
We have to win. No, we will win, Inaya.
Fingers crossed.
It's 2 days though, so... You're not serious. Why would they stand here for 2 days? They're going to stand there now for 2 days. We can fast forward time, so don't worry, but they're going to stand there for 2 days. Are you fucking nuts?
Get him! Let it rain!
Dickheads. That bush is on fire now. It's gone. Look, it popped off. Gone. Didn't know you could do that. Come on, be a secret chest in one of these bushes. Got 2 days to spend, so... I wonder if this was coded in deliberately or if it was just a mistake. Like just a feature of the fact that we put things in. I don't know. They're all gone now. Trash them. There's still some leaves here, look. The guards don't care. It missed. Why did it miss? Okay, it's like I can't shoot him. Did that go through him? And the botanical school is going to hunt me down. We're going to speed up the time. Yeah, little doggy. 3.5 hours now we're in, so... I've done all my talking that I need to do for the episode, haven't I? I've done a lot of talking, and I've given of myself to this theatre of dreams, but what we need to do now is really finish off the quest, because otherwise it's going to turn into one of my 7-hour streams. I can feel it in my water. And, like, you know, I want to eat my dinner and just, like, chill. Waited 2 days in game time here. That was fucking useless, wasn't it? Why did they do that to you? I think what they do is I think if you took the story quest on day 1 and tried to hurry it along. Was that Tips then, or was that She Feels Like Running? No, Tips is it's raining again. She feels like running. Right. Actually, I should do a Christmas sound for the Tips, shouldn't I? Dark Side Phil bothers. I should bother. What I wanted to say was, if you did the quest on day 1 when it came out, it might be that you tried to hurry it along, and you get to this point and you says wait 2 days, and you actually have to wait 2 days. It might be that it's locked for 2 days. Sometimes they do shit like that. Sometimes, like on this thing, these weren't all available on day 1. You had to wait a day or two, wait another day, wait another, you know, they eke it out a little bit. I want to make it clear as well, I've not gone back and done the intense scoring. I just cannot be asked to do that 4 times. What are you gonna do?
Everything is ready. The only thing left is to wait until the day after tomorrow.
We've just done that.
I hope I'll actually be able to get some sleep over the next 2 nights.
What? $1,500 to $1,800. $1,500 to $1,800. Oh, you're right, Barley. Barley-o. Oh, I was feeling a bit fed up. Are you alright? Yeah? Daddy gave you some Crispies. You feeling a bit poorly? You okay? My boy. You're a good boy, I tell you. You're a good boy. It's only 3 hours. Your mum...
In the blink of an eye,
You only
it's
been
already
on the floor
debate
there on
time.
your own for like an hour. You're not even on your own.
We did a lot of preparations
here.
with Nilou. Hopefully they were helpful.
Everyone's gone again. So, go to the theatre and witness the debate is the instruction. It says witness the debate. I wonder if I should take my fighting crew. Or if I'm alright with Amber, just because Amber's a fun main. Right, if it all kicks off and the Fatui turn up, and I have to kill them all with Amber as my main. Like, her bow isn't even... what weapon's she rocking? That's a level 61 of 70. So that's not... It's a good new bow that we got, but I haven't managed to enhance it up yet. So... I won't have the Mora for this, will I? This is how you spend your Mora. But yeah, that'll be enough, won't it? Well, it's not enough. It needs to be well topped off, but we've got some level 90s and you know in the camp. We'll roll with Amber.
Hello and welcome, everyone. I am Safwan, a scholar from the academia, and I will serve as this debate's adjudicator.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see now what I mean? This stage is so far up and away from the people, it's ridiculous. Isn't it? It is ridiculous. There's no backstage area either. So what I say is, you remodel this whole thing. It will involve tearing it down, and there's an irony there, because that's what they want to fucking do. So, Oh, the story missions are all in one go. They do the pause so you can go and explore. Are they fucking nuts? Like, who would start a story mission, get halfway through it, and then say, alright, that's interesting, I'll leave that there then. I mean, maybe because they're 3 hours long, they expect you to do them in 2 halves. Maybe it's that. But they wouldn't be 3 hours if I didn't do all this talking, so... Like, when you're playing the game, you want to play the game. You don't want the game to stop you and say, anyway, you've been enjoying that, leave it now for a couple of hours, go and do something else. Why don't you go and fight one of the bosses, or gather some mushrooms and come back later? No, why don't I just get to do what I fucking want, you dickhead? That's why they give you the clock. So, like, why? If you want to stop and do something else, you can just stop and do something else.
I swear to judge both parties with the utmost wisdom and impartiality.
Well, you're not impartial, you're from the
I will neither
academia.
interfere with the proceedings, nor demonstrate bias.
Bollocks, I'm not having this, you're from the academia, it's a fix.
I ask for both parties to stand. May the Dendro Archon also serve as a witness to this duel of wits.
So wait, you've got a researcher from the academia, he's going to be in charge, and he thinks it'd be nice if the god could also be a witness. God could be the witness, he can be in charge. I think he's got it slightly wrong. The dickhead. You can watch us wrapping up the gloves. God can be the referee.
Since you so desperately demand an explanation, I will expound on the academia's stance.
This is the entertainment for everyone down in the audience, remember, so face the audience, you fucking dickhead.
You may have misunderstood us from the outset and believe that the academia is prejudiced against you. However, the truth is that the academia wishes for every resident of Sumeru to be afforded opportunities to grow and cultivate their wisdom. Therefore, the works they consume should also possess enlightening qualities and intellectual value.
And this is really awkward, isn't it? Because just recently they got caught out for trying to create a god and like being real bad chuffers. Everyone knows it. Flowerpot Head over here. Flowerpot Head, he's away with the... I don't know what he's got a flower pot on his head. He's not even watching the show. But it's pretty awkward anyway, isn't it? Because no one here is a fan of the academia, I'll tell you that.
We have failed to identify these qualities in the shows performed at Zubair Theater. In other words, instead of struggling against the academia in pointless confrontations, if you had spent your time reflecting on improving the quality of your shows and enlightening your audience, Zubair Theater would not be today facing such a tragic fate.
Oh, this has happened before we saved God and changed their life. Okay, I've got to pretend to be back in the past. Okay. Bit strange. Bit strange. But go ahead, fine. Fine, I'll pretend that we haven't conquered the academia at this junction. They're still quite the force. No, they're bad chuffers.
Aggressive from the get-go. He's really putting on the pressure. Can Nilou stand her ground?
Can Nilou stand her ground?
Calm down, Nilou. First,
carefully analyse what he said. He said that basically our answer is the one where it's for everyone. That's what he said.
That we were shut down not because the academia looks down on the arts, but rather because our shows aren't up to their standards.
However...
Don't think that would make for a good rebuttal.
What? That's exactly the rebuttal. It's going to be the crowd's opinion, it's for everyone. But Kasani's opinion was, if you remember, he came there with his monocle and his bad attitude, and then he saw how fucking lovely it was, even though it wasn't up to scratch in terms of quality. It was a bit shit. It was still meaningful to him, still powerful. So it doesn't matter if the academia think it's shit, it can still be powerful. And that led to the opinion, the crowd's opinion, that art's for everyone. But art's for everyone isn't the academic answer. This is the one with the backing and the... but we
Art
interpret
must
it.
first be appreciated by others to confer value.
That wasn't what he really said. Dickhead.
Everyone is free to appreciate art. No form of art is inherently superior.
That's the answer, but then it's not the answer because the academia will say, yeah, whatever. Like with their superiority complex, they don't give a shit whether you say it's not superior. They know they're only the inferior would say that superiority is irrelevant. Only the inferior would say that. What's your answer to that? Oh, well, I've had someone quite superior come down here and explain to me that it's not about the quality, the superiority of the art. It's about something deeper, the heart of the art. And that doesn't matter if it's got rough edges. So fuck to you.
In your eyes, Our shows can't meet the academia's expectations. Shouldn't it be the audience who decides if a show is intellectual or enlightening?
No.
Why
No.
is someone from the academia judging that?
I mean, in a way, but no. No. I think no. I think sometimes the audience aren't the best judge. Honestly, like, just the mass market, like, let's show it to a great big cross-section of society. Is it good? You'd lose so many things that you think are good because they're kind of niche. And the mainstream audience don't quite get it. But it doesn't mean it's not good. Like, maybe it's important that people who have a bit of a expertise, a bit of an opinion, you know, the people that are into that stuff, in that niche, have a say and voice their opinions. And, like, you know, I don't know, man. So some of the best stuff that I like, you say it's the wide audience. Is it good? Like, we're all watching Coronation Street and EastEnders now then, and that's supposed to be the best, and you can't stop it, academia. But the academia are like, well, maybe we should make The Wire, and maybe we should make, like, True Detective. And they're like, no, I don't want to see that. I want to see fucking Jade Goody and Big Brother, mate. So fuck you, academia. And they're like, well, like, if it was me and I have to put up with this, I'm going to have to sit with them watching fucking Jade Goody and Big Brother, and I was actually wanting to watch The Wire. Burn down the place.
Also, I believe that there is no such thing as a wiser or more enlightening performance. Art doesn't discriminate, and it appeals to all. Everyone has the right to appreciate art.
You see, I might sound a bit like academia here, but I agree with what she's saying. But having the right to appreciate art, I don't think that's enough. I don't think you can just sort of take somebody and just drag them, like, off the side of the road by the chip shop and just slam them into, like, even like me, like, I'm a normal chuffer. There are some art spaces and I don't really know what's going on. Like, I have the right to appreciate it for what it is, yeah, but a bit of background knowledge, a bit of education, a bit of appreciation, like some of those things the academia were talking in favour of, actually help you to appreciate it better because you know a little bit about what's going on. So everyone has the right to appreciate art, yes. Art galleries should be open to the public, absolutely. Like, absolutely. And art doesn't discriminate and appeals to all. Well, sort of. I mean, bear in mind, art is made by human beings, and human beings do discriminate. And some art, so like, how dare they in Genshin Impact say art appeals to all? Because this game does not appeal to some people. Some people think it's this, some people think it's that. It doesn't appeal to all people. So everyone has the right to appreciate it, but I don't know, it's a funny question, this is. You can see anything and like it, that's art, but you can also study and know what you're looking at, that's also art. Yeah, it's somewhere in the middle of that spectrum, I think, is where I'm trying to aim it at. Because I think it's silly to say, like, you know, and I feel like wrong in saying this, that just like I was saying, like, if you drag someone off the street by the bus stop, like, maybe they would know more about art than me, because it's not about high class and low class and this and that. Like, I'm sure there's some people with loads of money who know fuck all, but what I mean is, like, people who are disinterested, people who are interested in, like, you know, what Jordan's new facelift looks like, or what the Kanye West is saying on Twitter. You know, like, some people are not so interested in certain aspects of life, are they? So you take them to somewhere. It's like you can. The Pete Burns said, and he said it. He didn't invent it, although he likes to think he invented it, even though he's dead. God rest his soul. Pete Burns said you could take a whore to culture, but you can't make her think, which was a funny way of saying it. Like, it wasn't his original thought, I don't think, but the idea that, you know, art can be highbrow, and some people might not appreciate it. Like, that's okay though. Like, that is, it's not awful. It's just the way it is. Like I just said earlier about The Wire and stuff. Like, I'd rather watch that than something more lowbrow, more like, everyone can appreciate it. Not everyone can appreciate The Wire. We can't have the kids in there. Like, not everyone wants to watch certain things. some art doesn't discriminate. It doesn't say you can't watch it because you're like this. Like, art doesn't discriminate, but people discriminate, and they're the audience. So everyone's got the right to appreciate it. I agree with, but just to say like we should make art that everyone appreciates is not the case at all. That's not the case at all. Like, being the most popular, whilst it's a very strong position in our society, is not also having the best quality. It's not also like being like, if you're into art, this is what's so funny about it. If you're into art, such a weird irony, and some of them can be, you know, you can maybe be popular and perfect, but it seems so often that the most popular are not necessarily the like the most excellent. It seems like in some of those niches you find some of the more excellent. I might be wrong in this. You know, it feels kind of right to me. Maybe because of the way I grew up and the bands I was into, you know, and the music I was into. Actually, Foo Fighters became really mainstream, didn't they? So maybe I'm wrong, but a lot of the stuff that I thought was really good, not everyone else thought was good. And a lot of the stuff that everyone else thought was good, I didn't think it was that good. So I don't know, maybe that's my right to appreciate the arts. I think I've discussed it enough now. We need to push this along.
Appreciation is but a primitive form of satisfaction. Guidance and enlightenment are necessary if we are to induce growth in the performers as well as the audience.
We're all getting a bit heavy now.
This stance holds performers to a higher standard and encourages the development of the arts. If all performances are simple-minded, require little effort to comprehend, and lack any impetus for the betterment of society, then the people will not be able to develop a greater level of artistic understanding.
You made a mistake there by saying require little effort to comprehend. Just because something is complex or built from complexity doesn't mean it can't be simple to understand. And so maybe there's the art, you know, maybe the art in art is making that easy to understand. The more your messages or your ideas are able to be understood, the easier it is for the audience to understand them. But the clumsier they are, the clumsier they become, the more obvious they become, the more simplistic, the more ham-fisted maybe. So maybe an audience wants to go on a bit of a journey. You know, we're talking about the difference again between like a sign that says, this is the art, come in here, and like a 4-volume written novel where its subtext is, this is the art, and why don't you come over here? And like, you know, there's different ways of achieving the same things in a way, aren't there? So it's about context. It's about context. You can't just say this one's good and that one's bad. Like, it's stupid to be saying that, actually. Like, art that takes a lot of effort to comprehend and has real, like, the opposite of being simple-minded, has real complexity, is good for a reason and a time. And like the simple art and the more, like, Big Brother is watching you is simplistic. Yeah, like Big Brother is watching you is a poster. It's like a fist in your face. It's a boot on the face. It's a boot to the face. Whereas 1984 itself, the book, is a million paper cuts, isn't it? But the same end is achieved. They're different things. Neither is better, neither is worse. You sometimes want a cheeseburger. I don't, because I'm vegan. I'd vegan burger, you know what I mean? You sometimes want a bag of crisps, and then other times that cake which I put bananas in and make, like, both different things. Apples and pears, mate. Like, apples and oranges. I think this is a stupid debate. If anything, I think that the actual debate is stupid. Like the discussion of which one has more merit.
Nurturing the populace's understanding requires a long and arduous process. And guiding this process is the academia's true goal.
So that's the problem there, I guess, is that it's okay to have an opt-in system. Like, if you want to get into this stuff, if you want to go to the posh theatre, like, you should be open to people, and if they're into it, they should be like, oh, you're into it? All right, come on then. I like that. I like the fact that you're into it. Let's have a go on that. But if you're not into it, they shouldn't be like, right, you have to be into this. No, if you want to watch Coronation Street and listen to, like, you know, Britney Spears or whatever, then okay. You know, lots of people do. Like, that's what being average is about, isn't it? So, like, and that sounds like a slight, but I don't mean it like that. I just mean, like, there's, like, the average is where, like, the most people fall. Like, most people are normal. So, like, it's more niche to want to do some of these more arduous processes, but that can be the academia's true goal, but it doesn't have to be the populace's. You don't have to, it's irrelevant. Like, you can't train the populace, can you? You can just hope that they have a desire in themselves to be better. You can hope that they've got a desire to educate their children, but you can't necessarily. You do train them through government control and media campaigns and not so much not so much economic push and pull, because it leads to unforeseen circumstance, but through economic push and pull, you do control people's behaviours in some ways, but not, we're not like trying to teach them all to understand the arts properly, are we? Like, if anything, the main aim is just to get them to fucking behave. Stop being bad chuffers. That's the main thing. And once you can get a hold of that, then we can think about what the arts understanding is. But I think in the main, our social controls, as ascribed from authorities and institutions in our world that we live in, are about getting us to just behave. Because in the main, I don't think we're very good at that, are we? You leave us alone for 10 minutes and we're fucking pulling the wallpaper off, or like, someone's had it away on that scooter. Like, just you're naughty. Like, it's more about that, I think. Like, could you imagine if our government and our society were more concerned with teaching you through long and arduous process to understand opera? Right? Could you imagine if your government was more interested in trying to teach you to understand opera than it was in arresting people for shooting or stabbing people? Or if it was like more concerned with like your understanding of Tchaikovsky's piano concerto? If the government was more interested in teaching you to learn Tchaikovsky than it was in making you wear a seatbelt for your car, like, these are the things that are. So this is fucking ridiculous, I would say.
He changed the topic without batting an eye. Good thing I'm prepared.
I think I just did him. It's all meaningless. Let's have a disco. That's my answer.
If I remember correctly, what I should say here is...
What you should say here is, let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. Da 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 da. Hey, da 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 da. Hey, let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. Da 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 da. Hey, da 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 da. Hey. Right, and then just start that and do the conga line, and everyone will join in. Da 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 conga. Woo da 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 conga. Hey da da da. Who da 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 da. Hey. Like, just do that, and then he's like, before he knows it, he's part of the conga. Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. And then you just wink it as the conga line curves back around on itself, and he goes one way and you're coming the other way. Just give him a little wink, like that. There. And then like the camera pans back, and the song carries on. Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. Na 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 na. Hey, na 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 na. Hey, and then the music and the credits start to roll. Crawl's dancing in the chat. The credits start to roll. Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. And from this now high vantage point, as the cameras pan back, everyone looks up and waves their hands and claps. Hey, let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. La 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 la. Hey, la 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 la. Hey, and then it says. Nilou saved. Then it starts to come in with these close-ups. Nilou saved the theatre and went on to become the greatest performer in Tevat history. Let's all have a disco, and let's all have it. And as they come past, like, a close-up of the conga line going past, and then a freeze frame of I forgot what his fucking name was now. That chuffer ended up enjoying theatre and becoming. Played it, and it cuts to like him on stage playing a role in the theatre. Ended up being the new star of this product. How ironic that he got into the. And then, it shows them all at the end of the. That's where it should go with this. That's my answer. Is that on the list? I don't think it's on the list, is it? And like you said about getting confused, that was almost what would feel. That's how it would happen, isn't it? You can picture it. Panning back, and then let's all have a disco. It's just solved. The power of dance solved it at the end, and the man was dragged into the conga, and he became part of the conga. And then you just have to cut to Traveller carried on travels throughout Tevat. Paimon was happy because she had loads of food, and picture Paimon eating some cakes. All those like little And the little callbacks. Oh, do you remember that one? Oh, you know, that little mouse thing on someone's shoulders. Hey, hey. Anyway, they give you a little wave, and then, you know, yeah. No, shall I just submit these conclusions? No, it's not that one, right? No, it's not that one. No, it's not that one. It's not that one. It's that one.
Someone at our theater has tried that before.
Apparently they've done the conga before. They're not into the conga idea. I'd better sit down.
He was a famed artist, but he recognized that very few people could connect with his works. I agree that art should be enlightening, but we can't pursue that goal by creating complicated works. If a work can't tap into an audience's personal experiences or feelings, then its contents may as well be a castle in the sky.
Load of shit.
What's the point of performing a show that its audience can't even follow?
Rubbish.
That would only be forcing people to watch something they don't like.
You can only reach that conclusion from a place of ignorance.
In that case, before passing judgment, you should first become a better dancer than me.
We're going to start dancing? Did someone predict a conga?
You tell them, Nilou.
Looks like he's backed himself into a corner.
We're going to do the conga. Looks like he's backed himself into a conga. looks like he's... You can't see the word corner properly, can you? It looks like he's backed himself into a conga. Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. That looks like he's backed himself into a conga. I think I should write that down. Looks like he's backed himself into a conga. I think that's probably... you know, earlier I was reflecting, we've been on this stream for 2 years, coming up on January. And we're going to be taking another step up, you know, throughout January. And, you know, yeah, I was reflecting on these things. I think it looks like he's backed himself into a conga. Do you think he's already been on the internet? I think that's probably the best thing I've done up to this point. Talking about art and all that, you know. Talking about art and everything. You know, talking about all this sort of stuff. Is that not the pinnacle of my... Google it. Let's Google it. Looks like... Well, just backed into a... If I just put backed into a conga... Backed into a conga. Not corner, a conga. Backed into a conga. No one's done that! No one's done that. Shh. I'm the first one. I'm the first one on the internet. I'm the first one on the internet. That is... Come on. I want my flowers. That's right now. Let's have this right. I'm a creative genius. We've just done all this thing about Genshin Impact. 4 hours in. Scott said, looks like you've backed me into a conga. No one on the internet's done that before. If they have, they haven't posted it on the internet. No one else can find it. So I can claim it. It's like being the first person to discover America. And then you find out there's other people living there. But there's no one living there here. Like, it's like I've discovered something. Backed into a conga. Backed me into a conga. Backed me into a conga. No. I'm actually quite pleased with this. I'm actually very pleased with this. Backed me into a conga. Looks like you've been backed into a conga. You want to write that? That's original script writing, right? So imagine you're watching a film and someone says, oh, looks like you've been backed into a conga. Like, and they have to have done the conga at some point in the film. But anyway, like, imagine that happens. You'll think, wow, Scott's made it. I wonder where he went. Now he's writing for Hollywood. That's not how it works. If they just take your work, if you write for Hollywood, you write something in your hovel. You sit in your hovel and write something. They take it from you, and they sometime down the line maybe give you a little bit of a pittance, and everyone else gets famous. And in Avatar, well, Avatar's a bad example because I don't know anyone who's attached to the film. Can't tell you. It was James Cameron. See, I'd remember James Cameron Avatar. It wasn't him, was he? He didn't write it, didn't invent it. He just turned up and said, "Point that there. Why don't you stand there? Read it like this. I'm going back in my trailer." I think backed you into a conga. Like, hang on. I'm just going to take the word. Have I got another bit of words on my screen? Have I got any words that I have to make a new words? What is it? Text. It's text, isn't it? Just text. Oh, I've got coming up. Okay, add that. Okay, that'll do. That'll coming up. We'll change that to backed me into. Where's the rest of it? Back me into a conga. Just, can I have the rest? Oh no. Alright, I'll do it smaller then. You fucking do it smaller. Back to me. This is my stream. Back to me into a conga. I think I'm spelling conga right, aren't I? Come on and do the conga. It's conga time for sure. Why is the colour not changed? It did. It changed into the wrong colour. Come on and do the conga. Why is it not doing the colour? Oh, it did. It did it red. Back me into a conga. Come on and do the conga. It's conga time for sure. Come on and do the conga. This is going well. This is definitely going well. My stream, 4 hours in, absolutely, you know, someone just tunes in at this moment. Things are going well. They think, oh, this is a Genshin Impact stream. I'll have a little look at this. They come here and they see this. Things are going well. They'll probably, if anything, you know, someone that, you know, an old friend from the past tunes in. Oh, there's Scott on the internet. What's he doing on the internet? Oh, he's doing well. Things are going well for him. He backed me into a conga. We'll keep that. That's mine now. Bear in mind, you see that around. They're imitators. I'm the originator. We couldn't even find it on the internet. I'm the originator. Backed me into a conga. Looks like he's backed himself into a, it says corner down there, but we know it should be conga. Looks like he's backed himself. This is the meme now. I better do my face for the meme. I don't know what face you do for the meme. So I wasn't even trying there. I wasn't even... Don't do that. You pull your cheeks off. You can't pull your cheeks off. Off? Where? Off what? Look, Flower Pop Man, back me into a conga. I've had it. I've had it away there. I've done a winner. Feel like, you know, there are moments, like, you imagine, do you know when they, I don't know, like, John Lennon sat down next to Paul McCartney and said, hey, Jude. And he said, my name's not Jude, it's John. And he went, oh, is it? Sorry. I just thought the other lad would call you Jude. He's like, no, my name's not Jude. But you know what? That gives me an idea for a song. You know, that's what we've just witnessed here. That's what we've just witnessed. Back me into a conga. Back... I don't know if it's being appreciated. I don't know if we're getting the, you know, 4 hours into a stream. Maybe I'll have to cut this and put it on Ganji Cuts or something. I don't know if we're getting the, you know, is this how Ludwig got popular? Is this, should I do a streamathon or something now? Back me into a conga. Get it on a t-shirt. Backed me into a conga. That's my creative works. You got that? The rest of the film will write itself. Gag like that. The rest of the film will write itself. Going to the Hollywood scriptwriter meeting. They've all got like bags and laptops, and you know, I go in there, smoking a chiffer, half done like this. Can't bring that in here. Don't need to worry, mate. Not going to be in here for long. You can't bring that in here. Listen, don't need to worry, love. I'm not going to be in here for long. Today's meeting is, we need a new film for Hollywood. You've all brought your ideas. I can see you're excited. Now listen up. The bigwigs, I'm pointing at the bigwigs. The bigwigs are separate to the other scriptwriters, but there are bigwigs in the room as well, of course. The bigwigs, I point at them now. Listen up, you. I give them a separate listen up. Listen up first was just for everyone. Now the bigwig. You listen up also. Also you. They're excited now at this point, the bigwigs. They think they haven't seen the likes of this since Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade. They haven't seen the likes of this sort of confidence since Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. I mean, I've made an impression at this point, right? And then I just drop it. He backed me into a Conga. So that, just drop it. And I don't even need to smile, see the smile start to creep across their faces. I'm already turning for the door. I'm already away. I'm already off. You can send the check to my agent. I don't have an agent. Send the check to my dog. Send the check. I tell them my address. They've got a secretary. They're bigwigs. I tell the secretary, send the check. The rest of the film, as I'm leaving the door, I realise they're going to realise. Wait, what about the whole rest of the film? And I just turn back and say, the rest of the film will write itself. And then I leave. And that's me, Hollywood. Hollywood Scotty. They want me for the top. I'm destined for the top. Backed me into a Conga. Create the punchline before the punchline. That's it. That's all there is. Backed me into a Conga. We can do merchandise. We can do merchandise. There's a little bit of preamble where we discuss a Conga. You know, is there any situation? Well, it's just this situation because this juggler said it. Looks like he's backed himself into a corner. There has to be, the situation has to be a debate, and dance is important. And to win the debate, you start a Conga. Actually, that's quite. We could do that for all of those situations. Any situation. It could be like, you know, I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. And then he's up out the chair and the judge is up with the gavel. Da 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 da. Hey. Da 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 da. Hey. And then the camera pans back and all the military men are there doing the let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. Da, da. And then like in the military prisons where they're having the code reds put on them, they're all there with their arms bent behind their back like, hey, let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. And then they're all wind around the car park and the camera pans back and it cuts to, you know, Sergeant Jessup was given 30 years to life. Ben Affleck or whoever it was that put him through it was Tom Cruise, wasn't it? Tom Cruise went on to do Scientology. Like, you know, let's all have a disco, like just like that. Any film, you can just work it into any film. And then you need a character like Plant Pothead. This is a meme that I'm creating. So the way the meme works, I don't know why the internet hasn't caught up with me yet. How many viewers have I got? 3. I don't know how the internet's not caught up with me yet. Like this, I'm doing the whole thing for them now, the whole thing for the internet. The meme then goes on. Plant Pothead turns up in places. He represents, looks like he's backed himself into a coma. Into a coma! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! Looks like he's backed himself into a coma. No! No! Someone's got to have done that. Wait. Someone's got... I'm shaking now. Backed into a coma. Someone's got to have done that. Backed into a coma. Harry Cole on Twitter. Backed into a coma. Labour ordered £200 worth of takeaway. Come on, Borough.com. Backed into... I can still have this. Come on, Borough.com. I mean, it's recorded on the internet, but come on, it's fucking nothing. No members and one guest are viewing this topic. I'm the only guest. No, it's only been seen 500 times. You can still have this. You can still claim it. You can still put this in your joke book and claim it was yours. It's obviously, there's recorded information on the internet. I did not do this. This is not my joke, but it's other people have done the joke, and there's multiple. It's on The Sun. I bet The Sun didn't do it. I bet The Sun got it off the forum, didn't they? Or off Harry Cole. What's Harry Cole saying? Careful on Twitter because you might see naked women. You never know. Backs into a coma. The Sun. Oh, so it's The Sun. This is bad because The Sun are a terrible load of shite. But backed into a coma. Labour ordered £200 worth. It's a bad story on the politicians from Labour who had some curries. So, backed into a coma. Oh, I nearly had that. Imagine, that's just post-COVID, that is. If they hadn't had curries then, if they'd ordered Chinese, I'd still be on for Back Me Into a Korma. Bear that in mind. You know, I don't read The Sun. I never saw that. I never knew about that. Backed me into a korma. That's a good one though, isn't it? Backed into a korma. I'm just... Forget Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is backed into a korma. It's not so good on... You've got to Google it. It's not so good on Ecosia. Is it just The Sun? It is. It's just that though, isn't it? Look. It's not really being offered up very much more than that. Backed into a korma has just been used once on that news. I bet if you leave it long enough, leave it 5 or 10 years, no one else comes out with it, you can have that. Backed into a korma. It's part of our meme now. I've been backed into a conga. It makes sense because we're doing a dance competition, but you could also be backed into a korma. So, maybe we should continue. I don't know if we need to. Do I need to continue streaming ever? Do I not just what I do now is I cut what I've just said as a clip, put that on the internet, and then the internet goes wild, and then it becomes a meme, and then I'm on like Johnny Carson or some shit, and he's like, so tell me about how you became a meme. And I'm like, well, I don't know about you, Johnny, but I feel a little bit backed into a conga. Hey, let's all have a disco. And it kicks off, and then the camera pans out, and me and Johnny Carson are dancing around. And as he goes past, I give him a little wink, and the camera pans out, and all the audience are dancing. And then it cuts to a still frame of me. Scott won the internet, and lives happily ever after in Miami, or not Miami. I don't know why Miami came into mind. If I choose Miami, because of Will Smith and his videos. Because of that, if I choose Miami, like, you know. Anyway, I live happily ever after on a speedboat or some shit, and then it cuts to Johnny. Was it Johnny Carson? I said, like, he's dead. Like, Johnny Carson, he's dead. It says. I think he's dead. I always say, wait, I should check that. I always say they're dead and they're not dead. I think Johnny Carson is though. Johnny Carson. Dead, yeah, good. He's dead, yeah. I don't mean good. I don't mean good. I mean good that I got it right. So anyway, yeah. Giving Genshin Impact some ideas on how to finish their game now as well.
As the party holding the burden of proof, Sharif has failed to provide sufficient support for his judgment of the quality of Zubair Theater's programs.
Do you know what? It gets lost. It gets lost. Well, I'm going to blow my own trumpet a little bit there. That theoretically could be a bit of stand-up comedy you just got to listen to on the old internet there. I could hone that. I could do that in stand-up routines. I could do it over and over again until it got more tight and punchy. It wouldn't make any sense because they wouldn't see this. I can't go on stage, can I, and just say, so, I was playing Genshin Impact the other day. I'm holding a microphone, pretending to. I've actually got a microphone here that I can hold. So I went into it. You know when you go into a... I was playing Genshin Impact the other day, and the game had a debate. You know when you're at a debate, already this is going badly. The people aren't... Get on with it! You know when you're at a debate, and over dance, and someone's arguing that dance... Imagine... And that dance is in some way... Get on with it! And... Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. Na 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 na. Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey. Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, I backed you, and then I cut him off quickly and say, I backed you into a conga. And then the place erupts. The camera pans out. We go around. I wink at the guy who was heckling me. It's cut to Scott made a successful career in stand-up comedy and has played the Wembley Arena, and you know, got on the Johnny Carson show. That's a different story. We've already done that one. And then cut to the guy that was heckling him went and just had a nice evening. That's how stand-up comedy works.
Likewise, the definition that Nilou put forth is but her personal opinion. Neither party is the victor for this particular point of contention. Additionally, I must request that both parties exercise greater control on their emotions.
We're going to have to hurry it up now because I've wasted all our stream time messing about.
Keep it up, Nilou! You're doing great!
In that case, I shall speak of more concrete matters. The essence of this issue is that you have violated the law. So you must now pay the price for your transgression.
What? I don't, mate. I don't. You've seen written up on there. Back you into a conga.
This course of action is also completely procedurally sound. We have already contacted Zubair Theater multiple times regarding the theater's repertoire.
Backed you into a conga is my response.
However, you have consciously ignored our warnings. Or perhaps your compliance was purely superficial. Regardless, that failure has indirectly led to the present day's proceedings.
I'm dancing while he's talking to me. He finds it annoying, so I'm doing it. I know he finds it annoying, so I'm doing it. Nilou, would you stop that dancing? I can't. I'm practicing.
That is indeed so, according to the laws decreed by the Academia.
I've forgotten what they're saying. If they want me to pipe up, I'll pipe. But someone in the crowd's going to shout, "What about that line about the conga?" Like, you know, they're getting eggy in the crowd. They know who's really won.
He started talking about procedural stuff, so I need to focus on...
Having a conga. The conga. Just do the conga. That's the answer to every one of them.
I need to rethink things.
The most important thing about an...
Shut up.
I need to rethink...
She'll just tell me no if it's the wrong one, so I can just do this.
Mr. Zubair has already provided signed copies of all documentation related to our operations. Everything is perfectly filled out and valid.
Which... It's not a conga, is it? It's hardly a conga.
Although the theater's performances don't align with the Academia's requests, the law doesn't say that Zubair Theater can be demolished only because of that reason.
But bear in mind, okay, I'm actually of the opinion that we should demolish some of it because it's a bit too big and unwieldy, and that the people can't get... Like, no one could even see us having this debate. Like, they've all wandered off. Someone's gone to the carpet shop to look at the cut-price rugs. Like, they're fed up of this shit. Look, we're miles away. There's a fountain in the way. The fountain makes noise, so they can hear the fountain more than they can hear us. It's a load of shit.
Demolition notices need to be provided in writing and made available to the public. Otherwise, the theater can continue to operate as long as its license is valid.
Alright, we've won then. I mean, that's boring. We should be having the conga. I'm just calming down a little bit now. Just calming down a little bit, but... the Abyss, Celestia and the Mortals, all primordial beings, end up doing the conga. Yes! That's what I picture. That's exactly what I picture. Like, for the end of Genshin Impact now. Like, we can end it here, now, at this moment. We thought it was a big 5-year project or whatever. It turns out no. No more wishing, no more rolling. You do the Nilou story quest as part of the side quest content for Sumeru, and you discover that one of the answers in the different answers at one juncture is let's do the conga. And if you select it, and at the same moment that guy does the pun, oh, it looks like you've been backed into a con... He doesn't say corner, he says conga. It looks like you've been backed into a conga, and the game goes wild. And let's all do the conga. And like the music kicks off. You know how they're good with the music in Genshin Impact. The music kicks off. This scene here, all the people start filling up the bazaar. All the characters. Oh, it's him from over in Inazuma that does the cooking. It's her from over in Mondstadt that was outdoors for some reason. It's it's that chuffer from up that down the chasm. An Adeptus. All the main cast, all the ones you recognise. There's Ganyu with her cocoa goat horns. Let's all do the conga. Wait, there's a leg. It's fucking... Who's got legs? They've all got legs, haven't they? It's Yoima. She's got a special one leg longer than the other. They're all in there. In here. Doing the conga. And then the camera pans back. And then there's about 40 of them, bear in mind. So, right, all the Abyss, Celestia, all the everyone at this point, as the camera pans back, you see all the Hilly Churls, or everyone. So there's about 40 main cast. There's all of the Hilly Churls. You know how, like, at the end of the Muppets or something, you don't just do, like, this Hilly Churl did this. You say, Hilly Churls, like, there's a little picture of them, like, they went off and did X, Y, Z, and, like, they're all happy, do you know what I mean? Like, everyone gets a little cutscene of them, a little still frame of them, like, you know, a little cutscene of them. Sometimes it's like them doing a lawnmower or something. Everyone's got one, 40 of them. And you sit through it now while the conga music plays. And at the end of it, the screen just shrinks down. And at the end, so as the screen really shrinks down like that, Paimon's face pops up and says like, Paimon's... Cuts her off in the last minute. That's how it finishes. Paimon's face pops up with the little thing closing in. And she says, Paimon, think... And it just cuts her off. You don't get to hear what Paimon says. That's it. Dun. Last beat of the drum. And you go, wow. And then it does like the second credits at the end, you know, with like the second credits at the end, like for like music and special effects, and you know the second credits after the main credits have rolled, the ones where some pop song, some random pop song just starts playing, and the lights come up in the theatre. You're like, wow, Genshin Impact was good. I didn't realise I was sitting in a theatre. The epic or sad music, yeah, just that bit at the end, the epic or sad music, yeah, just something that becomes like you don't ever associate it with the film years on after. It's just a thing that played at the end, just as if like to say like we've had enough now, yeah, and you sort of sit there. I didn't realise I was in a movie theatre watching this, but it turned out Genshin Impact was such a good film that it made me feel like I was playing an ongoing video game and existing in the intervening times around scenes in the game, in the film. The film was so good that at times the film felt like I was going home and living my life and then doing other things. And actually I've been sat in a movie theatre for a very long time. I've got popcorn all down me. All down me. What a strange film. I must remember not to let Elon Musk drill my head again with his neural ace.
Failing to follow these rules makes your stance procedurally unsound.
But we did have a good conga, didn't we? Yeah.
That's right!
There are different ways to apply the rules. There is precedent for this. So long as this matter is discussed within the academia,
Mine's better.
this course of action will come to pass.
This is not as good as me doing the conga.
Looking at the past 27 cases of similar nature, 90% of them support Sharif's claim and position.
I'm just gonna go back to this. Backed me into a conga. Just remind everyone that I said that. No one else has said that before. Honestly, I didn't just read it in a book and think, oh, I'll say that on screen. Clever. No, I come up with that myself. They gave me the prompt, they said back me into a corner, and I was already jabbing on about a conga. It just came together out of... That's how things work. That's the exact... Way back now, being serious for a second. I filmed some people in a band doing a rehearsal session, and I kind of wanted to capture a moment. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but sometimes you're messing about, and then sometimes you like write a song out of nothing, and like, you know, probable that band these days are not like some super band or whatever, but in the same way in the Stugan film, I was there in the rooms talking to the people that made those games. That game by Mads is coming out on December the 8th. It's coming out on December the 8th. I'm playing it. I was in a room talking to him while he made the thing, like understanding what part of his heart and soul was going into it. So back me into a conga. I just like that was a creative moment. You don't like sit down and work at that. You can't sit down and work at that. It's inspiration, gift from God. That's what I've done with it. Today's gift is back me into a conga. Reflect on that when I finish streaming and think, wow. I'm not going to let it go. You might not hear about it on every other stream that I ever do. I might never talk about it again. But we will know. We will know. I once did an ASMR video called 500 Views, where it was like a normal ASMR video and people liked it. At the time I was getting a few views on the old ASMR videos. So 500 was a limited number. It was just the people who really give a shit, or were there at the time, I guess. But like people who saw it in their notifications and went and watched it. And then when they'd watched it, I took it off the internet. It's gone. That's never gone back up. It's gone. 500 views and that was it. Limited edition. I made a limited edition YouTube video. Probably one of the only fuckers to do that as well. Like, because mainly people want views, don't they? So you leave them up. But I made deliberately limited edition. Once it hits 500 views, I'm taking it down. So enjoy it, watch it. If you're lucky enough to watch it, it was like the closest thing I could do to a live performance back before we did streaming, because in that way it was a one-off, you know, an event that happened. Yeah, nobody else knows about that apart from the 500 people and now you and the people that I tell about it. But that's the whole point, isn't it? That's what made it special. I watched an ASMR video that, despite the hundreds of thousands of views that are on all the other ASMR videos, only 500 of us watched that. Like, it's a closed, smaller group. And that's what's happening here at the moment, is you're witnessing my genius, and you're only a smaller group, so you should feel extremely lucky, because I just said, back me into a conga. Like, if Limmy said that, they'd be writing it down in books. Giving him BAFTA awards. He backed me into a conga. Give him a BAFTA award. The rest of the sketch show will write itself.
However, the demolition process in those cases was only started after discussion at the academia. In other words, premature notice of demolition is indeed a rash act.
Because also, we've incorporated into the meme the end of it being the panning away. So the conga itself kicks off. Like, this is how it can work so easily. It does write itself. Because all you need to do is create situations where a conga is in some way mentioned, create showdowns between two people where one of them can start doing the conga. As I explained, I did it with A Few Good Men, didn't I? Like, you could do it with Star Wars, you know, Luke, I am your father. And Luke says, let's all have a disco. And then the dark side of the Force and and then it come together and they do the conga, and then all the Death Star people are doing the conga, and then all the Ewoks are doing the conga, and the Wookiee, and then you know, and then pan back very far, and you know, you can do it with anything. It's a surefire formula. I don't know why am I the foot backed me into a conga.
That's more than enough. We've proven that the order is unreasonable as it currently stands.
And we've done back me into a conga, so don't forget that, Nilou.
Cease your futile resistance.
Nilou's definitely won this point, right?
I don't care about anything.
Stay focused, Nilou.
Even if permission for demolition has yet to be obtained, it is a fact that your performances violated the Academia's policies on numerous occasions.
I've decided to turn off back me into a conga now, because we're just going to keep that between us, because if it gets out, you know, that could be... Maybe I'm not ready for that. Maybe I'm not ready for that, you know. I mean, look what happened to Michael Jackson. You know, look what happened to Matthew Perry. Maybe I'm not ready for that. If it gets out, that's dynamite. You're playing with fire there. You're playing with fire there. Back me into a conga. You are playing with fire, my friend. If that gets out, maybe I'm not ready for that. You know, maybe. Seen what it did to Robbie Williams.
Based on that fact, we can permanently revoke your right to perform in Sumeru.
Under the current system, it is indeed possible to immediately revoke Zubair Theater's performing rights.
That's a thing?
Apparently, I've got options. Don't worry, they're the same option.
Rather than protecting Zubair Theater, I surmise that your true intention is to maintain your hold over your audience and their patronage as your source of income. Without them, Zubair Theater is nothing more than an empty building.
It's like, we need people to fill the bums on seats so that we can keep the theatre open. So we try and do good theatre shows so that they come and put their bums on the seats. It's a two-way thing, isn't it? It's a complex issue, isn't it? Economies. Are you advertising to create demand? Or is there already a demand and you're advertising to point them in your direction? So, I don't know, you know, like, obviously you do create demand for things that don't have a demand before, don't you? You can actually create demand for something even when it doesn't exist. And then people's will drive it into being. What are we talking about again, Sharif? Because I think you just said that the theatre doesn't exist without the people, and I've got a clever answer for that.
And without its performances, the theatre has nothing else of value.
The value of the theatre.
What you said isn't true at all.
See?
Keep it cool, Nilou.
No, don't keep it cool. Get eggy. Look, Flower Pot Man here. Get eggy.
Right. I need to keep calm, but just a little more.
Here we go. So, value of the theatre's existence.
Zubair Theater isn't simply a performance venue to us. It means more than that. It's been our home for a long time.
Without Zubair Theatre, where would Flower Pot Man go to do his juggling?
Miss Raykar can't go on adventures anymore, but she has found a stable career and a new life at the theater. Her son, Soren, has already passed his theater exam, and he'll soon be our newest member.
And as his mom was explaining us earlier, it's good that his dad's dead. It's quite positive. It's not, but we've turned it into a positive, because now you can clean up at the theatre.
Mr. Kasani found a new way to look at art.
Through a monocle.
He decided to stay at the theater to watch us grow.
Through his monocle.
Mr. Farhad and Mr. Hushang visit even when there isn't a show going on, and they always tell us lots of entertaining stories.
I will say that about Stratford-upon-Avon and its theatres, is the local hostilleries around the ways. They kind of thrive on the extra business that theatre guests provide. But also you do get some characters that sort of inhabit these places. You know, and they're interested in the theatre and its goings on. They like the plays and the different actors, and so they just go and drink in the local area and are around and do have entertaining stories. There's a couple of places that are famed for their, like, you go on the right night sort of thing, and there can be quite a raucous, maybe even someone would sing a song and play a piano or something similar in some of the establishments. Maybe not so much these days, as everything has become a homogenised chain of so-and-sos, but a few places still have a bit of character and characters within.
Even Inaya wants to stay with us, and she's starting to look forward to a new future. Zubair Theater exists for them, for every single one of us.
One of us. Like, now's the moment, isn't it? If there's ever a moment for a conga.
Perhaps Zubair Theater has provided you with a multitude of positive emotions and experiences. However, you have misconstrued something, young miss.
Yeah, you got it wrong.
The interpersonal relationships you speak of were established upon normal theater operations.
Okay.
Sheikh Zubair operates the theater for his livelihood. His employees work for their wages, and the audience comes to enjoy performances.
I think that's like a reason why we should keep it open rather than to close it down, though, isn't it, you fucking idiot? Like, what kind of an argument against keeping the theatre open is they rely on it for their livelihood, people work there, they get wages, and people come and enjoy the performances. That's the whole setup. That's the whole set. That's like, you know, if you had a business plan as to why you should operate a theatre, that's the business plan. You operate it for a profit, people get to work there and they make money, and the audience come and enjoy performances. That's the whole shebang.
Relationships are merely a byproduct in this exchange of interests. They may be pleasant and captivating, but they can only ever be secondary.
No. What tends to happen is that, I think this is bad in a way, actually, but it tends to happen, is that people who end up working at the theatre actually are interested in a bit in the theatre. And like, this whole like social hierarchy builds because they in some way have a, like, the thing that I think is funny is if you go and drink in the Dirty Duck up the road from the theatre, you know, sometimes like an actress will be, or an actor will be in there. I actually dated an actress. I didn't know she was an actress until she explained that she was an actress. But like, you know, I'd already been talking to her for a while there, and it was going quite well, and, you know, exchanged numbers and went out for a few dinners and such. You know, it wasn't like, wow. I remember telling one person who did work at the theatre that I was dating this person. They were like, oh, it's so and so. Oh my god, she's like the star of this production. I'm like, she's just like a normal person. Like, there's like a glamour about the actors, isn't there? And certainly some of them are more affluent and they have more notoriety than others. But if you're into that sort of shit and you're into that and like, oh, so and so, they're such a big chuffer, then you go and work at the theatre as a lowly like ticket puncher or something. Like, you know, there can be like a social hierarchy about it, which I don't agree with. I don't think it's necessarily that good. It's not all. It's not. I'm sure I'm not Like, if I said that, the people that work at the theatre would go, "Oh, it's not like that. He's got that wrong." Yeah, probably completely like that. I know that a lady whose hair I did, it was a very nice, normal, down to earth. I say normal, like, very down to earth and nice person who didn't show me any snobbery or anything like that. So, and she was quite high up in the literal hierarchy of the working there, I think. But by the by, anyway, what I'm saying is that, like, there is a bit of this glamour aspect with the actors and stuff, isn't there? So the point I'm making is that the people that go and hang out at the theatre are the people that are interested in hanging out at the theatre. Like, you get a couple of people maybe who work there as like a cleaner or a bar staff that don't give a shit. They're just there to earn some money. But in the main, those people go elsewhere to work. And in the main, the people that really want the jobs at the theatre, they care so much, they go and they end up working there for their whole life. They ride there on their little bicycle and, they get set in and they like the way the theatre is and the people and, the occasional brush with the actors. So,
when scholars collaborate to solve difficult problems, we freely share our knowledge and resources with one another as if we were all kin. However, this collaboration ends after the results of our work are published.
And you make friends with people who you sort of are around if you've got social skills. So most of the theatre people become friendly with each other and they like the same sort of stuff and have the same sort of sense of humour and understand the same sort of social cues and airs and graces, and they just end up as a cohesive group in a way, don't they? That's how groups form, I suppose. So I don't know, again, if he's being... like, his argument doesn't work.
The reason is simple. We are scholars, and there are new projects that await our attention.
He really doesn't think much of relationships. Paimon also thinks he did a lot of prep. He's been solid as a rock.
Sharif's argument is currently the more persuasive of the two for this point of contention.
Is it? Because it sounded like a load of fucking bollocks to me that you can't have friends. Like, actually, by being friends, you draw out even deeper and even more interesting things that, like, one of the acts of being an actor is being part of a cast. And when you're part of a cast, what they actually do is they try and, like, they teach it in drama school. You mess about with each other so that you don't feel inhibited, so that you can act out these roles and get to these deeper moments. And actually having some human interaction, having some, like, whether you'd call it friendship or understand, like, what I'm saying is, if you understand each other's personalities and spend time with each other, then you become friends, don't you? Like, and that's part of the job of being an actor in a cast, is to understand how to interact with these people in the cast, know where the boundaries are drawn and how to cross them in the right and wrong ways, for the performance and stuff. So it's exploring that relationship, if anything, more than you would if you just sit in an office with someone. And even then, socially, as humans, if you sit in an office with someone, you feel compelled to become friendly or at least be socially polite, don't you? And if you sit in there long enough, then they are your friends, because they're the people you see all the time. And if they're decent chuffers as well, why not be friends with people that are around you? So yeah, I don't know how his argument became the most persuasive there, but apparently it is.
The continuance of the interpersonal relationships Nilou spoke of remains hypothetical before the theater's demolition, whereas the situation that Sharif described has been well documented at the academia. The academia has made significant academic contributions, in no small part due to its researchers' efficiency and ability to compartmentalize.
Well, you're fucking biased. Like, that's the academia. Whereas in the arts, like, the ability to compartmentalize and be efficient robot gets you nowhere near, gets you absolutely nowhere near Back Me Into a Conga. So the only way you're going to reach Back Me Into a Conga is if you're freewheeling, like, maybe a bit stoned. Like, being a robot, I would have read the line, it looks like he's backed me into a corner, and I would have felt compelled to stick to the script. So you can fuck right off.
Oh no, what should we do? Things are going in the opposite direction.
Paimon, patience.
A setup? So Nilou's got him?
Maybe, because if we use the back me into a conga line, then we've got anyone.
Good. He said what he said. The next argument could decide this debate.
This is how you really debate, isn't it? You line them up and then you knock them down. You make them back themselves into a conga. No! It is the best line. It is, isn't it? You back them, you make them back themselves into... Oh, come on. It's not... Now that I know how good that is, I'm going to be disappointed if Nilou doesn't do that at the end of this.
But...
Then the camera pan back.
Is this really the best thing to do? It might be too cruel to Inaya.
Nilou, just give him both barrels. Inaya's will. We've only got one. Let's interpret
Inaya
it.
really wants to win. She doesn't want to lose anything else because of her painful past.
I don't know how that relates to what he's saying.
She already agreed to this. She wants to win, no matter what. Me too. Mr. Sharif believes that interpersonal relationships are a byproduct of working towards a goal. Once that goal is achieved or abandoned, those relationships would have no more reason to continue.
Oh, right, okay, yeah, but I could count. I see what you're saying now. I thought he was just saying they're no good as part of anything, but once the goal is achieved, once the work is done, do you still maintain friendships with people? I think that actually does vary a little bit, because some people, yes, and others maybe not so much. And actually, for me personally, it's less about how much I care about people, because quite often I care about people an awful great deal, but I find it quite difficult to find a time once a week or whatever it's supposed to be where I pick up the phone and call XYZ, or remember everyone's number and have it all in the phone, or I've let things slip, so I don't maintain the relationships that out of all the different places I've been in my life and the different people I've become friends with, I haven't maintained those relationships. I've let them sort of drift, I suppose is a word I would use, but you could use harsher words, you could use more it could be leveled at me that it's what's the word, ignorant of me, or not ignorant, but I don't want to say rude, uncaring, unkind. It's my fault that I didn't keep maintaining relationships. So once the goal is achieved, those relationships would have no reason to continue. Well, not no reason. You've made reasons to continue the relationships through achieving the goals. It's the journey we went on and the friends we made. Jesus, it's easy to counter this.
Then, if someone has failed to live up to his expectations...
Oh, then they're not even good enough or some shit. I don't know.
If someone has failed to live up to your expectations and ran away from home, then she shouldn't be your daughter anymore, right?
Oh, it's going to be all emotional, and all I can think in my brain, all I can think in my brain is this.
Inaya!
I
need to put that on a button on the stream deck.
Sorry, Nilou. As expected, I should be the one to say it. If in your eyes, the purpose of my existence is to become your academic successor, then that goal has ended in complete failure. By your logic, that means there is no more reason to sustain our relationship as father and daughter.
Ooh.
Members of the audience who do not belong to either debate party, please speak with caution.
Can you just... You're biased. He's on their team.
Let her speak.
You're telling the referee what we should do.
What she does not say, Nilou will.
How come you're in charge now?
No matter how many disagreements we've had, the truth is that you are still my father. You're so immersed in your own world, you can't understand why we come together for the sake of relationships.
Give him loads of shit, go on.
Yeah, don't look down on us.
Academia wanker.
You can watch a dance anywhere, but there's only one Zubair Theatre.
Actually, now he's regretting using this as the location for the debate, isn't he? Because everyone in the audience is against him.
I'm starting to feel sorry for this guy, what with the idiotic things he said.
Oh, that was a zinger, wasn't it? I'm almost starting to feel sorry for this guy, what with the idiotic things he said. Zinger. Really dragged him down a peg or two there. I'm starting to feel sorry for this guy. What with the idiotic things he said. Oh, do you remember that time when that man in the crowd said, I'm starting to feel sorry for this guy, what with the idiotic things he said? Do you remember that one? Do you remember that? Oh, that was a zinger. Do you remember that one?
Order! Order! Members of the audience, do not interrupt debate proceedings.
Now, you can't shout at the audience to try and maintain control, because they're going to get eggy back. Flower Pot Man's going to come over and put one on you. He's going to put one on you. There's so many more people in that audience. It's a very... Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... You can't count the children. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 active combatants plus Traveller. So we could overpower them, but, it's not going to be a riot. But, this was a bad choice, because if there was lots of people turned up, and an emotion. Sorry, I just noticed you. Moon Halo. I could have a look at the song maybe in a bit. At the end of the episode, we can finish on Moon Halo as the camera pans back today. Emotional Conga, yeah. We'll have an emotional Conga.
I confess that this is the final argument we had prepared. Disown me, and you will win the debate.
See how the Conga meme has now taken on its own life. I'm not ready for this fame. I'm not ready for this. Things are moving too fast. I wasn't ready. No, Elvis, you can't go back now. It's time to play 8 million shows at Las Vegas until you die. Here's another cheeseburger. Oh. I wasn't ready for this.
But before that, Father, I have some final words to say.
What's she gonna die?
I've been doing some soul searching. Not about whether I should have run away from home, but whether there was any point to my personal rebellion against you. I kept trying to earn your approval, but I only disappointed you over and over.
Tale as old as time.
The truth is, I ran away from home as a means to vent my recurring frustrations.
Fair enough.
That is to say, I was exerting pressure on you and hoping you'd give up on your lofty expectations. But by doing that, wasn't I just doing the same thing as you? I won't force my expectations upon you anymore. At Zubair Theater, I have found the life I've always wanted. I will move on from my family troubles and strive towards my new goal. But if you dare to harm this place, then I will stand with my friends here and fight against you.
So now what it's come to is, to win the debate, we've threatened to kick his head in.
This is not the time to space out, Sharif. The debate is still underway.
What, you're going to take that as a point in the debate, are you, mate? You're going to accept that as an offer of an argument on the table. If you don't fuck off, we will kick your head in.
You already consider them to be your friends.
That's not the point I would have taken up as contentious, but okay.
You should be asking us that question.
Oh, my dog did a farty then. Oh, my dog did such a farty. Oh, I can smell that from here, Marlo. And you're down there on the floor. Jesus Christ. What it must smell like down there on the floor is... oh, that's unreal. There's only me and him here. Why are you doing that? What's wrong with your bum? He's not even looking at me. He knows what he's done. Marlo. Marlo, I'm talking to you, Marlo. You've done a farty. You've done a farty. Oh, my farty boy. Hey, you've done a smelly. Good boy. I shouldn't say good boy for that, but you are good. There's Omar now. He wants to come in and... you can smell what we're smelling in here, Omar. Can you... oh, I can't... it's so rough. It's so rough. Oh, my God. What the... how am I going to finish this episode now? I need to talk. You know those molecules that are going in my system have been up his bum. That's how you smell things. He's fired it out. I'm sniffing it up. That's what's happening here. So I'm on the wrong end of this. He's backed me into a right conga here. He's backed me into a right conga here. And then we fought him. The camera pans back.
Oh. Of course we are!
Christ.
Miss Inaya is a really good friend.
I've already took him for a walk as well. I don't want to have to go in for another one.
It was a bit of a process, but we won her over.
Make no mistake. All those who come to Zubair Theater become one of us.
One of us.
We will always be with her.
Such puerile simplicity. However...
is that it now?
It is surprisingly a relief.
Right, backed him right into a conga. Fuck off then.
Wait, what are you... never mind.
Never mind. Although he should actually say something to his daughter, shouldn't he?
They left?
Oh, I can't believe it.
Does that mean we've won?
Not even to make it clear and to just walk off from his daughter like that.
We won?
Nilou!
It was her that did it. And also that. Mainly that. Don't forget that. Got Christmas coming, so back me into a Conga merchandise. I'm gonna have to produce some back me into a Conga. I'm gonna have to fuck around making merchandise with back me into a Conga written on it. I don't know how you're gonna. On the back, it will have to have the camera panning back in some way. I don't know how you're gonna create a camera pan on your own life from a T-shirt. Like while you're wearing the T-shirt, you imagine the camera. You don't imagine it. The camera literally pans back, and you get smaller and smaller. You put on the T-shirt, the camera starts panning back, and the music starts, and you're doing the. And then you think, "Fucking hell!" And you take off the T-shirt, and suddenly you're just back in the room as normal. For a minute there, I thought I was going to get like a still frame cutscene of me in the future. How it worked out. Like this T-shirt can predict the future. So I suppose we're going to have better merchandise than most people. Probably. Fantastic job.
I relaxed for a moment and I feel a little faint.
That was a real anticlimax.
It looks like he still has a place for her in his heart.
Terrific work, Nilou and
Although he didn't say anything nice to her.
Likely won't cause any more trouble for us.
He didn't say anything nice to her.
Didn't know you could get so fierce. I have a lot of newfound respect for you two.
Well, I lost all respect for the whole process because the whole process was we worked out arguments, and in the end he had an argument and the man was like, I think his argument is quite good, and we said, right, well, here's our argument, you can fuck off or I'll fucking kick your head in, and then that was the winner. So we could have done that right at the start. We could have just come in with, I'll kick your head in, and then he could have countered with like that would have been it. Instead we went through all that rigmarole, and what we got was the result was the threat of force. Threat of force. They should have had it as an option. Threat of force. Do Conga on one side and threat of force on the other.
This really took a lot out of me, though. I don't ever want to do this again.
So, I didn't say it, but God help us. Could you imagine if it was like Mario and you like lost a life and then you had to come back and do it again? Oh, like, no way. You wouldn't want to do this again. Speed running that would be a fucking nightmare.
Both Miss Nilou and Miss Inaya were so cool!
If we didn't have me and my Conga joke, patented Conga joke, you can't patent a meme. You're just the originator, that's all. Just the originator, that's all. Just the originator. It doesn't even matter if the meme goes anywhere. It doesn't matter if it becomes big like Doge or anything like that, or Doggy, or what is it? How do you pronounce it? It doesn't matter where it goes, right? You and I both know that that Conga meme looks like he's backed me into. That was pretty fucking good. We all know. Like, we all know. Like, you know, there's another sequence in a movie where something happens and then life starts happening quick, and then like the newspapers go roll, and then like there's a photograph and they're on the cover of the newspaper, and then there's someone coming with like a big bouquet of flowers, and then the scenery changes and they're in the limo, and then they're at the awards, and then they're a little bit older and they're having an argument with their wife, and then the kids have left them, and then they turn the weens against me, and then they've got the bottle of alcohol, and then they're at the edge of the, like, you know how it all happens quick in a film. Back me into a Conga. It could all have happened quick like that, you know. By the end of this stream, we could have been flooded with new viewers here for the Conga meme. Things happen quick on the internet. It didn't. It might not. That might just be between us. But we know. We know. I fucking know.
Should we throw a second round of celebrations?
The curtain finally falls on the debate amidst oh, that's gone. I didn't get to hear the euphony of cheers. I didn't even get to see how it was spelled. Euphony, I think it was. Fucking, I'm not going to learn a new word at this stage. She's still over there, look. That's an arrow in the notice board. At the end of the movie, character there with her back to her. Look, this one's doing the dancing still. She's been doing a lot of that. She ain't got anything in her brain. No thoughts. Just the dancing. And I suppose that, in some ways, is the message. And then we've got Nilou over here. Also no thoughts. It's quite surprising because she's reading the notice board. It looks like there's quite a lot of information on that. So you'd think her head would be full of things. But Paimon's over here. Why is Paimon here? That's not usual. That's definitely not usual. So we're going to have a photograph with that. We've got the special camera out anyway. Paimon usually goes away. They're not the best photographs of Paimon, but care I not. And then there's Nilou. So we've got to talk to her to finish it all off, I think.
Oh, it's you.
It's me.
Yes, I feel a lot better. The more I think back on everything, the more surreal it all feels.
It does a little bit, doesn't it? Now I think back a little bit on it. I think, what have I done on my stream today? Because sometimes I sit down and I've like got a little thing prepared, or I've got an idea formed, and like, you know, we go at it. I've got a few lined up for good streams that are a bit more serious in the future. Yeah, you know, we do those sort of things. But today I thought we'd just sit down, play Genshin Impact, do a story mode. I'd enjoy myself a bit. And I didn't realise that I was going to invent one of the finest memes. Well, it's not fine if you don't understand. One of the finest jokes. Oh, so fine. That doesn't just go in the normal joke book. That's got to go in the smaller, little black joke book. Like, you know, the little, smaller leather, but not leather because I'm vegan. Like the smaller, more impressive looking volume of jokes. So, it's even a one-liner in a way. Well, you could just say the one line. Back me into a I was going to say korma. Again, it backed me into a Conga. You can just say that. That's a one-liner if you just say it. You know, any joke's a one-liner if you just do one of the lines. So...
I don't think I could repeat what I did a second time.
No, we have to. That's the whole point of a meme, you fucker.
Yes, and it's all thanks to you.
It is me.
I see. You mean how fate brought me to the theater, right?
I've chosen to hear her story, but I didn't really want to.
Then I'll have to tell you about my
Unless
teacher
it's going to be an
Mr.
animation.
Zubair had mentioned.
Is it going to be an animation?
Mr. Zubair
No.
opened his theater when I was still a child.
Yes. She's going to do a song. Come on, do it.
There was a beautiful
No.
dancer. And
was
from the
well
moment I
joined, but I
saw
can't do-
her, I couldn't look
Look, we're
away.
having- oh, look, it's a face, big. Look how big her face is. I'm going to just stay here for a minute. It'd be good for the old thumbnail or some shit. Just to be using it for the thumbnail. Let's give her a little kiss, look. For the thumbnail. My face is a bit small. That's Nilou's face, big as I've ever seen it on my telly.
I thought to myself, the gods must have blessed her with such talent.
They must have. Something, whatever
But
you say.
later on, she would actually smile down at me and say, just the opposite, in fact.
The opposite.
Yeah. She said, dance is an art born from toil. It isn't a gift from the gods, but a creation by our own hands.
What did she have to say about the Conga?
It is a beautiful thing born from our life experiences. Whenever there is joy or something to be celebrated, people will dance.
Really interesting though, because of something I was going to be talking about on stream in the future, actually, trying to get a belly dancer on. I looked into it a little bit. On YouTube, it's like against monetization. It's not against terms of service. You can do a belly dancer on YouTube, but it counts as sensual or erotic dancing or some shit, I think. And you get demonetized, yellow monetizer. So it's a bit of an interesting one. But there's someone doing a dance. Everyone likes having a good dance.
In other words, any place where people can effortlessly begin a dance will for sure be filled with the blessings of everyone's happiness. She wasn't looking for flowers and applause. All she wanted was to see her audience smile.
Boring.
Right. The same as what Mr. Kasani believes. I was completely moved by what she had said, so I started taking dance lessons from her. Before she retired, she told me, for as long as you live, never forget what dance means to others. This is why Mr. Zubair and I never intended to listen to the Academia.
Right, you're always just going to threaten to kick their heads in then, yeah?
Even though it ended up causing everyone a whole lot of trouble, thankfully, everything worked out in the end.
This whole one here could have been very close to a musical if they just put a few musical numbers in, added the conga thing, add that conga in as the main thing, and then it's very close to a musical.
Although, I do have a small regret.
Inaya?
Yeah. Even though she has already decided to stop fighting with her father,
No more beefing.
they never managed to have a real conversation with each other. Before he left, Mr. Sharif looked like he had a lot on his mind.
Oh.
He probably has a lot of things he wants to say, but will now perhaps never get a chance to.
Well, he did have a big chance to. He stood there.
Yeah, but I still hope that things can change. It never hurts to have hope.
Good one, Nilou.
You and Paimon are more than welcome to keep attending our shows.
There's Paimon.
Who knows? Next time, you might see Inaya on the stage.
She seems happy.
Are you still worried about Inaya?
No.
Let's be sure to come back often. Who knows? Maybe things will have worked out for her.
Really? That takes a bit of... That is a bit of a... Wait for the debate 2 days later. I don't want to wait 2 days later. We've done the whole fucking thing. It's a 5-hour stream on the nose there. 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds over 5 hours. So, like, I can't believe that I can't finish it there. How are you going to do that to me? How are you going to do me so dirty, Genshin Impact? I did the fucking big joke about the conga. I mean, come on. That would be perfect there. 5 hours. It's a bit of a long one, but, you know... something compelling in the cleanness of 5 hours. I could have said, and we've just come to the 5 hour mark, so if you think you're good, you can report naughty, and just ended it. Bang. Now we're at 34 seconds past 5 hours. It's the moment's passed. Now I've got to figure out what I'm doing for 2 days. Making the clock go, obviously. Making the clock go. Give me my fucking primos, you tight bastards. Unbelievable. You go through all this rigmarole. And then at the end of it, they don't even give you your primos. They make you wait 2 days. Like, who in the world is going out there and collecting some mushrooms at that juncture and just messing about for 2? Who in the world isn't saying, get on that clock, make the time go, I demand my primos? I've changed that noise. $20 to 22 it wants. Show me the clock again. You did that? Come on. It's like you finish your dinner, and then they say, right, we've got this nice ice cream for puddings, primos. Nice primo flavoured ice cream. And you'll probably want that later when you watch the telly or something. No. I finished my dinner now. Hand me the ice cream. Or we'll kick your head in. No, that's what I've learned from today's thing. Or Nilou will threaten to kick your head in, and all the people in. Oh, it's animating. Hang on, wait. It's animating. I should just enjoy it. It's a bit of a slow crowd today.
Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to our newest member, Inaya.
She hasn't even bothered getting dressed up for it.
Hello, everyone. She'll be dancing for us from now on. So please, give her your support.
I've just thought, is this a bit like a weird... Because like we're at the shops, and like we're on stage and they're dancing girls. Is this like a kind of weird strip dancing thing? It's not like some late night pole dancing bar, is it? Like most of the audience are men. There's a few women in there. Children. An old man. I think we're alright, aren't we? It's just a bit strange, isn't it? We're at the shops and they've got their stage and they do dancing. And it's like this.
Inaya's taken her place on the stage! Oh, Paimon wonders how she'll look when she starts dancing.
Oh my god, she's gonna dance. Is she not gonna get
When you
changed?
stop and think about it, happy endings like this sure aren't easy to come by.
Happy endings aren't easy to come by. Paimon, they're not that easy to come by, especially when you get backed into a conga. Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. It's the garage remix. So
Nilou's efforts, everyone's wisdom, Inaya's determination.
And Shafif's mercy.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
I don't know, I was forced to say it.
You do have a point there.
Thanks, Paimon.
The whole demolition thing was going overboard. But he really could have banned Nilou and the others from dancing. If he really wanted to be ruthless, he could have done some real damage, even without winning the debate. Oh well, it's not like we can understand how people like him think. Let's focus on watching the performance.
Thank God. Paimon didn't need to say anything there. We could have just seen the performance.
Huh? Wait.
Oh no, what?
Look who the cat dragged in!
Look who the Conga dragged in.
Isn't that Inaya's father?
He's going to come and applaud the performance. Let's go greet him. That's appropriate. After everything we've been through.
Oh, it's you two.
And him walking off. He's a chuffer. Then we're going to say hello.
I don't have much to do today, so I just came to look around this place.
Baffy chuffer.
Are you looking for Inaya?
You bad chuffer. Baffy chuffer.
No, I'm simply here to watch a performance. There is no need to trouble her.
Shouldn't you be busy?
Well, I was for a time.
I was for a time.
My loss at the debate caused quite the loss of face for the academia, so there was a period of unrest.
A period of unrest of 2 days.
I used this opportunity to suggest that my superiors temporarily suspend me from duty.
Oh.
Otherwise, the rumors would probably persist for even longer.
He got the sack and he's trying to pretend that he walked out.
Suspended from duty?
Got the
yes,
sack.
I am temporarily unemployed. However, I now have an abundance of time, so I can afford to come here and watch a show.
Got the sack, so he's got himself a bottle of whiskey and he's come to shout at his daughter while she does her first performance.
I admit that I do not understand the magic
here we go.
this theater possesses, but my curiosity has been piqued.
And he'll come here and he'll watch a dance and he'll say it was magnificent. I didn't ever realise until I saw it in this light. I was wrong all this time and you're a wonderful daughter. You're the best around. Nothing's ever going to keep you down. And then camera pans out and you got the still frames and...
I still cannot forget that young lady's perseverance. Inaya would almost certainly mature in the presence of such a person.
So you're still concerned about your daughter?
There are no parents who do not worry about their children. I suppose she managed to hit a weak spot of mine. Never mind. I do not have the right to say that.
You know what I'm like? This is actually taking too long for me now. I like combat. I appreciate these parts of the game. We're getting through the story modes in these streams available to us up to Christmas. We're also doing Stray. Remember I showed you at the very start of this stream, so if you have to go back and look at it another time, have a look. I'm going to keep banging you over head about it at the start of every stream. Because we're doing Stray. We're going to be playing on December the 8th. We are going to be playing the Forest Quartet. The end of that weekend and the next week, we're going to possibly doing possibly the 19th. In between both of those, we've got Stray as a Christmas special. So put that up your jumper.
You're already here, so you might as well go see her.
No, that is not necessary. I will take my leave after the show concludes.
Can we do the show
now?
Do not
tell her that I was here.
Come on. Who knows if you'll get a chance like this again? But...
Huh?
You said you were going to make peace with your past. Show your father how much you've grown. Don't be nervous. Everyone at Zubair Theater has your back.
Sub-Zero Theatre.
Hey, let's go somewhere else. We should give them some space.
You sure they'll be okay?
I don't know, but I think we should have faith in them.
You don't get this with Pokemon.
Yes, Inaya. I have something for you. I'm still learning. It's hardly a masterpiece, but it's yours, if you'll take it. You don't have to take it. It's fine. Never mind.
Let's have a heart-to-heart, Father.
Like father, like daughter. They're both so awkward with their feelings.
Paimon.
Yeah. She probably would have snuck away as well if I didn't drag her back.
Do you think they'll be able to reconcile?
I'm not sure. A complete reconciliation may also not be the best thing for them right now. All those years of arguments and misunderstandings can't be settled overnight. It might be best if they continue to keep some distance for now. But no matter where their hearts and bodies may be, they will always be family.
Aww.
All I wish for them is to be able to one day tap into the warmth of that bond. Oh, by the way, everyone's really thankful to you for helping out with the debate. So we made you a little something. Hope you'll like it.
Is it a weapon? You really shouldn't have. I know you're laughing. You really shouldn't have. I assume that's for my teapot. My teapot of treasures, we call them. Some might call them crap. Load of old crap that I've got to carry around in my teapot. Now I can build a stage just like this one in my teapot. I know what's going down. I know how the game is laughing at me.
Isn't this Zubair Theater?
It certainly is, Paimon, and unless it turns into some sort of stick-on explosive, I'm not really going to be interested.
Whoa! This is amazing! It's so detailed and polished!
Oh, it's not even built... Is it just a little one for my teapot?
We've also never made anything this complicated before.
Yeah.
Mr. Zubair and Mr. Kasani took charge of the design.
Stop telling me about the fucking
and I
thing.
made all the little pieces with the
Shut
help
up.
of others. Miss Rekha or Miss Nadja made and assembled the centerpiece.
I don't care.
As adventurers, you two will doubtlessly travel to many more lands and see many more things. That's why we hope that your time at Zubair Theater will become a fond memory of your journey.
She's a bit quiet. It's all been a bit
You two
quiet
are
today, I
welcome
think.
back anytime.
Except when I did the conga.
We'll come back and watch you dance whenever we get the chance.
Leave me alone now, you.
You're welcome. And there's no need to be so polite. You learned fast. Come on, take it. This is the story of you and me.
This is the story
It's
all
a
about
tale that
how
I'll never,
my life
ever
got flipped,
forget.
turned upside down. I'd like to take a minute, just step right here, and I'll tell you how I became quite popular at the Sub-Zero Festival. Oh, thank God for that. Continued? What do you mean continued? Where's my... Show me the primos. Oh, thank God for that. Just for then, I thought that I was going to get a little miniature Zubair Theatre, and that was going to be it. But thankfully, I also got fucking loads of primos. I was 60 for 5 hours work. That's not many primos per hour, frankly. They should all feel ashamed of themselves around here. Only the dog's got any sense. Swoof. It's got a name, look. Only the dog's got any sense. I can have the big one in the teapot, and the mini one is one of a kind. Yeah, except one of a kind, except you've got one, and I've got one, and everyone else has got one. She's on a lamppost. I don't need to... Like, everyone's gets that. It's fucking loads of rubbish. It's the reason it's one of a kind is because it's rubbish and no one else wants one. Who'd want that? Could you imagine if you said, like, somebody... imagine this, okay? Remember earlier what I said about swords? I got the sword out and everything. If you said to someone, I played my video game today. I say, oh, did you? Yes. I felt compelled to finish the quest because, and get this, I got a cool sword, and that sword can XYZ, freeze, throw fireballs, super duper sword, like, you know, I got this new sword, it's really chuffing. And they go, oh, have you a sword or an axe? At least they get the, you know, they could understand it, the concept, couldn't they? They could visualise you swinging this. Oh, that seems cool. Now tell them I fucking watched this guy did a stream. The Conga guy. No, I don't want to be called the Conga. Like, anyway, I watched his stream. He did a very creative joke about Congas. Backed me into a Conga. If you'd have been there, you'd have loved it. And at the end, he won a very small stage to put in his teapot. What do you mean, a very small stage to put in his teapot? I'll explain. No, please don't. I have to go and collect my crisps from the dry cleaners. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, people aren't going to be interested. So, if anything, I mean, they can put these things in there, but not as big rewards for quests like that. Little fiddly things that you can get maybe from a little trinket seller in the town, maybe, or, you know, once you've completed it, you can pick it up. But I think I need more than chuffing. I've only got 60 primos. Should we use some wishes? I've now got 16700, quite a lot in the old wish tanker there. Not doing the Imiko. We've got 4 here, and historically, we are 5 away from something good. So, you know, don't scratch that, you big fat cat. Thank you. So if we're lucky, we get something good. If we're not lucky, nothing happens. I haven't seen your teapot. I know, but tell you what, chuffing teapot. They've done a thing now with the teapot. People don't know what are you on about, teapot. My own little island where I can build my own things. They've done a thing now where you can show off your teapots, haven't they? There's a new thing. There's a new system where you can put your codes in and I've not bought those, no, look. There's a new system where you can can't even get my head around it. It's like you make your own teapot in your game, and now I can look on your codes and look in your teapots, and you can share up to 6 teapots in the world or something. Oh, you know about it. Yeah, that sort of thing, yeah. But that's big on the teapot thing, isn't it? You know, having people look in your worlds and build them for others. And it allows you to sort of build not just unique spaces, but maybe interesting designs and maybe even mini-games. It's opening up a part of the metaverse there. Yeah, I get it. But I can't be asked. After I did Fallout, I told you, Preston Garvey and all those settlements. I mean, I should load up my old Xbox one day and show you my settlements. I should take you on a tour. In fact, I will do it. That'll be a fun stream. Yeah, it's an easy stream to do. I just get the Xbox out and plug it in and like make it work, and then take you on a tour of. I mean, they're not even that good because I didn't get the DLC or anything, but those fucking settlements, man, they did my head in. Eventually, I haven't got time in my life to devote to like a secondary doll's house within a game. Yeah, like I just can't. So no teapot for me really. And it annoys me when they give me rewards that are teapot based. I've said the word teapot a lot now. So we've got now 9 of these wishes, so we're going to get something good. Let's pump them out and see what we get. Let's pump them out until we get something good, and then let's save them until we got another 10. That's not something good. That's not something good, and that means we're up to like 7. You know, that's not good. I want them before we get from 5. You know, I want a good run at them. 8. This means we're hitting the 10 pity. That's anytime you hit the 10 pity, it's bad, isn't it? 9. Yeah. I mean, it's good because she's a character. I'm going to, you know, you take it, don't you? You say, that's good. Thank you, lucky. And I've already got her, so it's a constellation. So that's why I was like, yeah, but she's quite a good character, and she's on the way up to being squad worthy at the moment. I'm sure this will help. Let's have a look how it helps. And we've got 5 more wishes left that we're going to pop, so let's see how this helps anyway. Character. A cheeky Dory. Because we've got a constellation of her recently as well, didn't we? So she's now got a special franchise. When you are in combat and the Ginny heals the character, that it's connected to. It will fire a Ginny troop from that character's position that deals 50% of Dory's attack damage. So while you're healing, you're doing damage. I like it. It's good. Activate. I will take it. She's currently at attack 829, HP 12. Her weapon is this nice sacrificial greatsword. It looks good on her. Happy with all that. She could do with being pumped up beyond 70. Ascender. I don't even have the Viragia Avra the Thrish chunks or the Calipalata lotuses are really the thing that are slowing me down on her now. Because they all go to our new little Kusanali. But Ascender, she's on the poise, ready to go. So yeah, that was quite cool. Just quickly note, Nahida is now 78 of 80. I've been pumping some books down her throat. And who else got booked recently? Gravekipper, the main character, our traveller, is already ascended all the way to the top. She just needs one more little bit of books. That's good as well, isn't it? Level 90 Gravekipper. How'd you like them apples? So, I've actually got quite an assorted squad of tough nuts at the top line here. And you keep going down the line, and these are all 80s. Candice is now 80 of 80. Mona I want to push up there, but now we're still 70s. You know, these are all usable characters in my eyes. The little barrier down is this. Ningguang is 60s, and these ones aren't really usable. But if I want to pump some books their way, they can go. So interesting that Dory's just being held back by the lotuses, but otherwise I would push her a bit quicker because she's another healer, and I want more healing options.
Oh, fine.
You can only copy the code you generate. I don't want my tea. Oh, I see the teapot has. Oh, I see. Okay. Right. For someone who has a high attack to build characters in mix as well, yeah. I need to start using more of these characters in the game. You know, I tend to run around. Today was story mode, wasn't it? But I tend to run around with, as you would, with the most strongest squad that I can imagine. And really, whether things go down that quick or whether I have a little more fun mixing and matching them, maybe I should go for a bit more mix and match. Certainly, interestingly as well, I was leveling up the book here, for example, and it's gone purple. So that matches her a bit better. You know, my fetish with the books and the weapons and their colours and wanting them to match the characters. We've got some books to level and some characters to match and stuff in the future as well, so there's all that to come. And of course, not talents of course, which is just a grind, but artifacts, which is also another kind of grind, isn't it? So there's all those things to be done to sort of build the character. I think of them as building them up. I like to just push their weapon and push their rank hard. And then once we've got those two things in order, we follow it up with the talents and the artifacts, and then we've built the characters. So I like to think of those last things as like building them up to that final bit rather than building them entire. I do it in sort of phases like that, but it's just the way I like to roll. We can, talking of rolling, we can roll out those other, you know, we can see if we get lucky with these other 5 as well, can't we? Why not? 5 more freebies. If we get something within the 5, that's lucky. That's good. If we go beyond 5, we're pushing towards pity, so not so good. So it could happen. There's no reason the next one doesn't have to be a 5-star either. You know, there's every reason this could be a 5-star. The chuffers, they didn't take the bait. Are they watching? I thought they should watch my streams at Hoyoverse. Can't feel bad if you already got something. But our next good thing is in the next batch of 5 wishes, so we'll have to work towards that. But we have worked towards a saving on 16700 primos, so that's a full up to pity of a banner. I want more than that. I want the 2 pities to guarantee it. But let's say we wanted Yai Miko. I could throw my wishes in there. I would hit the pity and get a 5-star. Whether it's Yai Miko or not would be a 50-50. But I could run that, you know, if I wanted to. So let's keep saving for another good banner. And when the next good banner comes up, we'll guarantee that we're going to get the character. Bit of a shame I can't have everything, but free to play, no problem, because I will just finish by showing this as well. I like to sing the praises where it's due as well, because this is true. Now, what should I be doing here? This button. You hope Scaramouche comes with that 50-50. You gotta hope you win your 50-50. You don't get Chi-Chi. Well, I like Chi-Chi. Look at how these... I've got loads of good characters. Some of them, like Mona, Kaching and Chi-Chi, do feel like the basic 5 stars in a way, don't they? Because they're from the standard banner. But they're actually all... I haven't even got her up to squad worthiness yet, but Nahida was fucking cool. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 5 stars, if you include Traveller. So I've got a full squad of 5 stars, and all these other interesting characters as support cast. I think we're doing quite well as free to play. I don't think there's any reason to start pumping loads of money in. I'm very happy with Genshin Impact.
Something on your mind again?
Shut up, you.
Let's work through it together. 2 heads are better than 1.
And with 5:24 as the stream time in the bank, I'm going to knock it on the head, go and get myself some food. If you leave me to it, I will continue to talk endlessly about all sorts of rubbish, won't I? So, but we've had a good one today. The main thing you can take away is that pack me into a Conga. You said a song as well. There was a song by Hoyo. What was it? Hollow Moon, was it? Moon Halo. Let's have that to finish. Moon Halo. And we'll have backing me into a Conga. Oh, wait. This is weird. It says MiHoYo at the start, like it feels like it's going to be Genshin Impact. But it's Honkai Impact. This is so weird. It's like I've gone into the wrong room. Oh my god, look at their look, this looks a bit like a look at that. It looks just like Genshin Impact does. Look at this. What the fuck? It looks like I've gone into the other room. I know that's how to pronounce Chinese. That was we were learning it. I like the language. I shouldn't look at this because it will make me want to play it, won't it? It looks a bit cool. It's sci-fi. Oh, there's systems to upgrade. Oh my god. No, I'm not getting into that. I haven't got time in my life for any more. I've chosen Genshin. Genshin's chosen me. That's the way it's happened. Don't start showing me this. I'm not gonna start. They've got 4 guys in it. I'm not gonna start. I can't. Can I? What's this? Fashion show. Now wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is my jam, isn't it? Sorry, I was missed your chat there a little bit. Now Hideo is a super mega support, so and Bennett, I should be ranking Bennett. But I don't have to feel pressured. Yeah, this is their other game. Honkai is one of the first popular games of MiHoYo, so this came first. It's got interesting costumes, and I'm really down with the costume vibe. I like to review the costumes, don't I? I like to talk about the fashion. There's too much here for me to talk about at this end of the video, but wow. She's on a horse. There's those doors like you have in Genshin. She's on a horse. If you have to pay extra, just tell me this, right? Just tell me this. Do you have to pay extra for all this other shit in that? It's like pay to win or whatever. You know, do you have to pay loads for all that shit? Or did you get the horse for free? Simple question, that one. If the horse comes for free, yes, you have to pay extra, yes. Right, it can fuck off in the bin, can't it? I can't, like, the way I felt about that horse then, just as a player, You know, I play so much Genshin, and I saw that horse thing, and I thought, that is fucking cool. Get me on that horse. If it means I've got to pay £6, and then next month there's another cool thing, and I've got to pay £6, I don't want to go there. I want it to all be in the game. I can't understand this whole thing of like, you know, I just want to know where I stand. What day is it today? Is it Friday today? It is, isn't it? Tomorrow's Saturday. Tomorrow's the boxing. Fury Chisora. Tomorrow. Got to get on that as well tomorrow. But tomorrow is Genshin Impact as well for us, of course. I've got to get up early to walk the dog. So that's what's happening tomorrow is I'm getting up to walk the dog and then feeling like shit and then sitting down to play Genshin Impact and complaining and then going out to walk him in the woods. Or I might just get walking him in the woods first and then sit down later. But tomorrow is big Genshin Impact day. Fuck Honkai. Honkai was too much though. I shouldn't have looked at it. In fact, I need to bring it back because we are doing the song, aren't we? But I shouldn't have looked at it. Makes me want to play it. Like, it didn't look half bad. It was like big swords, fucking loads of chuffing, swinging the swords around. It's a bit more aggressive than Genshin. Oh, they're all singers, aren't they? They're all musicians and singers. It's like a lot of auto-tune in it. Or is it that automatic song voice maker thing again? Oh, I called a Chi-Chi. Is it one of them? Anyway, look, yeah. So now the camera's zooming out, backed me into a Conga. That's the story of today. I will never talk about back me into a Conga again. And every now and then I'll bring it up, but I'm not going to do. You know, that's going to disappear. You and I, we know it was special, and if it catches on, vocal. You don't think it is? Okay, it might not be. I might be tripping now because I've been sat in front of the computer for 5.5 hours playing Genshin Impact and talking. So it is tight. You know, I'm like though. If you leave me to it, I will sit here and talk for another 5 hours, and then where will we be? Like, there'll be problems. So listen, thanks very much for being here. It's been a big long stream. We've achieved a lot. Tomorrow we're back with Genshin Impact, and you can pick tomorrow. I'll just open it up, and whoever's here at the start of the stream can just tell me which thing they want off that list. It can be. We've got a couple more. Where are they? Quests. We've got a couple more story quests, and we could do the Sumeru story quest there of somebody, and we've also got a few world quests here, and we've got some of these down here. What do you call it? Varanara treasure maps, or we've got talk to Arikan, going back to see how the Aranara are doing. You know, there's a few choices there, so I'll start the stream and I'll get Chuff in, and we'll pick something off the list. We'll try and we're actually quite close to. If these story quests are big, aren't they? And we've got 3 of them there, plus 1 more to unlock. So that's like 10 hours of content. But once we clear off some of these down the bottom here that are smaller, fungi are raging, fungal fracas. Actually, some of these are just my reputation quests, I think. But we clear off a couple of these. Actually, we're starting to whittle it down, and then, I think it's really good. We will be in a position where we're waiting for the next expansion, have a bit more free time, and we can play some of these other games. Because as you'll see coming up to Christmas, there's another couple of games that I really, really want to play, like Stray and the Forest Quartet. You know, there'll be a few more things to factor in, so it'll be good to have that extra bit of free time. And having wrung every ounce of joy out of the theatrics that have been Genshin Impact today. Thank you very much. You say bye-bye, I'll say my thing, and we'll just call it a good stream. So remember, if you can't be good, you're naughty.